Chapter 1, Accident rewrites everything. I'm sitting on a crumbling stone terrace in southern Italy, vine shadows crawling across the page when it hits me. None of this had to happen, not to me, not in that particular place to that particular man. The sheer randomness of it still makes my chest tighten. I went to Limpney to disappear. To stop moving, stop bleeding money, stop being the kind of fool who confused confidence with competence. I was 26 years old and I'd already managed to detonate every financial arrangement I'd ever touched. I needed somewhere to hide. Limpney was perfect. Let me be honest about the bankruptcy. I can afford to be now. Sitting here with all of this surrounding me, the confession costs nothing. My business disasters were not entirely the world's fault. I was young and I was arrogant, and I moved fast in directions where speed was precisely the wrong approach. One creditor in particular decided that my failure was a personal insult to him. He pursued me with the energy of a man who'd made it his life's work. So I ran to the furthest, muddiest, most forgotten corner of England I could find. I rented a bungalow. The plan, if you could call it that, was to write a play. I'd always believed I had one in me, most men do, which should have been my first warning. The legitimate theater was throwing off extraordinary money in those years. And I needed extraordinary money, and so I sat down with a pot of coffee and a frying pan full of sausages, and I decided I would simply manufacture some. The bungalow was perched on the edge of an ancient sea cliff in the clay country of Kent. Below it, Romney Marsh spread out flat and silver toward a sea that was 4 miles away and retreating. The Romans had built their great port here once, Portus Lemanis, and then the water left and took everything with it. Just Roman brickwork tumbling down the hillside now. Fragments of old Watling Street still pushing north through the weeds like a memory the land couldn't quite shake. I'd stand on that hill sometimes and think about the harbor that used to be, the galleys, the soldiers, the merchants and speculators making their calculations, certain the world was turning in their favor. Then nothing, grass, sheep, me. It should have been sobering. Mostly it just made me want to finish the play faster. The marsh itself was extraordinary. 15 miles to Dungeness laid out like a gray raft on the water. The hills above Hastings hanging in the western light, sometimes sharp as cut glass, sometimes dissolved entirely into weather. Ditches and canals catching the last of the afternoon sun, lacing the flatlands with silver thread. It was from the window overlooking that view that I first saw Cavor. I was stuck on my second act. The sun had just gone below the ridge and the sky had become this extraordinary thing. Deep green bleeding into yellow, the kind of sky that makes you feel the planet is showing off. And against it, black and small and absolutely bizarre, there was a man. Short, round through the torso, thin in the legs, wearing a cricket cap and overcoat and cycling knickerbockers, though I would later learn he neither cycled nor played cricket. He moved in short, violent jerks. His arms describing arcs, his head snapping on his neck. He was talking to himself or to the air or to something only he could perceive, and he was buzzing. Not humming exactly, buzzing like a telegraph wire in wet weather, a continuous fluctuating electrical sound that I could hear clearly even through the glass. Then mid-stride he stopped, pulled out a pocket watch, stared at it. Something shifted in his body, a kind of internal calculation completing itself, and he turned and walked back the way he'd come. Fast now, purposeful, no more gesturing, just those enormous clay-caked feet carrying him back over the hill. Gone. I stared at the empty path for a moment, then went back to my scenario, but he came back the next evening. Same time, same path, same jerking arms, same buzzing, same watch consultation, same abrupt retreat. And the evening after that, and the one after that, every evening without rain, with the precision of a mechanism. By the third week I was ready to put a fist through the window. On the 14th evening I pushed my papers aside, opened the French windows, crossed the veranda and walked to the exact spot where he always stopped. He had his watch out when I reached him. Up close, I could see his face properly for the first time, rubicund, almost childlike, with reddish-brown eyes that blinked at me with what seemed like genuine surprise at my existence. "One moment," I said. He blinked. "One moment," he said carefully, as if tasting the phrase. "Certainly, or if you wish to speak longer and it is not troubling you, would you walk with me? My time for conversation is somewhat limited." I fell into step beside him. "This is your exercise," I said. "It is. I come to enjoy the sunset. You don't." He stopped. "I beg your pardon, you never look at it. I've watched you for 13 evenings. You haven't glanced at the sunset once." He considered this with the focused intensity of a man encountering a genuinely interesting equation. "Well," he said slowly, "I enjoy the light, the atmosphere. I walk along this path through the gate." He jerked his chin over his shoulder. "And around. You don't. You've never gone through the gate. You check your watch, you turn around, you go back. Every single time." He looked at me. "Ah," he said. "Silence. Perhaps I do," he said. "Now that I consider it, yes, perhaps I do." He pulled at his lower lip. A puddle at his feet seemed to absorb his attention completely. "My mind is rather occupied. I'd also noticed the noise. I imitated it for him, the buzzing, the zuzzu. He winced like I'd shown him something embarrassing. I do that every blessed evening. I had absolutely no idea. He stopped walking entirely, looked at me with a gravity that was almost formal. Can it be, he said, that I have formed a habit? Something about him made it impossible to stay angry. It looks that way. He pulled his lower lip down further, released it. I see, he said. My mind is, yes, you're quite right, and this has been disrupting your work. I'm trying to write a play. I couldn't do that, he said immediately. As if it were the most natural response in the world. Anything requiring concentration. Ah, he said again. He looked genuinely pained, not embarrassed exactly, but distressed in the way of a man who has inadvertently caused damage and cannot stand the idea of it. I must stop. Only if it doesn't inconvenience you, I said, and found I meant it. There was something about him. I had no real business saying anything. No, he waved this away. You have done me a genuine service. I must attend to these things. I tend to, he paused, the distress sharpened. I tend not to notice what I'm doing with my body when my mind is elsewhere. Could I ask you once more to demonstrate the sound, so I know precisely what to guard against? I showed him again. Zuzu, he nodded gravely as if filing it in a specific mental drawer. I'm greatly obliged, he said then. I've brought you further than I should have. I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all. We stood for a moment looking at each other. I raised my hat. He responded with a convulsive full-body gesture that approximated a bow. We went our separate ways. At the stile I looked back. He'd already retreated some distance and something had changed in him. His shoulders were dropped, his stride deflated. The contrast with the buzzing, gesticulating figure of 5 minutes ago caught me somewhere unexpected. He looked absurdly like a man who'd just been told something sad about himself. I watched him until the hill took him. Then I went back to my terrible play and spent the next 2 hours feeling vaguely guilty. He didn't appear the next evening or the one after. I noticed. It had occurred to me that he might make a useful character, a comic type, the eccentric scientist, but that wasn't really why I noticed. I simply noticed. On the third day he knocked on my door. He sat in my folding chair and made awkward small talk for 20 minutes, circling whatever he'd actually come to say with the patience of a man who has never learned how to begin difficult conversations. Then with a completeness that surprised me, he came to the point. He wanted to buy my bungalow. You've destroyed a habit, he said, with no accusation in it, just the flat statement of a problem requiring solution. I've walked that path for years. I didn't know I was humming. I didn't know I wasn't looking at the gate, but it all worked. It worked, do you understand? And now I'm aware of it, and when I'm aware of it I can't do it, and every afternoon at 4 o'clock I arrive at a dead wall. Surely another route. There is no other route. I've checked. He said this with such certainty that I didn't push it. I need you to leave. He wasn't unkind about it. He was just precise. I explained with some delicacy that the bungalow wasn't strictly mine to sell and that my own financial circumstances were, I searched for the word, transitional. He absorbed all this without visible judgment. Then I asked him mostly to slow the conversation down while I thought what exactly this research was that required such specific conditions. He told me. He talked for nearly an hour. At first it was impenetrable. The words were mostly familiar, but he was using them in combinations that seemed to dissolve meaning rather than create it. He drew equations on the back of an envelope with a copying ink pencil, equations that looked to me like the aftermath of a small explosion. He used phrases like tubes of force and gravitational potential, and ether conductance with the breezy confidence of a man explaining which way the wind was blowing. But I stayed with it. I kept saying, yes, go on, I follow you, and gradually, like eyes adjusting to a very particular darkness, shapes began to emerge. Here is what he was after. Let me put it plainly, because Cavor was constitutionally incapable of putting anything plainly. Radiant energy, that was the central concept, by which he meant anything that propagates outward from a source and acts on other bodies at a distance. Light is radiant energy. Heat is radiant energy. The extraordinary X-rays that Röntgen had discovered just years before. The electromagnetic waves that Marconi was already bouncing off the sky. And gravity, most critically, gravity is radiant energy too. Now, almost all materials block some form of radiant energy. Glass stops heat while admitting light. A solution of iodine in carbon disulfide will block light completely while letting heat pass through. You could hide a furnace behind it and still feel every degree of warmth. Sheet metal stops electrical radiation cold, but nothing stops gravity. Nothing. You can screen anything from anything else given the right material, the light of the sun, its heat. Its electrical influence, but the gravitational attraction of the Earth passes through every known substance as though that substance simply doesn't exist. There is no physical law requiring this to be true. It might simply be that no one had yet manufactured the right substance. Cavor thought he could manufacture the right substance. I sat in my folding chair in my bungalow on the edge of the old Roman cliff, and I watched him draw his equations, and I felt something I hadn't felt in a very long time. The thing was real. I knew it was real. Not because I could follow the mathematics, I couldn't and I didn't pretend to, but because I have a specific faculty for evaluating whether a man believes what he's saying, and Cavor believed every syllable. This was not a dreamer. The calculations were real. The 3 assistants he'd trained in the workshop down the hill, originally carpenters, now running furnaces and dynamos and equipment I didn't have words for, those were real. The sealed stone jars of helium shipped down from London were real. The substance, if he could make it, would be opaque to gravity. Hold that thought, turn it over. If you placed a sheet of it beneath a weight, any weight, a stone, a locomotive, a warship, that object would be cut off from the Earth's gravitational pull. Cut off entirely, it would become effectively weightless. You could lift it with a finger, and if you used it for walls, a vessel of it, a sealed container lined in this material, cut off from gravity entirely, not falling toward the Earth, not falling toward anything. I stopped thinking about the play. I went to see his house the next morning. It was large, carelessly furnished, smelling of chemicals and coal smoke. The ground floor rooms had become a laboratory, benches lined with apparatus I couldn't name, the old bakehouse boiler enlarged into something that threw considerable heat, dynamos filling the cellar with their low metallic drone. A gasometer stood in the overgrown garden like an industrial moon. He showed me everything with the unguarded enthusiasm of a man who has been living alone with a secret for too long and has finally found someone to tell. The 3 assistants moved through the space with the competent quiet of men who understand their work without understanding why it matters. Spargus, ex-sailor, metal work and cooking. Gibbs, the joiner. A third, the former gardener, now general assistant. Steady hands, no curiosity about theory. Cavor had given them tasks and they performed them. And that was the whole of their relationship to the most important work being done in England, possibly in the world. I stood in that workshop and felt the hinge point of history under my feet. He came again the next afternoon and the one after that, and he lectured me on ether theory and field mechanics and the specific conductance properties of the alloy he was building toward, and I sat and said yes and go on and I see. And occasionally I actually did see, in brief vivid flashes, a concept surfacing through the technical language like something breaking water before it disappeared again. But I was not thinking about the physics. I was thinking about the company, a parent company, daughter companies, licenses and patents fanning out across every industry simultaneously. Shipping, construction, armaments, though I'd walk carefully there. Every locomotive in England, every mine. Every building site where men were moving impossible weight with inadequate tools. A material more universally necessary than steel, more transformative than steam. Cavorite, that's what I'd already started calling it in my head because his name would have to be on it. His name would be on it and the sound of it felt right. Cavorite, like something that had always existed and had simply been waiting to be found. On the 15th afternoon, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I stood up. "We are sitting," I said, "at the birth of the most important thing that has ever been invented." He blinked. I put real emphasis on the we. "If you want to keep me away from this," I said, "you'll need a reason I can't think past. I'm coming down as your 4th laborer tomorrow morning." He looked surprised, not suspicious, surprised, and then something almost like relief. "But your play, gone, finished, over." I was pacing. I was 26 years old and I felt like a boy of 19. "Do you understand what you have? Do you understand what you're going to do?" He hesitated, and here is the thing that stopped me cold. He didn't. He genuinely, completely didn't. The man had been working on purely theoretical grounds the entire time. When he called it the most important research in the world, he meant it squared up elegant problems in physics. It would settle disputes between men at the Royal Society. It would confirm certain mathematical suspicions that had been circling for decades without resolution. He would be made a fellow. His portrait would appear in scientific journals. That was the whole of his ambition. He had been about to drop this into the world the way you'd report a new species of beetle. File the paper, accept the recognition, go back to work. I stared at him. "You haven't thought about applications," I said. "Well, at all. The theoretical implications are rather, Cavor." I stopped pacing. I looked at him directly. "Listen to what I'm going to tell you." I told him, all of it, every industry, every application, every fortune. I told him about patents and secret processes and the specific legal architecture that would let us control the manufacture of the substance globally. I told him about what it meant to own the thing the entire world suddenly couldn't function without. I used the word monopoly and watched his face move through confusion toward a slow, dawning, reluctant comprehension. He stammered something about using the profits for further research. "Of course," I said immediately. "Obviously, that's exactly right. We'll fund every laboratory in England if you want. But first we make the substance and we control the substance. And we don't let it loose into the world until we have the structure in place to." "It is possible," he said slowly, "that I had not fully considered." "No, you hadn't. That's all right. That's what I'm for." He looked at me with those reddish-brown eyes, and for a moment the expression on his face was completely unreadable. "There is one thing," he said. I waited. "It may not work." He said it plainly, without apology. "It is a theoretical possibility that is also potentially a practical absurdity. We may build toward it for months and find we cannot cross the final distance. There may be," he paused, "some hitch." I looked at this small, round, extraordinary man in his mismatched clothes, standing in the middle of the most important room in England. "When we hit the hitch," I said, "we'll tackle it then." He considered this for a long moment, then he nodded, and that was the beginning of everything. Chapter 2, Accidental Birth of Cavorite, October 14, 1899. The date Cavor made it, not through careful orchestration, not through the precise, methodical execution of his theoretical framework, through accident, through a petty argument between three men about who should shovel coal. I've thought about that 1,000 times since, how the most world-altering moments in history arrive not with fanfare but with a shrug. A furnace left untended, a temperature falling unchecked, the universe not waiting for permission. Here's what happened. Cavor had fused the metals together, a specific combination I'd give almost anything to have written down, and intended to let the mixture cool over the course of a week by degrees, arriving at precisely 60 degrees Fahrenheit for the final stage of the process. Controlled, deliberate, Cavor's way. But Gibbs, the joiner, had decided the coal shoveling wasn't his problem. Coal was dug from the earth, he argued. That made it soil, and soil was the gardener's domain. The gardener, formerly a jobbing man named Spargus, refused on equally ironclad logic. Coal was metallic, ore-like, besides he was also their cook, and a man could only be stretched so thin. Spargus countered that coal was fossilized wood, which made it unambiguously the joiner's responsibility. So no one shoveled it, the furnace cooled, and Cavor, buried neck-deep in calculations for a Cavorite-powered flying machine, noticed nothing. I was waiting for him on the veranda of my bungalow. The water was already boiling. I heard his characteristic sound before I saw him, that low, buzzing zuzzu he made when his mind was elsewhere and his body was on autopilot. I stepped outside into the autumn air. The sky was doing something extraordinary in the west, all deep amber and violet bruising the horizon. His small, energetic silhouette moved across the field toward me, black against the burning sunset. To my right, the chimneys of his house poked above a cluster of trees ablaze with autumn color. The Wealden Hills behind them, soft and blue and ancient. To my left, the marsh, vast and still and silver in the fading light. Beautiful, peaceful. The kind of evening that makes you feel briefly that everything might be all right. Then the chimneys moved, not fell, moved, upward, violently. They came apart in a string of tumbling bricks as they shot skyward, and the roof followed them, and behind the roof came a constellation of furniture, chairs and beams and glass and things I couldn't identify, all of it hurled upward as though the earth had simply rejected them. Then came the fire. A white flame, enormous. The kind of white that isn't a color so much as an absence, the way a photographic plate looks when it's been completely overexposed. The trees around his house bent toward it like iron filings toward a magnet, branches tearing free, entire crowns of autumn leaves spiraling inward and upward into the column of the sound hit me. It was not a bang, it was a compression. A physical force that arrived through my chest before my ears processed it, and my left ear simply stopped working. Not ringing, stopped. A door slammed shut that has never fully reopened since. Every window in my bungalow exploded behind me and I didn't hear any of it. I took 3 steps off the veranda, then the wind arrived. There is no adequate way to describe that wind. It wasn't moving air the way wind moves air. It was suction. It was the atmosphere experiencing a hunger it had never felt before, rushing to fill something that should not have been empty. My coattails were over my head before I understood what was happening, and then I was running, no, not running. Flying in enormous involuntary leaps across the field, covering 20 feet at a stride, completely out of control, hurtling toward Cavor's burning house. I saw Cavor himself get taken. One moment he was walking toward me, that small dark figure against the sunset. The next he was airborne, spinning, arms and legs pinwheeling, screaming something I couldn't hear. He came down hard, bounced, rolled, got his feet under him, and was immediately seized again and flung forward at speed, vanishing into the thrashing, lashing chaos of his tree line. A chimney pot hit the ground 6 yards from me, bounced as high as a second-floor window, and then rolled and skipped and scraped toward the epicenter of the disturbance like a stone being reeled in on a line. Up in the sky above where his house had been, a dark column of debris and smoke and ash, and at its center something blue. A square of it, catching the last of the sunlight, shining with a cold, flat luminescence as it spiraled upward. Cavorite, for the first and almost last time. A section of fencing sailed past my head with the slow, stately grace of a playing card tossed in a breeze, dropped edge first, hit the earth and toppled flat. Then gradually, like a fist unclenching, the wind began to ease. I stopped moving. My feet found the ground. I bent double and remembered I had a body, that it required oxygen, that I had been holding my breath for what felt like most of my adult life. The sky had changed entirely. No sunset left, just dark, racing clouds, low and violent, and beneath them a landscape that looked like the aftermath of something biblical. Trees stripped, fences down, haystacks dissolved into scattered straw. The world had been turned inside out in under 90 seconds. I looked back at my bungalow, still standing, more or less. I looked forward at the smoking wreckage of Cavor's property. I went forward. The copse beyond his garden was barely a copse anymore. I moved through it in a crouch, grabbing tree trunks that were still standing and using them like anchors against the gale, working my way through the wreckage, smashed branches, chunks of wall, twisted metal, things that had been furniture and now were abstract sculpture. I couldn't find him. I was shouting his name into the wind and hearing nothing useful back. 30 seconds, a minute. The fire from his house gave me enough light to see by but cast everything in disorienting, shuddering orange. Every shadow contained a body. None of them were him. Then something moved under a pile of broken fencing at the base of his garden wall. I ran for it. The pile separated, rose on 2 legs. It took me several full seconds to recognize him. He was encased in mud. Head to boots, completely uniform brown, as though he'd been dipped. His hands hung at the ends of his arms like raw things, bleeding where the skin had been taken off, and his coat, what remained of it, streamed behind him in rags. His face was a mask of earth that cracked as the muscles underneath it moved. Little chunks of mud fell from his jaw, from his cheeks. His eyes blinked through it like pale lights in deep water. He extended one mud-caked hand toward me. He staggered 1 step, then he grinned. I could see it happening through the mud, the fracture lines forming around his mouth, and said, barely audible over the wind, "Congratulate me." I stared at him. "Congratulate you." The word felt insane in my mouth. For what? I've done it. The wind took the next few words. I caught not an explosion. And then we were colliding, grabbing each other's arms, the wind trying to separate us. Both of us leaning into it like sailors on a tilting deck. "We need to get back to my bungalow," I shouted directly into his ear. He shouted back something about martyrs, something about science. He had the impression, I realized, that his 3 assistants were dead, that he'd killed them. He had not. They had, with impeccable timing, left for the public house in Lympne the moment Cavor had set out across the field toward me. They were currently sitting warm and dry with their pints, debating the metaphysics of coal. I got my arm through his and we walked, slowly, leaning into the gale at 45 degrees, 2 muddy figures making desperate progress across a field that looked like it had been rearranged by something hostile. We made it back to the bungalow. We sat in armchairs in my broken sitting room, every window open to the sky. The lighter furniture shoved against the far wall by the wind that moved freely through what had been my home. We panted. Neither of us spoke. The oil stove was still burning, remarkable in retrospect, and eventually I got up and put water on for tea because there was nothing else to do, and a man needs something to do with his hands when his understanding of the world has just been restructured from the ground up. When I put the cup in front of him, I asked him to explain. He was still picking mud from his ears. "Quite correct," he said with the composure of a man describing a minor procedural success. "I've done it and it's all right." "All right," I looked at him. "Cavor, there won't be a standing fence or an intact roof within 20 miles. "Yes, well," he waved this away. I didn't foresee the disturbance. My mind was on other problems, a practical side issue, but the core result, you've done thousands of pounds of damage. He leaned forward, a final piece of dried mud fell from his chin onto my floor. "I think," he said carefully, "they'll put it down to a cyclone, don't you?" I held his gaze for a long moment. "Explain to me," I said, "exactly what happened." He settled back, and something shifted in his expression. The evasiveness dropped away, replaced by the thing underneath it, which was pure, unalloyed scientific excitement. The expression of a man who has just seen something no human being has ever seen. "It wasn't an explosion," he said, "not in any meaningful sense. Here's what Cavorite does. You understand this. We've been through it. It's opaque to gravity. It interrupts the gravitational relationship between objects. Things above it cease to be gravitationally attracted to the Earth. They become, in the most precise sense, weightless." "Yes," I said, "I know this." "You know it," he said. "But you haven't applied it, neither had I fully. Here's what I failed to think through." He leaned forward. "Air has weight, you know this. It presses on every surface at sea level with 14.5 pounds per square inch. 14.5 pounds on every square inch of everything all the time in every direction. We don't notice it because we evolved inside it like fish who don't notice water." "Go on." "The moment the Cavorite completed its formation and reached 60 degrees, the moment it became fully active, every cubic foot of air directly above it ceased to have weight, ceased to exert pressure. In an instant." He paused to let that land, but the air surrounding it to every side, just outside the Cavorite's field of influence, that air was still at 14.5 pounds per square inch, still pressing. And suddenly it was pressing against air that wasn't pressing back. I sat very still. The surrounding atmosphere crushed inward and upward at, I don't know. I haven't calculated the velocity yet. Enormous. The air above the Cavorite was driven violently skyward. The air that rushed in to replace it immediately lost its own weight, immediately ceased to resist. It became self-sustaining, I said. A chimney, he said. An atmospheric chimney. A column of perpetually weightless air being continuously displaced upward by the pressure of normal air rushing in at the base. The roof was simply in the way, the ceiling was in the way, the house was in the way. I was very quiet for a moment, and the Cavorite itself, I said, it got drawn up the chimney. Fortunately, he said, something in the way he said that word made me look at him more carefully. Why fortunately? He met my eyes. And for just a moment, one brief, unguarded moment, I saw something in his face that I had never seen there before and have rarely seen in any human face since. Fear, real fear, the kind that comes not from what happened but from what almost did. If the Cavorite had remained on the ground, he said quietly, anchored, unable to be moved, the chimney would not have collapsed. The cycle would have continued, is continuing, self-sustaining, as you said. The surrounding air crushing in, losing weight, being driven up, more air rushing in. He paused, up and up, forever, or rather until there was no more air to lose. The fire in the oil stove ticked, wind moved through the broken windows. It would have stripped the atmosphere from the earth, he said, peeled it away, like there's no elegant analogy, like a drain perhaps, an open drain and all the air in the world slowly, then quickly, circling toward it. It would have gone into the upper atmosphere, into the cold and the dark, and eventually into space. Some of it might have returned in centuries, most would not. He looked at his damaged hands, every living thing on this planet, Bedford, every last one. I sat with that for a long time. Outside the wind was dropping, the gale becoming a strong blow, becoming a stiff breeze. The clouds were still racing, but the sky beneath them was lightening fractionally. The last ghost of the sunset refusing to die completely. From somewhere in the middle distance came the soft, rhythmic patter of disturbed debris settling. The world rearranging itself, making sense of what had happened to it. What do you need, I said finally, to make it again, safely? He looked up, the fear was gone, the glee was back, that strange, boyish, completely irresponsible scientific glee that I was beginning to understand was simply his default state. We make it in a thin sheet, he said. Edgeways, control the surface area, control the field's influence radius, and I had this thought actually while I was rolling through the mud, when I was genuinely uncertain whether I was going to survive the next 30 seconds. He almost smiled. Funny, the things that occur to you in those moments. I believe there may be another method entirely. I can't fully articulate it yet, but I think it might allow us to make the material in a contained, manageable geometry. I thought about what I had seen, the chimney pots moving upward, the white fire, the blue square spiraling toward the zenith, catching the last light. I thought about the version of this evening in which the Cavorite had been bolted to the floor. All right, I said. He looked at me. All right, we do it again, carefully this time. I stood up, reached past him for my tea. But I want to be clear about something. Whatever we build with this, whatever this becomes, I'm in for half, no less. He considered this for what I judged to be an appropriate amount of time, then nodded once as though it were perfectly reasonable, as though he hadn't very nearly ended all life on Earth 40 minutes ago. Half seems entirely fair, said Cavor. I went to find him a trowel so he could begin removing the mud, and thought about the fact that I was young. That my affairs were a mess, that my furniture was mortgaged and unsentimentalized, and that I had just watched a man nearly destroy the world by accident and felt, underneath the terror, something that could only be described as excitement. Reckless, irrational, but the possibilities, God, the possibilities. We began rebuilding his laboratory the following morning. Chapter 3. The sphere within the idea hit Cavor like a voltage spike. We were walking back to the bungalow, late afternoon light bleeding gold across the fields, and he'd been humming to himself that low, tuneless drone he made when something was assembling itself in the deeper architecture of his mind. Then he stopped dead. That's it. He grabbed my arm. That finishes it. A roller blind. What finishes what? Space. His eyes were somewhere else entirely. The moon. Anywhere, Cavor, it has to be a sphere. He said it the way men announce the obvious. Of course it does, it has to be a sphere. I let him run. I'd learned by then that interrupting Cavor mid-revelation was like trying to stop a chemical reaction with your bare hands. We walked the rest of the way in silence. His silence was electric, mine was simply confused, and it wasn't until he drained his first cup of tea that the full shape of it began to emerge. Sit down, he said. I need you to follow this precisely. I sat. The last time I produced a batch of Cavorite, I contained it in a flat tank, held it down with an overlapping seal. He set his cup down, leaned forward, and the moment it cooled, the moment the manufacturing process completed, you remember what happened. I remembered. Half the county had heard what happened. Everything above it lost weight, the air went vertical, the house lurched 6 inches off its foundation. If the Cavorite itself hadn't gone up with everything else, I genuinely don't know what the terminal outcome would have been. I remember, good now, what if the substance isn't contained, what if it's free to move upward? I thought about it for exactly 2 seconds. It goes straight up, instantly, with no more disruption than firing artillery. He paused, let it hang in the air between us, and I go up with it. I put down my teacup, stared at him. Picturesque. Cavor said, his voice dropping to something almost reverent. Large enough to hold 2 men and their equipment, steel hull, thick glass liner on the interior, pressurized air, concentrated rations, water reclamation, the whole system, and on the outer steel, Cavorite, enameled across the entire exterior surface. Yes, how do you even get inside a thing like that? He smiled. How do you get a dumpling into a dumpling? That's not a pressure-sealed access hatch. Simple in principle, a valve mechanism for jettisoning material without catastrophic air loss. The engineering is straightforward. He waved his hand as though straightforward were a technical term meaning already solved. The real breakthrough, the elegant part, is the shell itself. He stood up, moved to the window. The late sun carved long shadows across the garden. The steel exterior isn't a solid shell, it's sectioned. Each section rolls back. Think of a roller blind, spring-loaded, electromagnetically controlled platinum wire contacts fused directly through the glass. He turned back to face me. Do you see it yet? I was beginning to. When every blind is closed, every panel sealed, nothing penetrates the interior. No light, no heat, no radiant energy of any kind, and crucially, no gravitational interaction whatsoever. The sphere simply travels in a straight line through space. Indefinitely. At whatever velocity it achieved at the moment of departure. Which is the problem, I said. You fly off in a straight line into nothing and you never stop. Until you open a window. The room went quiet. My brain caught up to what he'd said. Open a single blind, Cavor continued, and his voice had gone soft the way it did when something still amazed even him, and suddenly that section of the hull is gravitationally transparent. Any massive body in that direction exerts its full pull. You tack, like a sailing vessel working against the wind. Open this blind, close that one, the solar system becomes navigable. I sat with it for a long moment, the sheer physics of it. Gravity as a sail, gravity as a rudder, you see, he said. Oh, I see, we can go anywhere, get attracted by this body, use that one to curve our trajectory. Yes, I held up a hand. Yes, I follow the mechanics. The question I'm asking is why? We're talking about jumping off the planet and back again. What exactly is the destination? He looked at me like I'd asked why one might read a book. The moon, he said. I stared at him across the tea table. The word sat there between us like a lit fuse. And when we get there, we observe, we document, consider what we don't know, Bedford, consider the sheer volume of, is there air on the moon? There may be. Maybe. The science suggests it's a dead rock 250,000 miles away. I lean back. I appreciate the elegance of the concept, Cavor. I genuinely do, but this feels like a rather large first step. Could we not try something smaller? Use the Cavorite blinds to lift freight, industrial applications. There's real money in. It won't work for freight. The air displacement problem makes terrestrial applications impossible at scale. The only viable use, he paused, is departure. I looked at my hands, thought about my debts, the collapsed business, the creditors circling. If something goes wrong, I said quietly, there are no relief expeditions, no rescue parties. We're not explorers with a support system. We're 2 men in a steel ball. Men go on polar expeditions. Men get paid for polar expeditions. Call it prospecting. He said it simply, factually. Something turned over in my chest. Prospecting. There will be minerals, the lunar surface, sulfur, metallic ores, possibly elements entirely unknown to terrestrial chemistry. He paused, and the delivery problem is solved by the technology itself. A Cavorite cargo shell is weightless in transit. The cost of transport to the lunar surface approaches zero. I hadn't thought of that. The thought, once started, wouldn't stop, delivered directly to anywhere. And not just the moon. The calculus of it was suddenly, horrifyingly clear. If the sphere worked, if the principle held, then the moon was not the destination. The moon was the proof of concept. Mars was 200 million miles away and you passed the sun en route and there was an atmosphere, Cavor said so, and minerals and territory, and the word arrived in my head fully formed: monopoly, preemption rights. I stood up. I walked to the window and back. My hands were shaking slightly. The whole solar system, not mapped, not claimed, not owned, threaded with cargo spheres and passenger vessels and trade routes that didn't exist yet because no one had built the technology to make them possible. And we had it, Cavor had it, sitting in a Sussex laboratory behind a bungalow in a county where the most exciting thing that happened was the cricket scores. This is imperial, I said. My voice surprised me. The word surprised me. I couldn't finish the sentence. There wasn't a sentence big enough. Cavor was grinning now. The reserved, precise, perpetually distracted scientist was grinning like a boy who'd discovered fire, and something in that expression unlocked something in me, and suddenly we were both talking at once, interrupting, gesticulating. Trajectories and cargo manifests and mold specifications all tumbling over each other in a rush of noise that was half science and half madness, and entirely, helplessly, irresistibly real. "We start the drawings tonight," Cavor said. "We start them now," I said. We didn't stop, not that night. Dawn found us at the drafting table, electric light blazing against the gray morning creeping through the windows. The drawings smudged with fingerprints and corrected a dozen times, and somehow, underneath all the erasures, right. The steel blind specifications, the glass sphere tolerances, the pressure calculations for the hatch seal. Cavor drew, I shaded and dimensioned and checked the figures. By the end of the week, the glass sphere was designed. After that, time compressed. December. January, I spent a morning shoveling a path through snow between bungalow and laboratory, 6 inches deep. The cold so sharp it made my eyes water. A team of horses arrived with the glass sphere packed in a massive crate. We rigged a crane, we positioned it. February, the steel frame sections. Lower hemisphere bolted together. March, the Cavorite paste reached its second processing stage. We plastered it onto the steel blind section by section, methodical, exhausted, saying very little. Our 3 laborers caught the infection of the thing without knowing what the thing was. The man Gibbs stopped walking. He ran everywhere, across the laboratory, across the yard, across the room to hand you a wrench, driven by some urgency he couldn't have named and didn't question. The sphere grew. It was extraordinary, watching something impossible become physical. The glass interior took shape first, clean, precise, geometrically perfect. Then the steel shell built up around it like armor plating a living thing. The Cavorite paste dried to a dark mineral sheen across the exterior surfaces. The roller blinds slid in their tracks. It looked toward the end less like something we had built and more like something that had always existed, waiting to be uncovered. There was one afternoon near completion when the doubt found me. I'd been laying bricks around the furnace casing all morning. We needed to fire the final Cavorite layer in a helium stream, the sphere already assembled, the furnace built around it. My back ached. My hands were ruined. I sat down in the corner of the laboratory among the supply boxes, tinned food, oxygen cylinders, carbon scrubbers, water condensers, and I looked at all of it and something cold moved through me. Cavor was at his workbench measuring something, humming. "After all of this," I said, "what exactly are we doing this for?" He looked up, smiled. "The thing now is simply to go." "The moon," I said. "You keep saying the moon like it's a destination. Like there's something there. It's a dead world, Cavor, rock and vacuum and nothing. We're going to see, are we?" He studied me for a moment. "You're exhausted. Take the afternoon." "I'm finishing the brickwork." I did finish it, and that night I didn't sleep, not a single hour. I'd had bad nights before: the bankruptcy, the creditors, the period when I genuinely couldn't see a forward path, but those nights, the very worst of them, felt like deep rest compared to this. I lay in the dark, and the scale of what we were doing arrived like a physical weight settling onto my chest. 250,000 miles, in a steel sphere, in a void that had never contained a human body. I thought about the mathematics of it, the absolute zero of deep space, the null atmosphere, the radiation. The variables Cavor had hand-waved past with that characteristic gesture that meant we'll deal with that as it comes, and every reassurance I'd absorbed over months of work evaporated. The sphere felt flimsy. The design felt improvised. Cavor felt like a very brilliant, very dangerous man who had never once in his life paused to consider that brilliance does not equal safety. I got up, went to the window, sat in the dark and looked at the stars. The void between them isn't empty, it's something worse than empty. It's the absence of everything that keeps you alive, and we were proposing to enter it. I went back to bed, fell into something that wasn't sleep so much as a series of falling dreams, plummeting through absolute darkness, no ground coming, the fall just continuing, and I woke in a cold sweat. At breakfast I told him flatly, "I'm not coming." Cavor set down his spoon, looked at me with that particular expression, patient, confused, faintly disappointed, as though I'd said I didn't believe in magnetism. "Bedford, the thing's too mad." I kept my voice level. "I've thought about it clearly and the answer is no." I went for a long walk instead, didn't plan where, just put on my coat and hat and went. It was a brilliant morning, warm wind, deep blue sky, the first green threading through the hedgerows, birdsong everywhere. The kind of morning that feels like an argument against death. I ate beef and drank beer in a roadside public house outside LM and said to the landlord, half to myself, "Any man who leaves the world on a morning like this one is an absolute fool." The landlord gave me a strange look, told me someone local had cut their throat the previous evening. I walked on. I slept in a sunny field for an hour in the afternoon and woke up feeling human again. Found an inn near Canterbury as the light was going, good creepers on the walls, a sharp-eyed landlady who told me she'd never been further than Canterbury in her life and was entirely satisfied with that. "How would you feel about a trip to the moon?" I said. She frowned. "I don't hold with balloons, I wouldn't go up in one for anything." I laughed properly for the first time in weeks. That night I sat on the bench outside the inn and talked with two laborers about brickwork and motor cars and last season's cricket. And above us the thin new moon, blue and faint as a pencil line, slid west toward the sun and disappeared. I watched it go, and thought, that's where we're going. The fear was still there, but underneath it something else had calcified, something that felt, if not like courage, then at least like its functional equivalent. I was back the next morning. "I'm coming," I told Cavor. "I had a bad night, that's all." He nodded like a man who'd already known I'd return and simply been waiting. We went to the laboratory. The sphere waited for us, vast and dark in the morning shadows of the building. The furnace brickwork still warm, the Cavorite surface dry and finished and absolute. We went back to work. Chapter 4, sealed inside darkness, the manhole edge bit into the backs of my thighs. I looked down into the sphere's interior, a perfect black circle, maybe 5 feet across, swallowing the last of the evening light, and everything in me said, "Don't." "Go on," Cavor said. I went. I swung my other leg over and slid down the curved glass wall, the surface impossibly smooth beneath my palms, and landed at the bottom in the accumulated warmth. 80 degrees. The thermometer on the inner wall confirmed it. Outside, the twilight was dying over the fields. In here it was already another world. Cavor passed down the supply cans one at a time. Oxygen cylinders, food, wool blankets. I arranged everything loosely at my feet the way he'd instructed, not yet understanding why loosely mattered. I would understand soon enough. Cavor walked the perimeter of the open shed one final time, checking for anything forgotten. His footsteps on the packed earth were small, deliberate sounds. The last ordinary sounds. He climbed in. I noticed something in his hand. "What's that?" He looked almost embarrassed. "Reading material, the voyage. There are certain uncertainties regarding duration. We could be floating in this sphere for weeks with absolutely nothing to. Weeks. I should have mentioned it earlier. You think?" He peered back out through the manhole. The ghost of a smile crossed his face. "Wait, look." I leaned up beside him. Out there in the gloom of the shed, half hidden under a workbench, a water-stained copy of Tit-Bits. Wedged in the corner beyond it, a torn Lloyd's News. Someone's forgotten afternoon. I scrambled out, grabbed both, scrambled back. Cavor was already holding a small cloth-bound book. I took it from him and read the spine, the works of William Shakespeare. He colored slightly. "My education has been almost entirely scientific. You've never read him." "No." I handed it back. He knew a few things in an irregular sort of way. "So I'm told," Cavor said quietly. Together we screwed the glass cover into the manhole, tight, sealed. Then Cavor pressed a small stud and a corresponding blind closed across the outer casing. The oblong of dying light vanished. Darkness, complete and absolute. Neither of us spoke. I became aware of my own breathing, of Cavor's breathing, of the profound, almost geological silence pressing in from outside. Then a small, cold thought surfaced. "Why are there no chairs?" "Settled," Cavor said, somewhere in the blackness to my left. "What does that mean?" "You'll see." I opened my mouth, closed it. The darkness sat on my chest like a weight, and then suddenly, with a clarity that felt almost chemical, I understood I was an idiot. I was inside a glass sphere in a shed in rural England, about to be fired into space by a substance no established physics could yet explain, with a man whose sanity I had questioned on more than one occasion, carrying approximately 3 months' worth of tinned food and a copy of Lloyd's News. Is it too late? The thought was urgent, white-hot. Is it still too late to get out? It wasn't cowardice, I told myself. It was reason. It was basic, self-preserving reason asserting itself after weeks of being drowned out by Cavor's infectious, maddening certainty, but I didn't move, because moving would look like fear. So I sat in the dark and hated myself and let the seconds accumulate into minutes, and the fretful anger built in my chest like steam pressure, and I did nothing. Then it happened. A small jerk, barely anything, the pop of a champagne cork heard through a closed door, and a faint, high whistling. Then the pressure. It was instantaneous and total. Like the entire weight of the world was stacked on my feet, crushing down through the soles of my shoes, through the glass, into nothing. It lasted perhaps half a second, less. It was already over. "Cavor," my voice sounded strange, too loud, my nerves completely gone. I don't think I can." Silence. "I mean it. I want out. Open the manhole." "You can't get out," he said. "Watch me." 10 seconds passed, maybe more. "Bedford." His voice was very quiet, very steady. That jerk was the launch. "We are already moving faster than a rifle bullet. We are already in space." I sat with that. I sat with the fact that I had hesitated 30 seconds too long, and that the shed and the field in England and the entire planet Earth were already falling away beneath us at a speed no Victorian locomotive had ever dreamed of. I had nothing to say. It was the strangest sensation, not fear exactly, more like the total dissolving of context. As if the concept of leaving the world had never once, in all my consideration of this enterprise, been something I genuinely understood. It had been abstract, a plan, a scheme. Now it was happening to my body. And then my body told me something was wrong, a lightness spreading from my core outward. A strange floating quality to my own limbs, as if my arms had forgotten they had weight. Blood thumped hard in my temples, in my ears, a rushing oceanic pressure behind my eyes. Neither sensation faded, but slowly over minutes or hours, I couldn't tell, they became the new normal. I stopped noticing them. A click, a small glow lamp flickered on. Cavor's face materialized in the amber light, pale as chalk. He was looking at me with an expression I recognized because I felt it on my own face, the specific, sober shock of a man confronting something utterly real. The glass behind him was black, not dark, black, the absolute vacancy of space. And against it, Cavor looked like he was floating in nothing. "We're committed," I said. "Yes." He held my gaze. "We're committed. Don't move." He said it urgently as I shifted my weight. "Keep your muscles slack, completely slack, like you're lying in bed." "Why?" "Look." I looked down, the supply cases, the food cans, the oxygen cylinders I had arranged loosely at my feet not 20 minutes ago. They were floating, not on the floor, in the air. A foot from the curved glass wall, drifting in a slow, silent constellation, utterly indifferent to the concept of down. I felt the shadow shift and looked at Cavor. He wasn't leaning against the glass anymore. He was simply there, suspended a few inches clear of the wall, as if gravity had quietly rescinded its contract. I reached back with one hand. My knuckles brushed the glass. I was floating too. I didn't shout. I didn't flail. But the fear that moved through me was unlike anything I had a name for, not the fear of falling, but its precise opposite. The fear of having been released, of nothing holding you, of the realization that every sensation of weight and groundedness you have experienced in your entire life was only ever a leash, and the leash was gone. The physics of it I understood even then. We had been cut free of Earth's gravitational field. Inside the sphere, only the mutual attraction of our own small masses remained. Everything unsecured was falling slowly because our masses were trivial toward the collective center of gravity, which floated somewhere near the middle of the sphere. Understanding did not help with the fear. It never does. "We need to reorient," Cavor said with the calm of a man who had mentally rehearsed this 1,000 times. "Float back to back, the supplies between us." We did, and then I was still. Suspended in the exact center of a glass sphere hurtling through the vacuum between worlds, with no floor beneath me and no ceiling above me, and the faint warmth of Cavor's back against my own, and the cans of food turning slowly in the amber light like small planets finding their orbits. I had expected violence, speed, the savage lurch of departure. Instead I felt nothing, everything, a vast, impossible stillness. It was not like the beginning of a journey. It was like the beginning of a dream. Chapter 5, Gravity Finds Moon. Cavor killed the light. "We're conserving energy," he said. "The stored charge won't last forever." Darkness swallowed everything, complete, total, the kind of dark that makes you question whether your eyes are open at all. I floated in it, untethered, no floor, no ceiling, just the soft hiss of recycled air and the sound of my own pulse. "Cavor," my voice sounded strange, too small. "Which way are we pointing?" "Away from Earth." He said at a tangent. "The moon is near her third quarter, we're arcing toward her." A pause. "I'll open a blind." A click. A rectangle of the universe appeared in the hull. I wasn't prepared for it. I'd seen the night sky from Earth 1,000 times, thought I understood it. I didn't. Our atmosphere, that thin, miraculous veil of air and water vapor that makes Earth livable, also lies to us. It scatters light, it blurs, it hides. What we call a starry sky from the ground is a pale, washed-out ghost of the real thing. This was the real thing. Stars, millions of them, hundreds of millions, packed so densely into the black that the darkness between them seemed like the exception rather than the rule. No twinkling, no haze, no color bleed. Just hard, perfect, ancient points of light burning in absolute silence. I gripped the inner wall of the sphere and stared. I think I forgot to breathe. Then the window snapped shut. Another clicked open beside it, then immediately closed. Then a third. The moon. I had to look away. Slammed my eyes shut against a blinding white ferocity that hit like a searchlight. When I turned back to Cavor, the afterimage was seared across my vision, a pale, savage disk. I blinked it down, let my eyes adjust to the wash of light filling the sphere. 4 windows opened simultaneously. Cavor's reasoning was precise. He wanted the moon's gravitational pull distributed evenly across every molecule of mass inside the sphere. The physics of it were elegant in their simplicity. Gravity isn't a force you feel unless something blocks it. Out here, nothing was blocking it. The moon was pulling us toward her, and so the moon became down. My feet drifted to the glass and settled there. It happened slowly, naturally. Like gravity had always worked this way, and I'd simply forgotten. The blanket slid down the curvature of the inner wall. The food canisters followed. Everything reoriented itself toward the light source below. Below, I was standing on glass, looking down through several 100,000 miles of nothing at the face of the moon. My stomach lurched. A cold, primal vertigo raked through me. the part of my brain that understood heights screaming at the part that understood physics. I pressed one hand against the inner hull, breathed, counted, the nausea passed, and then I actually looked. No atmosphere between us and that surface. No scattering, no softening. The Terminator line, the boundary between lunar day and night, was razor sharp. The craters weren't the soft gray smudges I'd seen from Earth. They were architectural, precise. Ancient wounds cut into rock, each one throwing a shadow black as ink. Lava plains stretched for what must have been hundreds of miles. Mountain ranges I could have covered with my thumbnail from Earth now loomed with terrifying specificity. A dead world, vast and intricate and utterly, absolutely silent. Cavor, I said. Yes, I tried to find the words, couldn't quite get there. The mineral survey, the company prospectus, the investors, the figures in neat columns in my leather notebook. All of it had made such perfect, rational sense in a woking drawing room with a fire burning and a cup of tea going cold on the mantelpiece. Out here it sounded like something from a dream someone else had. Those business arrangements, I said, the mineral rights, the companies we were going to float. What about them? I can't quite see them from here. Cavor almost smiled. You'll adjust, I suppose. I stared down at that savage white surface. It's just for a moment I could almost believe there was never a world at all. He reached past me and retrieved the copy of Lloyd's News he'd folded into the supply kit. A joke, perhaps, or a lifeline. He pressed it into my hands. I held the paper above my face and read. A gentleman of private means is willing to lend money at reasonable terms. I knew that man, could picture his office. The brass nameplate. The particular way he arranged his expression to suggest benevolence while calculating interest. Below that, someone was selling a cutaway bicycle. Nearly new, cost £15, asking £5. And a lady of apparent refinement needed urgently to dispose of fish knives and forks, a wedding present at considerable sacrifice. Somewhere right now, a cautious man was inspecting those fish knives with great seriousness. Someone else was riding away on that bicycle feeling they'd got the better of a bargain. A third person was sitting across a desk from the gentleman of private means, trusting him completely. The whole dense, intricate, desperately human machinery of life grinding on. I laughed, let the paper go, watched it drift sideways on some invisible air current turning slowly. Can they see us? I asked. From Earth, Cavor raised an eyebrow. With the most powerful telescope in existence, we would appear as a speck, nothing more. I thought about that, about the observatories. The men bent over their instruments in the dark, cataloging the universe with patient, meticulous care. I knew someone, I said, interested in astronomy. I didn't say more than that. The moon held my attention again. It pulled at something in me that had nothing to do with gravity. People, I said. The word came out before I'd decided to say it. Maybe there are. No, Cavor's voice was sharp, final. Stop that, don't romanticize it. He leaned forward and gestured at the surface below us with something close to reverence. Look at it, actually look. I looked. It's dead, he said. Geologically extinct. Vast lava fields, collapsed calderas, frozen wastelands, possibly carbonic acid ice, possibly frozen atmospheric remnants. Though the evidence for any retained atmosphere is negligible. Landslip scars everywhere. Fissures, gulfs. He paused. Men have been watching this world through telescopes for over 200 years. And 2 confirmed landslips, 1 possible crack formation, 1 marginal periodic color variation in a crater basin. That is the complete catalog of observed change. He let that settle. Nothing happens there, Bedford. Nothing, I repeated. And yet. He was quiet for a moment. The sphere turned almost imperceptibly around us, or perhaps the universe turned around the sphere. It was impossible to be certain anymore. If there's life, if it won't be anything like us, think about what life there would actually face. He pressed his fingertips together, working through it like a calculation. A day lasting 14 of our days, 14 days of direct, unfiltered sun, no atmosphere to diffuse the radiation. Then a night of equal length, and in that night no insulating air, no cloud cover, no ocean thermal mass. The temperature would drop toward absolute zero, 273 degrees below the freezing point of water. The number sat in the air between us like a physical thing. Whatever lives there, Cavor continued, must survive by going underground, or by going dormant, or by some metabolic mechanism we haven't conceived of yet. He gazed down at the surface. Something worm-like, perhaps, processing the regolith the way an earthworm processes soil, or something heavily armored, something that waits, a faint smile, something patient, something patient. I looked at the craters, at the dark interiors of the deeper ones, black as voids. Cavor, I said, why didn't we bring a gun? He didn't answer. The silence between us stretched out, long and gravitationally strange, until I filled it myself. The minerals. I said, whatever else, there are still the minerals. Yes, he said, there are always the minerals. He wanted to make a course correction, a fine adjustment. He was going to open the Earth-facing blind for 30 seconds, let her gravitational pull nudge our trajectory by a fraction of a degree. The mathematics were already done, the timing was precise. "Brace yourself," he said. "It will disorient you, hands against the glass, feet against the cargo." I pressed both palms flat against the inner hull, wedged my boots against the food canisters. Click. The window opened and the universe rearranged itself. I fell, not toward the moon, away from it, upward, which was now suddenly, terribly down, and I hit the glass on my hands and face and looked out between my spread fingers and saw Earth. 800 miles, that's all. 800 miles, and she filled the sky completely. A disk of impossible blue-gray enormity hanging in the black. The Terminator cut her in half, one half in sunlight, one half in dark. On the sunlit side I could trace the Atlantic, silver as poured metal, catching the late light. I thought I could make out coastlines, France, Spain, the ragged southern edge of England, home. The word arrived in my chest like a fist. She looked small, she looked like a thing you could cup in your hands. She looked like everything I had ever known. Every person I had ever spoken to, every street I had ever walked down, every room where anything important had ever happened, all of it compressed into that single luminous disk, dwindling already impossibly far below me. No, above me, that was the thing, that was the piece my mind kept sliding away from. Above, click, the shutter closed. I lay on the glass in a state of complete cognitive dissolution, sliding very slowly along the smooth inner curve of the sphere while my sense of up and down reconstructed itself piece by piece. The moon was down. The Earth was somewhere out on the horizon of the conceivable, at the level of things that were neither up nor down but simply other. The planet that had defined every experience of gravity I had ever had, the planet whose pull had shaped every muscle in my body, every bone, every reflex, was now just a direction. One of many. It took a long time to stop feeling that. 6 hours passed. Cavor's chronometer confirmed it. Neither of us had eaten. Neither of us had thought to. This was strange. Back in England, I was a man of considerable appetite, 3 meals a day and often a fourth that I didn't strictly need. But in the sphere I felt no hunger, no thirst. My body had entered some other mode of operation, quieter, more efficient, running on something other than what I was used to fueling it with. The compressed provisions we'd packed for the journey would go almost entirely unused. Cavor checked the carbon scrubbers and the oxygen reserves and reported that our metabolic output had been extraordinarily, inexplicably low. We were barely breathing, barely burning. We ate a little, spoke a little, read a little in the thin conservation light. And then, without deciding to, we both became still, not quite sleep, not quite waking. Some third thing that had no name in the vocabulary of a man who'd only ever lived on Earth. We spread the blankets across the glass, let the moonlight be blocked out, said good night to each other with the slightly formal awkwardness of two men who had not yet quite established the emotional grammar of a friendship this strange. Then sleep, and we fell, silently, smoothly, no friction, no resistance, nothing to push against or hold onto, just the endless, patient pull of that dead white world rising to meet us, down and down and down, into the dark between the stars. Chapter 6, Dark Side. Landing. The glass cleared all at once. No warning, no gradual reveal, one moment nothing, the next everything. Cavor had thrown open 6 shutters simultaneously and the light hit me like a physical blow. White, searingly, impossibly white. I screamed at him, hands clawing at my eyes. Cavor shut them, but I'd already seen it. The moon, not photographs, not etchings in some scientific journal. The actual moon. Hanging 100 miles below our feet. A scimitar of white dawn so enormous it seemed less like a world and more like God clearing his throat. The Terminator, that razor edge where sunlight met shadow, carved across mountain ranges that made the Alps look like gravel, peaks glittering like shattered glass, craters vast enough to swallow England. And at the boundary where the blaze of the sun met the permanent dark, the rocks were doing something impossible. Something no telescope had ever resolved from Earth. They were changing. The harsh gray outlines were softening, bleeding. Under the raw hammer of the sun, the crater floors and ravine walls blurred and shifted, their white surfaces fracturing into patches, then lumps, then nothing, dissolving into a thickening haze. And where the rock vanished, colors emerged, browns, olives, strange organic hues that had no business existing on a dead world. I had approximately 4 seconds to register all of this before Cavor snapped. The shutters closed. Darkness, total and absolute. My brain kept firing phantom light, afterimages burning across my retinas, and then even those died and there was nothing. "We need to talk about what I just—" "No time," Cavor said. He was right. We were in the dangerous phase now, the real danger. We'd been falling toward the moon for days, but falling with intention, spiraling closer. Bleeding speed in careful increments, reading the pull of that gray world the way a sailor reads a current. The sphere of Cavorite that contained us was not a ship in any conventional sense. It had no engine, no propulsion. It worked by blocking gravity's reach. Open a shutter on one side, that side became weightless relative to the nearest mass. Close it, gravity resumed its grip. Cavor had been playing the shutters like a pipe organ. conducting a symphony of gravitational forces using the sun itself as a brake. The math was extraordinary. The execution was terrifying. He moved through the sphere like a man on fire, lunging from one shutter panel to the next, fingers working the brass studs, consulting his chronometer by the dim yellow glow of the electric lamp, scribbling calculations on a pad strapped to his wrist. In the zero-gravity environment, his movements were wild, efficient, almost beautiful. Like watching a spider at the center of a web that was also falling. I, meanwhile, was in his way. Every few minutes he'd kick off a wall and I'd be there, wrong position, wrong moment, and I'd absorb the collision and go spinning toward the glass while he swore quietly and adjusted his trajectory. Get left, I am left, my left, and then the shutters opened again. 4 of them. Sunlight detonated through the glass and hit me from below, from beneath my feet. The sun sitting under the floor of the world like a furnace. I screamed again, staggered, covered my face, snapped, darkness. My skull was ringing, hot and blind and spinning in a void with no up, no down, no reference point for what my body was doing or where the walls were. Then the electric light clicked on. Cavor was already moving toward the luggage. Help me, he said. We need to bind everything together for the landing. I understood immediately. In our weightless state, everything had drifted to the geometric center of the sphere, every bag, every cylinder, every coil of rope. When we hit the surface, gravity would slam back into existence. Whatever wasn't secured would become a projectile. Now, he said, working in zero gravity sounds simple. It is not. Every push has an equal reaction. Every knot tied sends you drifting backward. Cavor's boots floated past my face. I grabbed for a rope and spun sideways and collided with the curved glass wall. The electric light wheeled overhead, then underfoot, then sideways. His feet, my hands, the luggage tumbling in a slow, absurd rotation, but we got it done. One massive bale, rope-tight, blankets wrapped around the exterior to absorb impact. We kept 2 blankets loose, one each, with rough holes cut for our heads. Then Cavor opened a shutter, just a crack moonward. I looked down, a crater. Massive. Central, a constellation of smaller craters arranged around it in a rough cross pattern, like the negative space of some enormous celestial signature. He closed the shutter. Opened it again, sunward this time, the blazing white gold light flooding in, and I understood. He was using the sun's gravity as a final brake, bleeding off the last of our velocity before we committed to the surface. Wrap yourself, he said, already pulling his own blanket around his shoulders. Head covered. I grabbed the blanket, got it over my head, darkness again, close and warm and smelling of wool and fear. The shutters began to snap, 1, 2, 3, all of them open, the world lurched. Then we were rolling, not gently, not controllably. We hit the surface and the sphere became a stone skipping water, impact, bounce, and we were inside it, 2 men and a bale of luggage caroming off the walls like pinballs. The glass rang with each impact. Outside, something white was splashing past the windows in curtains and sheets, almost like snow, almost like surf. Bump, clutch, roll, bump, then the thud, final, definitive. The bale came down on top of me and everything stopped. Silence. I lay still and took inventory of my body, arms, legs, ribs that would bruise badly by morning or whatever passed for morning here. My ears were ringing. Somewhere in the dark, Cavor was breathing hard, grunting. Sound of a man checking himself for damage. Cavor, here. Are you? I'm here. A pause. We're down. A shutter snapped open somewhere above us. Through the gap I could see stars, not the flat, twinkling stars of Earth's atmosphere, but the hard, fixed, surgical stars of vacuum, black velvet and white fire. We were alive. We were on the moon. I pushed the bale aside and got my feet under me. Every bruise announced itself. I straightened up and looked out the glass. Nothing. Absolute darkness. I can't see anything. I grabbed the corner of my blanket and rubbed it against the glass. It's just dark, completely dark. We're in shadow, Cavor said. His voice had steadied. The crater wall, we've landed in the shadow of the crater wall. We're half an hour behind the Terminator. The day hasn't reached us yet. I wiped harder at the glass. It smeared. Condensation bloomed back immediately, mixed now with fibers from the blanket, making it worse, a gray, hair-laced murk that showed nothing. I wiped again, worse, worse. I stopped wiping. We were on the moon. We had crossed 240,000 miles of vacuum in a metal sphere the size of a small room. We had survived a landing that should by all rights have killed us. And now I was standing in the dark in a blanket, unable to see through a foggy window. The absurdity of it hit me all at once. I sat down hard on the bale. This is genuinely ridiculous, Cavor. He didn't argue. The moisture crystallized. Frost crept across the interior of the glass in white geometric fronds, feathering outward from each cold point, beautiful and completely opaque. Can you reach the heating element? Cavor said quickly. The black knob left of the oxygen manifold. Hurry, the temperature's dropping fast. I found it by feel, twisted it. Deep inside the sphere something hummed. We sat wrapped in blankets like survivors of something, waiting for warmth. I'm hungry, I said. It seemed like the wrong thing to feel, but there it was. Cavor looked at me across the bale. His face was strange in the electric light, older than I'd ever noticed, gray with exhaustion, but his eyes still burning with that particular madness that had gotten us here. Eat, he said simply. We have to wait for the sun anyway. The day will come to us. This world rotates slowly. We'll have plenty of light soon enough. I expected more. I said I heard how it sounded, petulant, ungrateful, but I couldn't stop it. I don't know what I expected, something not fog and blankets and bruises and dark. He almost smiled. Yes, he said, I know. I found the food in the bale, ate without tasting it, sat in the humming silence of a sealed sphere on the surface of another world and thought about disappointment, what it means, why we carry it even into the impossible. Then the frost began to retreat, slowly. First just small clear patches, like holes worn in old fabric. Then those patches grew, connected, raced across the glass in widening channels of transparency. The fog lifted, the murk dissolved, and there beyond the glass the moon. The actual moon resolving out of darkness the way a photograph develops in a tray, detail emerging from nothing. A world arriving. We pressed our faces to the glass and stared. Chapter 7, Crater of First Light. The crater rim caught the first light. I saw it before I understood it. We were inside something enormous, a circular plain ringed by cliffs that climbed hundreds of meters straight up, geometric and brutal like the walls of a wound that never healed. The rock was the color of old ash, gray-brown, dead, veined with frozen seams of white that might have been snow but weren't, not exactly. The western wall blazed. Sunlight was catching it from somewhere beyond our sight, painting every crevice and ledge in merciless high-definition clarity, and the effect was disorienting, like watching a photograph develop in real time. No atmosphere to soften the edges, no haze, no distance, everything sharp as a scalpel. Behind us, the eastern cliffs were pure absence. A black silhouette punched out of a sky that shouldn't have looked the way it did. A sky packed so dense with stars it seemed almost solid, not the ceiling of the heavens but a wall of them, velvet dark and impossibly close. No dawn, no gradual brightening, just this, the before. I found myself breathing in shallow pulls, the way you breathe when some animal part of your brain is trying to calculate threat. 12 miles to the western wall, maybe more, and the silence was total, not quiet. Silence. The difference matters. Quiet still has texture. This had nothing. The hummocks stretched in every direction. I had thought they were snow drifts, rounded gray mounds, ghost pale, cresting away from us in waves toward the base of the eastern cliffs. Thousands of them, an undulating lunar tundra. They were not snow. The realization came later, and it was the kind of realization that rearranges how you understand a place. They were frozen air. Solidified atmosphere, compressed and crystallized in the weeks-long lunar night. What passes for an atmosphere on the moon, thin, barely there, a ghost of gas, had simply frozen solid and settled across the crater floor like a second skin. And now the sun was coming. Cavor gripped my arm. The light, he said, watch it. The sunlight had reached the base of the western cliff. I watched it touch the nearest frozen mounds. The word incontinently doesn't do it justice. The word rapid doesn't do it justice. What happened next happened the way electrical current moves through copper, instantaneous, total, traveling toward us at a speed the eye could barely process. The mounds began to smoke, not gently, not gradually. They went from frozen solid to sublimating gas in seconds, each one erupting in a thin gray column that immediately caught the airless light and became something luminous and strange. First one, then 10. Then hundreds. The crater floor turned into a field of geysers, every mound venting at once, the vapor rising in curtains and spiraling sheets, thickening, merging, building. It's air, Cavor said. His voice was tight, controlled, but barely. It has to be. Nothing else would behave like this. Nothing else sublimes that fast. He turned to look upward. Bedford, look at the sky. I looked. The stars were disappearing, not all at once. That would have been too clean, too theatrical. They faded individually, swallowed by a creeping cerulean stain spreading across the black. Blue, not earth blue, not the fat, saturated blue of a summer morning back home. Something thinner, provisional, like a sky that was only trying on the idea of being a sky. It's building an atmosphere, I said. Temporarily, yes. The wave front of sublimating gas rolled toward us. I watched it come, fast as weather, faster. The fog bank was the leading edge of an entire world waking up from a month-long frozen sleep, and it moved with the indifference of a natural force that had never needed to concern itself with the small warm things crouching in the middle of its crater floor. I could feel it now, a vibration in the metal beneath my feet. The sphere began to hiss. Cavor's head snapped around. The ground, I feel it, we're on a slope of, and then the sun came over the eastern rim. And the world came apart, no warning, no graduated reveal. One moment there was the corona, a crown of fire dancing along the cliff's edge, solar prominences twisting in shapes that had never been seen by any human eye before ours because back on Earth our own atmosphere veils them completely, filters them into invisibility. Raw sun, unmediated. The geometry of stellar fusion written in light against black rock. Then the disk itself cleared the rim. The first edge of it hit me like a physical blow, not metaphorically. The thermal radiation, unfiltered, unattenuated by so much as a molecule of ozone, struck my face and I felt it. Heat with mass behind it, heat with intent. I screamed. I had my hands over my eyes and I was already blind, and the sphere was moving, lurching hard to the left as the gas rising from beneath us found the path of least resistance, and that path was us, our weight. The slope of the crater floor, hold on, Cavor, the hissing became a roar. The frozen air wasn't sublimating anymore, it was doing something worse. The direct solar radiation had hit what was already partially gaseous slush, and the whole chemical calculation had changed, solid to liquid to gas, all three states simultaneously, the surface of the crater becoming something between paste and foam and boiling plasma, and we were sitting inside a metal sphere on top of it. We rolled, that's the only word. We rolled, the sphere catching in the slush and bouncing free and catching again, the motion completely without pattern or mercy, and inside we were cargo, we were loose freight, we were two small frightened men being shaken in a tin by something vast and amused. I hit the far wall. Cavor hit me. The instrument package hit both of us. On Earth, with our full weight, we would have broken. I know this with certainty. The physics don't lie. But the moon is 1/6 gravity, and so instead of bones splintering, we merely battered each other badly, repeatedly, in a kind of prolonged catastrophe that stopped just short of fatal. I saw, through one terrifying moment when my face was against the glass, the exterior surface of the sphere. What was out there looked like water hitting a griddle. The liquefied air frothing and spitting and boiling away in jets, and we were inside it, inside the boil. And the sphere was moving faster now, downslope, my head connected with something. The universe became a bright, irrelevant noise, then nothing. Something was touching my face, thin, delicate like grass against skin. I opened my eyes to blue. The blue of the tinted goggles Cavor had fitted over my eyes while I was unconscious. He was crouched above me, upside down from my perspective. His face carrying the particular expression of a man who has been frightened badly and has not yet finished being frightened. His lip was split, blood had dried on his chin. Better, he said. The word was so insufficient for the situation that I almost laughed. How long, I managed. The chronometer is broken. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Sometime, I don't sometime. I lay still and took inventory. The back of my right hand was raw, skin gone. The exposed tissue already dry in the heat. Forehead bruised and crusted with old blood. Everything else ached in the general way of a man who has been tumbled down a hillside inside a metal ball, which is, I will tell you precisely what had happened. Cavor pressed a small measure of restorative into my hand. I drank it without asking what it was. Gradually I became aware of the light, not the killing light of the direct solar strike. He had closed the outer shutters, shielding us, but a reflected brilliance that still seemed extraordinary after the gray half-dark of our arrival. I blinked, tried to reconcile what I was seeing. The mounds, I said, the frozen air, gone. He gestured toward the glass, evaporated completely or nearly. The surface underneath is exposed. I sat up slowly, accepting his steadying hand. Outside the porthole, the lunar landscape stared back at me. The fog had burned away. The hummocks were gone. Where they had been there was now bare rock, dark, grainy, a soil that was not quite soil, in colors that had no good English names. Here and there the surface was broken open, raw and excavated by the violence of the sublimation. The light on it was hard and directional and cast no soft shadows. We had rolled a long way down the crater floor. I could see that now. The eastern cliffs were closer. The sky above them was still that thin, uncertain blue. But already I could see it fading at the edges, the atmosphere we had watched being born already beginning its retreat. Temporary, all of it. The moon wasn't keeping us, it was merely enduring us. I looked at Cavor. He was staring through the glass with an expression I recognized from the workshop back in Limpney, the absolute focus of a man in the presence of something no one has ever seen before and is trying to see it completely, trying to hold all of it at once. Well, I said. My voice sounded strange in the silence of the sphere, thin. That was something. He turned to look at me. That, he said carefully, was just the sunrise. Chapter 8. Dead world stirring. The darkness broke, not gradually, all at once, like a switch thrown in some vast and indifferent machine. Bedford pressed his face against the porthole glass and tried to process what his eyes were telling him. Gone. The brutal monochrome was simply gone. The killing black and white of the lunar void had bled away while he'd been unconscious, replaced by something that seemed impossible. Something that made his chest seize with a feeling he couldn't immediately name. Color. There was color on the moon. The sun sat low on the horizon, and its light had taken on a faint amber warmth, the way it looks at home in late September when the summer is finished dying. The crater wall threw shadows so deeply purple they looked bruised. To the east, a low dark bank of fog still cowered from the sunrise. To the west, the sky was simply, staggeringly blue. He became aware of how long he'd been out, hours, maybe longer. Cavor, his voice came out strange, cracked. Cavor, wake up. The little man stirred behind him. Bedford couldn't look away from the porthole. He was already cataloging what he saw, his mind running hard to keep up with his eyes. The void-like sterility had retreated. Broad sweeps of rusty brown earth stretched in every direction, bare and tumbled and ancient, blazing under the low hammer of the sun. Here and there, shallow pools of meltwater caught the light and threw it back, the only movement, the only shimmer in what should have been a dead and silent world. Snow still lingered in the shadows of rock formations, white threads clinging to the dark places, but everywhere the sun touched was warming now, visibly warming, the frost pulling back like a held breath finally released. The sphere itself was half in that warmth, the upper half glowed with it. It felt like high summer up near the ceiling. The lower half was still cold, still resting in a drift of gray snow. Bedford started rubbing at the glass with his sleeve, convinced for a moment that what he was seeing was condensation, illusion, a trick his oxygen-starved brain was playing on him. He rubbed harder. The image stayed, because scattered across the sunlit slope, between the frost-edged rocks, between the meltwater pools, lying in the rusty earth like discarded debris, there were things that looked like sticks. Dry, twisted. The same dead rust color as everything else. He stared at them, sticks, on a world with no life, no atmosphere to speak of until an hour ago, no biology, no history of anything ever having been alive, or so they'd believed. He leaned closer to the glass. The fibrous texture of the ground resolved itself as his eyes adjusted, not just sticks. The entire surface had a texture like the floor of a pine forest in autumn, that layered carpet of brown needles, compressed by time into something dense and intricate and old. Something that had been alive once and had died and had fallen and had accumulated over geological spans of time. His pulse spiked. Cavor, sharper now, come look at this. Yes, what is it? Just come here, look at the slope. He heard Cavor move, heard him settle beside him. It may be a dead world now, Bedford said slowly, but once he stopped. His eye had snagged on something. Among the needle carpet, he'd noticed a number of small rounded objects, oval like pebbles or like one of them moved. He stopped breathing. He watched it for 3 full seconds, telling himself he was wrong, that the low-gravity environment was doing something to his perception, that shadows shifted, that nothing on this world moved because nothing on this world lived. It moved again. Cavor, he whispered. What? He couldn't speak. Grabbed Cavor's arm, felt the man flinch and pointed. There. The word came out strangled. Yes, and there, Cavor's breath caught. Where are you? Look at them. How do you explain what it means to watch a dead world wake up? It started small, the smallest possible thing. One of the oval objects, pebble-sized, the dull brown of old bark cracked along its equator. A hairline fracture, nothing more, and through that fracture a thin line of color appeared. Yellowish green. The color of something new, something impossibly, stubbornly alive. Then another crack, then a third. It's a seed, Cavor breathed, a beat of silence. Then so quietly Bedford almost missed it. Life. The word detonated inside his chest. Life. Because it was pouring through him now, the full enormity of it. They had crossed 250,000 miles of vacuum. They had survived the void, the cold, the dark, and they had not arrived at a mineral graveyard. They had not come all this way to find nothing. They had come to find this. Bedford pressed closer to the glass, jaw working, vision blurring at the edges. He kept wiping at the porthole with his sleeve. The image was sharpest at the dead center. Everywhere else, the curvature of the glass bloomed and distorted, but center was enough. Center was more than enough. All down the sunlit slope, the seeds were splitting open. One after another, crack, crack. Crack, silent as everything else out there, but relentless. Inevitable. The split cases peeled back like the husks of fruit torn open from the inside. Each one exposed something urgent and wet and reaching, some condensed biological intention that had been waiting, locked in suspension through the 2-week lunar night. Waiting for exactly this, the low amber blast of a rising sun. They weren't waiting any longer, even as he watched. The first generation of split seeds thrust rootlets down into the rust-colored earth. Simultaneously, not sequentially, tight little bud clusters punched upward into the light. The movement was nothing like any plant he had ever seen. Faster than that, much faster, but still not the spasmodic twitch of an animal. Something in between, something that shouldn't exist in any taxonomy he knew. In the time it took him to exhale and breathe back in. The buds were visibly larger. He thought of mercury rising in a thermometer, the way it climbs steadily when you wrap your hand around the glass, that smooth and purposeful ascent, and realized that was the only comparison that came close. A continuous, smooth, unstoppable progression. Cavor made a sound beside him that was not quite language. The bud clusters jerked open. Tiny coronets of sharp tips fanned outward. Unfurling whorls of dark olive-green leaves that moved as he watched them, that grew the way the second hand of a clock moves, slow if you stare, shockingly advanced if you look away and look back. The brown seed cases shriveled. were absorbed back into the plant in real time, the chemistry of it playing out too fast for dead matter to have any business being involved. The whole slope transformed. 5 minutes ago, bare rusty earth and frost shadows and the silence of an airless century. Now, a low bristling carpet of olive-green spikes actually swaying with the physical force of their own growth. Bedford turned. To the east, along the upper edge of a rock formation, another fringe of the stuff was already silhouetted against the glare, bending and nodding, dark against the blinding sky. Behind it, a larger shape was visible, something branching like a cactus. Rough and congested, but swelling as he watched. Swelling visibly. Like a bladder inflating but made of orange flesh, vivid and lurid in the direct sunlight, pushing out blunt limbs in every direction until it stood several feet high and still climbing. In minutes. He understood the physics, some part of his brain supplying the data without being asked. A sixth the gravity. Growth that would take an hour on Earth compressed into 10 minutes here. The moon's brief day, brief in geological terms, an eternity in biological ones, demanding that whatever lived here do everything fast, everything immediately, flower and fruit and seed and die before the 2-week night came back and froze the world solid again. Evolution had answered that demand. To the west, more of them, different shapes. A bristling beard of spiky, fleshy vegetation was rising from gullies and shallow flats that had been shadowed when they arrived. Climbing over reefs of shining rock, a vast and silent uprising of things that wanted to exist. And still, wherever the sun hadn't reached yet, the banks of bluish snow waited. The cold, the dark side of the equation, but it was losing ground. Bedford stood with his forehead against the curved glass, watching the moon come alive, and felt something crack open in his chest that was not entirely unlike what he was watching outside. Something that had been frozen a long time. Something that had been waiting for the light. Chapter 9. First breath test. The air inside the sphere tasted stale and recycled and wrong. Bedford stared through the porthole glass at the impossible. Plants, growing on the moon, not metaphorically, not some trick of light refracted through the sphere's thick windows. Actual vegetation erupting from the gray-white regolith in real time, stems thickening, leaves unfurling, a whole alien biosphere switching itself on like something had just thrown a circuit breaker. 20 minutes ago there had been nothing out there but snow and rock and the absolute silence of a dead world. Now this. He turned to Cavor. Cavor was already looking back at him. Neither spoke. The question lived in both their faces. If there are plants, there is atmosphere. Bedford felt his pulse spike. The hatch, he said. Yes. Cavor's eyes were incandescent. If that's actually air. Bedford started toward the manhole in the floor. Cavor grabbed his arm. Wait. The smaller man's voice was low and precise. We don't know what's out there. It could be pure nitrogen, could be carbon dioxide. That would kill us in 30 seconds flat. Bedford stopped. He hated that Cavor was right, so we test it. Cavor was already moving. He pulled a crumpled wad of paper from the supply bale, struck a match, held the flame to the edge until it caught. Then he crouched over the hatch valve and thrust the burning paper through the exterior port with quick, deliberate hands. Bedford pressed his face to the lower porthole. Come on. He watched the burning paper drop from the port and land softly on the snow below the sphere. The pink flame winked out. Dead, his stomach dropped, then a blue tongue, trembling at the paper's edge. Barely there, impossibly fragile, impossibly beautiful. It crept and spread and the whole sheet caught again. Charring black, curling, sending up a thin thread of smoke that twisted in something that could only be called a breeze. Bedford sat back on his heels. His hands were shaking. Oxygen, or close enough to it. An atmosphere capable of sustaining human life on a body 230,000 miles from Earth, a world every scientist and natural philosopher of the age had unanimously declared to be an airless, inert, frozen tomb. They were wrong. They were spectacularly, historically, cosmically wrong. We can go out there, Bedford said. The words felt absurd leaving his mouth. We can actually go out there. He swung his legs over the manhole and reached for the locking wheel. Cavor stopped him again. Bedford, what? Cavor held up one finger. Always one more thing with this man. The external pressure. Even if it's oxygenated, the atmosphere could be so thin it triggers altitude sickness, hemorrhaging, pulmonary edema. We don't know how rarefied. Cavor, I have something for it. He produced a small glass vial from his coat pocket, some preparation he'd mixed days earlier. Bedford didn't ask what was in it. He drank half. It tasted like copper and bad decisions. A numbness spread through his jaw and down into his fingertips, dull and strange, and then stabilized. Now, Bedford said. Cavor nodded. Now. Bedford gripped the locking wheel with both hands and turned. The moment the thread engaged with outside atmosphere, the sphere began to sing. A high, thin kettle whistle of pressurized air bleeding through the gap in the screw. The pressure differential was immediately, viscerally apparent. The air inside the sphere, dense, warm, processed, was trying to evacuate. Outside was something much thinner. Much less, how much less he had no way of knowing. Bedford held the stopper steady, ready to slam it shut. Cavor sat behind him with a compressed oxygen cylinder across his knees, thumb on the valve. If this went wrong, it was going to go wrong very fast. The whistle of escaping air climbed in pitch. Bedford's ears began to throb. The sound of Cavor's breathing behind him went strange and distant, as though someone had turned the world's volume dial 2 notches to the left. He watched small puffs of vapor materialize from the escaping air as its moisture condensed in the cold. Outside the porthole, the alien vegetation continued its silent, indifferent expansion. Then came the shortness of breath, not dramatic, not a sudden collapse, just a creeping awareness that each inhale was delivering less than it promised. A crawling sensation at the back of his throat, an unpleasant pressure behind his fingernails and in the cartilage of his ears. Then the vertigo hit, the sphere tilted, his vision strobed. He got one hand on the locking wheel and gave it a half-turn back. "I need a moment," he managed. Cavor's voice arrived from somewhere very far away, thin as wire. "Brandy." Bedford hadn't noticed the flask appearing. He took it, drank. The warmth moved through him like a lit fuse. The vertigo subsided. He sat with both hands on the wheel and waited, listened to his own pulse. Listened to the world outside the glass, which was making no sound at all. Then he realized the kettle whistle had stopped. The pressures had equalized. He looked at Cavor. Cavor looked back, his round face pale and calm and electric with the same barely contained animal urgency Bedford felt living in his own ribcage. "Well," Cavor whispered. "Well," a pause. "Shall we go on?" Bedford thought about turning back. He gave the thought approximately 1 second of his time. He turned the wheel, lifted the circular hatch cover, set it aside on the bale. A whisper of cold moved through the sphere. He looked down through the open hole. 6 inches below his boots lay the surface of another world, untouched, unprinted, white and ancient and absolute. It had been waiting a long time. Cavor pulled his blanket coat over his head, tied it at the waist with a length of cord. He sat at the edge of the hatch, lowered his legs through. His boot heels hovered 6 inches above the lunar regolith. He dropped, he landed, he stood on the moon. Bedford watched through the thick porthole glass as Cavor took one experimental step forward, and the edge of the glass warped his figure into something grotesque and wavering, and then Cavor jumped. Bedford blinked. He was gone, just gone. And then Bedford found him again, 30 feet away, standing on top of a rock formation, arms raised, laughing at the sky with no sound reaching through the vacuum. The jump had been extraordinary. Not a step, not a bound, something else entirely. Bedford's mind ran the numbers. Lunar gravity, 1/6 of Earth. He knew this. He'd known it intellectually for weeks. But knowing it and watching it were completely different categories of experience. Cavor hadn't jumped 30 feet because he was athletic. Cavor was the least athletic man Bedford had ever met. He jumped 30 feet because the moon had simply allowed it. Bedford dropped through the hatch. His boots hit the surface with a crunch that traveled up through his ankles and disappeared. He looked around. The regolith was gray and fine-packed. The alien scrub towered over him in every direction, erupting from the rock, crackling with silent growth. The sun hung absolutely motionless in a sky that was the wrong shade of black, not night, just the absence of atmosphere to scatter light. He took a step, jumped. The ground disappeared. He hung in the air for what felt like an entirely unreasonable amount of time. His brain kept waiting for the fall to accelerate the way falls were supposed to accelerate, and it simply refused. He floated. He drifted. He arrived on the rock where Cavor stood like a man stepping gently off a curb. He grabbed the rock to steady himself. He was breathing in hard gasps, partly from altitude, partly from pure adrenaline shock. Cavor was shouting something. His voice arrived thin and reedy through the sparse air, barely enough medium to carry sound at all. "Careful, careful, the gravity." Bedford straightened, looked out across the crater floor. It stretched for miles, the entire bowl of it heaving with the new growth, the bristling spikes and swelling cacti and crawling lichens painting the gray rock in violent greens and purples and a livid magenta that had no business existing. The crater wall rose in the distance, vast and hazy, buttressed and terraced, ringing them in from every direction. A cold wind moved through the thin air. It had almost no force, but it had temperature. It had the temperature of space barely held at bay. "No signs of anything," Cavor said, his voice a ghost of itself. "No animals, no structures." He turned slowly, cataloging. "Nothing has ever been built here. Nothing has ever walked here." Bedford scanned the rocks. Some part of him had been holding onto a hope he hadn't consciously admitted to. Some pinnacle, some chimney, some evidence that intelligence had been here before them. There was nothing, just the plants, just the silence, just a world going about its ancient business without reference to anything humanity had ever hoped or feared or imagined about it. "This is no world for men," Cavor said. Bedford looked at the alien landscape, at the vegetation that moved like the floor of a dream ocean, at the sky that was simultaneously noon and midnight. "And yet," Bedford said, Cavor looked at him, And yet, Bedford said again, they looked at each other and something passed between them that didn't require the thin air to carry it. Cavor turned and leapt. Bedford watched him actually sail over a cluster of scrub and land 30 feet out in a spray of gray dust. He felt it then. The thing underneath the fear. Underneath the vertigo and the copper taste and the throb behind his ears. Elation, pure chemical unreasonable elation. He jumped. The moon let him fly. He overshot Cavor by 15 feet, hit a massive fungal body that erupted on impact, showering him in orange spores, coating his jacket and hands and face in a fine alien powder. He rolled, hit rock, came to rest on his back laughing until there wasn't enough air in his lungs to continue. Cavor appeared above him, peering down with mild alarm. You applied far too much force, Cavor said. I know, you need to, I know. Bedford sat up, still laughing, brushing orange spores from his coat. He pulled several small thorns from his palm. His muscles were singing with adrenaline. I know, we calibrate, we learn, we adapt. And that was exactly what they did. For the next hour they leapt back and forth across the crater floor, mapping the new physics of their bodies through direct experiment. 10 yards, 15, 20. Each jump teaching their nervous system something that no amount of theoretical preparation could have delivered. The moon's gravity wasn't just weaker. It was a completely different relationship between intention and outcome. You thought a movement and the moon took your thought and multiplied it by 6. You learned to think smaller, quieter, more controlled after 30 jumps. Bedford could place himself on a target at 20 yards with something approaching confidence. He was adapting. His body was rewriting its own assumptions in real time. Around them, the lunar garden continued its manic growth. The plants were knee-high now and climbing. The air tasted thin but carried a strange sweetness that Bedford suspected was a higher oxygen ratio than anything he'd breathed on Earth. Everything was slightly too vivid. The colors a fraction too saturated. Even the shadows fell wrong, too sharp, too absolute, no atmospheric haze to soften their edges. Amazing, Cavor kept saying between leaps. Amazing, amazing, amazing. They landed together in a shallow lichenous bowl, both breathing hard, both grinning with the idiot joy of men who have just discovered that the rules they memorized are wrong in the most wonderful possible way. Bedford's lungs ached pleasantly. He looked back the way they'd come. The thought arrived with no particular urgency, just a simple logistical question, the kind you ask when you're getting your bearings. By the way, Bedford said, where exactly is the sphere? Cavor frowned. And then the full architecture of the question assembled itself in Bedford's mind. The distance they'd covered, the direction changes. The complete absence of landmarks in a landscape of identical rocks and identical scrub extending identically in all directions for as far as the eye could reach. The sphere, their air supply, their only means of pressurization, their only means of leaving this crater, this world, this moon. Cavor, Bedford's voice had changed completely. Where is the sphere? Chapter 10, Lost without orbit. The sphere was gone. Bedford turned a full circle, scanning the crater floor, and his stomach dropped. Gone. I think, Cavor said slowly, we left it somewhere, about there. He raised one arm and traced a vague arc through the air. The gesture meant nothing. His face had gone the color of chalk. They'd been walking for less than an hour. How was this possible? All around them, the lunar surface was transforming in real time. The alien vegetation erupting from the regolith in fast forward. Each plant visibly taller than it had been minutes ago, the cactus forms swelling, the lichens spreading across every rock face like spilled ink. The crater floor that had been open and navigable when they'd first stepped out of the sphere was now a labyrinth, a jungle that had built itself around them while they were distracted by wonder. And somewhere inside it, swallowed whole, was their ship, their only ship. Bedford heard the blood in his own ears. It can't be far, Cavor said. Which direction? Cavor pointed. Bedford had already been looking that way and had seen nothing but green chaos. No. Bedford crouched and pressed 2 fingers into the soft lunar soil. These are my heel marks. I came from over there, which means the sphere is eastward, more eastward than you think. I kept the sun on my right the whole time. Every time I leaped, my shadow ran out ahead of me. They stared at each other. In the vast silence of the crater, Bedford felt the true scale of the situation assembling itself in his mind like a structure he didn't want to look at directly. The crater was enormous. The vegetation was unrecognizable, every bush identical to every other bush. There were no landmarks because everything was changing. The thing they needed to find was the size of a large carriage. And it was buried in a jungle that hadn't existed 90 minutes ago. Good God, he said. What fools. We must find it, Cavor said, and quickly. He looked up at the sun. It was climbing. The heat was already significant, a dry, airless scorch that pressed against Bedford's skin like an iron plate. I haven't eaten since before we landed, and the temperature will only, I know. Bedford hadn't noticed the hunger until Cavor named it. Now it was all he could feel, a hollow, urgent ache carving through his midsection. He wanted to sit down, he wanted very badly to sit down. We circle outward, Cavor said. Expanding search pattern, the sphere cannot be more than 50 yards from this spot. It was the only option. Bedford knew it. He didn't like it. There was something deeply wrong about wandering further into this breathing, growing maze, but there was nothing else. He started moving. The spike plants raked at his arms as he pushed through them. The fleshy cacti brushed his shoulders. The spores of the bulbous fungi detonated softly against his coat in pale clouds. He kept his eyes on the ground, searching for any disturbance in the regolith, any impression left by several tons of metallic sphere. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Cavor worked a parallel route, both of them moving in tightening circles, calling quiet reports to each other through the undergrowth. Snow bank on your left. Was there snow near the sphere? There was snow everywhere, it was true. The snowdrifts were still present in the deep shade, blue-white and retreating, but they were shrinking. In another hour they'd be gone. The entire surface was being remade around them. Bedford stopped moving. He'd heard something, not the whisper of the growing plants, not the low sigh of the thin wind, something else. Something that didn't belong to this dead world. He pressed his boot against the ground and felt it before he heard it properly. Boom. A pause, then boom, then again. Boom, it came from beneath him, from inside the moon, deep and resonant and slow, each strike perfectly measured, vibrating up through the rock and into the soles of his boots and into his spine and into the back of his skull. He couldn't breathe. The sound was rhythmic, deliberate. It was the sound of mechanism, of engineering, of intention, of something built by minds that understood intervals and precision. It was the sound of a clock, a buried colossal clock, ticking away in the dark beneath the sea of storms. Cavor appeared through the brush, his face white. You hear that? Yes, it sounds like. I know what it sounds like. They stood still. The crater looked exactly the same as it had 30 seconds ago. Alien vegetation, black sky, burning sun, the distant crater wall. But it was not the same. The ground beneath their feet was inhabited. Something lived down there, something with the engineering capability to build a machine the size of a cathedral. Count the strikes, Cavor whispered. Bedford opened his mouth to start counting. The sound stopped. The silence that poured in was absolute and physical, like pressure against the eardrums. Bedford stood completely still, heart hammering, waiting for the next strike that didn't come. Had he imagined it? Had they both imagined it? Then he felt Cavor's hand clamp around his forearm, hard, urgent. We need to find the sphere, Cavor breathed. The words were barely voiced. Right now, whatever that is, it is beyond anything I can. We need to get back inside and we need to leave. Which direction? Clang. The sound erupted from somewhere across the crater, not below them now, lateral, present, close. A massive metallic percussion, like iron gates the size of a warehouse being thrown open on their hinges. The sound rolled across the crater floor and bounced off the distant cliffs and came back at them from 3 directions. Bedford grabbed Cavor's sleeve and pulled him into the nearest thicket. They went in on hands and knees, forcing through the base of the vegetation where the lower leaves were already yellowing and dying in the shade of the growth above, soft enough to push through without resistance. A spike blade opened a thin red line across Bedford's cheek. He didn't stop. They crawled until the stems were dense enough on all sides to constitute cover. Then Bedford stopped and turned and looked at Cavor's face 6 inches from his own. Both of them were panting. Subterranean, Cavor whispered. It's all below us, the entire civilization. It must be below the surface. Then they can come up. The word civilization hit Bedford like cold water. Cavor had just said it matter-of-factly, as though the conclusion were obvious, as though it weren't the most world-destroying sentence a human being had ever spoken. A civilization, beneath the moon. We need the sphere, Bedford said. Then we crawl. They crawled. Bedford moved with his elbows and knees in the lunar soil, the grown surface pressing in from every direction, the oversized plant cells, each one visible to the naked eye, large as a thumb joint, translucent and jewel-bright, sliding across his palms like wet glass beads. The lichens pulsed and rippled beneath his weight. The fungi loomed and burst softly against his shoulders in the dark spaces between the stems. Overhead, through gaps in the canopy, the sky was black and salted with stars that refused to go out even in full daylight. The sun hung in that sky like something wrong, too sharp, too unblinking. He searched the ground for the sphere's impression. He found nothing. He kept moving. From beneath them, the concussions continued at intervals, deep structural booms that he felt in his molars, and now other sounds were threading through. A rhythmic clanging, complex and industrial, the sound of massive machinery cycling through its operations. Whatever was happening down there involved components large enough that their motion shook the crust. Bedford's throat was parched, his hands trembled slightly with hunger. His heart rate had not come down, then. From somewhere across the crater, carried through the thin lunar air, a sound that stopped every thought in his head. Bellowing, something alive and enormous, bellowing. Bedford went flat against the ground. Cavor pressed in close beside him, and they lay there without moving, without speaking, the alien jungle thickening above them, the machinery pounding beneath them, the unknown creatures calling to each other somewhere in the middle distance. Bedford turned his face against the soil. "He thought we came here to get rich," he almost laughed. Chapter 11, Beasts of the Moon. The moon calves were close. Bedford could hear them, that low, gut-deep bellowing rolling across the crater floor like something prehistoric and wrong. He and Cavor crawled. That was the reality of their situation. Two men, two scientists, reduced to this. Bellies against the cold regolith, pushing through a jungle that had no business existing on a world that had no business being inhabited. The moon had other ideas. They moved through stony ravines, across ice-slicked outcroppings, through fields of fungal growth that burst under their hands like blisters, releasing thin, colorless fluid. The vegetation here was obscene in its abundance, a riot of pale, alien geometry that had erupted in the hours since lunar dawn, feeding on some compressed biological imperative Bedford couldn't name and didn't want to understand. Every few minutes he scanned for the sphere, their escape, their only way home, gone, vanished somewhere in this pale, proliferating nightmare. The bellowing changed pitch. Sometimes it was almost bovine, a vast, flat, calf-like resonance that seemed to compress the chest. Then it would crest into something angrier, something offended. Then it would collapse into this wet, clogged sound, like an animal trying to eat and bellow simultaneously, unable to commit to either. Cavor stopped, one hand back, a single sharp gesture. "Don't move." Bedford froze. The scrub directly ahead was cracking, snapping. Something enormous was shouldering through it on a direct intercept course. Bedford pressed himself flat and tried to locate the sound's origin, tried to judge distance. The bellow hit from behind, not distant, not approaching. Here. The sound was so close and so massive that the tips of the bayonet scrub literally bent away from it, laid flat by the force of expelled air. Hot, wet, the breath of something enormous. Bedford turned. He saw it through the swaying stems, through the pale, whipping jungle, and his mind simply refused the data for a moment, ran it through again, resized it, tried to make it fit some known category and failed completely. The mooncalf, its girth was perhaps 80 feet, its length 200, maybe more. The numbers were meaningless to his eye just said vast, just said wrong, just said impossible. Its hide was corrugated white, deepening to black along the spine. It lay against the ground, pressing into it, as though gravity here was still too much for it, its sides heaving with each labored breath in a slow or rhythmic surge. The head was barely a head at all, fat and circled, neck swollen, a mouth like a red excavation in the earth, slobbering, omnivorous, open now to bellow again, the eyes tight shut. Bedford would learn later that they always closed in sunlight. Right now it just made the thing look stupidly, horribly serene. It rolled. The motion was nautical, a ship heeling in heavy seas. It dragged itself forward along the ground, the whole vast acreage of its body creasing and folding, and wallowed past them not 30 feet away, smashing a corridor through the scrub as it went. The vegetation closed behind it. It was gone. Bedford realized he hadn't breathed. Another one appeared, further away, then a third, then the Selenite. Bedford's hand found Cavor's ankle and clamped down hard. Neither of them spoke. The creature, the person, Bedford corrected himself. Though everything resisted that word, was perhaps 5 feet tall. It wore garments of what appeared to be heavy leather articulated somehow so that no skin was visible anywhere. It moved with the purposeful efficiency of a thing that had never wasted emotion in its life. A clanging mechanical arm extended from its body casing. Whip-like tendrils bristled at its joints. Its head was encased in a helmet studded with long spikes, arranged, Bedford would later understand. Not for armor but for prodding, and where its eyes should have been, 2 large dark glass goggles caught the low sun like the eyes of a fly. Its legs were absurdly long below the knee, wrapped in insulating material covering feet that seemed almost too small for the leverage they produced. It was moving fast, angry. The clanging arm swung. Off to their left, a mooncalf's bellow cut off mid-note, became a short, sharp squeal. The sound of something large accelerating against its whip. Then the bellowing receded, faded, stopped. The herder was gone, the crater was quiet. Bedford unclenched his hand from Cavor's ankle. His fingers had left marks. They found the mooncalves again later, a drove of them in a tumbled rocky hollow, browsing on dense mats of speckled green growth that furred the less vertical rock faces. Bedford and Cavor stopped at the edge of the reeds and watched. The creatures lay against their food like stupendous slugs. Vast, greasy, motionless except for the hypnotic industry of their mouths. They ate with a wet, sobbing avidity that turned the stomach and somehow, shamefully, aggravated the hunger that was beginning to compress Bedford's thinking into a single insistent frequency. "Food, hogs," Cavor said quietly. His voice was tight with something that sounded almost like envy. "Disgusting hogs." He turned and crawled right. Bedford looked long enough to confirm that the speckled growth was not something a human digestive system would survive, then followed, snapping off a piece and running it between his teeth anyway, tasting nothing, finding nothing. They kept moving. The second selenite they encountered gave them time to observe. It stood on a rock promontory above the grazing, its helmeted head tracking left, surveying. A herdsman checking the perimeter. Its clothing was similar to the first. Around the neck join where the body casing met the helmet collar, something white protruded. Wadding, insulation. The details were accumulating in Bedford's mind without his consent, assembling into a picture he wasn't sure he wanted completed. Eventually it turned and vanished over the ridge. They moved on. The sound started beneath them. Machinery. The deep, rhythmic percussion of something industrial, something purposeful, operating at scale just below the surface. The ground transmitted it through their palms as they crawled. Bedford thought of factories, of engine rooms, of the hidden, organized violence of manufacture. Then they came to the clearing, circular, perhaps 200 yards across, perfectly level. The surface was powder yellow, almost luminous in the low light, rimmed by lichen but otherwise bare. It offered easier going than the scrub, so they angled down onto it and began to move along its edge, scanning behind them for Selenites. The machinery sounds stopped, silence. Then the uproar came from directly below, louder than anything prior. The percussive hammering intensified until it was no longer separate knocks but a continuous shuddering, a vibration that climbed through Bedford's bones and set his teeth rattling. The entire yellow plain was trembling. "Cover," Cavor whispered. Bedford turned toward the scrub. He thrust his hand forward. Nothing, no ground. His chest hit a hard edge and then he was hanging. Chin on the rim of an abyss that had not existed a half-second ago, his extended arm dangling into black empty space. The entire circular plain, 200 yards of it, a surface he'd been crawling across for the last 3 minutes, was a lid, a hatch, and it was sliding sideways, retracting into a prepared slot in the crater wall, moving with a smoothly accelerating mechanical precision that was somehow more terrifying than if it had been violent. He couldn't move. His mind had simply white-screened. Cavor grabbed his legs and hauled. Bedford came back from the edge in a scrambling reverse, got his hands under him, got upright and ran. The metal plate was thundering beneath his feet, vibrating with its own momentum, canting slightly as its far edge engaged the slot. The scrub at the clearing's edge was drifting sideways. He ran anyway, dove through the bristling thicket after Cavor's disappearing legs, behind him. The enormous valve seated itself with a single reverberant clang that he felt in his sternum. They lay on their faces for a long time, not speaking. Then by degrees they crawled back to the edge and looked down. The shaft descended vertically into black. The walls were smooth, finished, deliberately made. Wind moved up out of it, consistent and cool, washing past their faces, the respiration of whatever system operated below. Bedford lay flat on the rim and stared and let his eyes adapt. Lights appeared, small, moving, not the steady lights of fixed fixtures but the shifting, purposeful lights of things being carried. Pinlights tracing paths in the deep dark, and with the lights' shapes, small, dim, elusive, moving between the lights with evident intention. "What is it?" Bedford asked. "Engineering." Cavor's voice was barely sound. "They go underground at night. The caverns, that's where they live. They come up in the day." Bedford watched the lights intersecting in the dark below, the organized choreography of them, the sheer scale of what the darkness was hiding. "Cavor," he stopped, started again. "Could they be, are they?" "That was not a man," Cavor said quietly. The lights moved in their patient geometries far below. "We can't do anything," Bedford said, "until we find the sphere." "No," Cavor agreed, "nothing." He sighed. He looked left, orienting himself. He pointed. They crawled back into the jungle. The hunger was becoming structural. It wasn't a feeling anymore, it was a condition, a state of being, altering the quality of his thoughts. He couldn't frame a sentence in his own mind without losing the thread of it. The moisture had left his mouth entirely. His lips were cracking. "Cavor," he said, "I need food." Cavor turned. His face was fully dismayed. "We hold out," he said. "That's the only option. Look at my mouth." Cavor looked. "I'm thirsty too," he said. "The snow is gone, all of it. We're moving from Arctic to tropical at something like a degree a minute." Bedford pressed the back of his hand against his teeth and bit down without quite meaning to. "The sphere," Cavor said. The word had become a kind of prayer. "There is nothing else, only the sphere." They crawled. Bedford's mind narrowed to a single sustained craving. Beer, specifically, inexplicably. The 16-gallon cask in his cellar at Limpney. The weight of it, the sound of it. Then his mind produced steak and kidney pie, rendered in a detail that was almost hallucinatory, the tender cut and the thick rich gravy, the kidney in precise proportion, and he had to stop crawling for a moment and simply exist inside the craving until it passed. It didn't pass. The red growths appeared. They spread across a low flat depression, monstrous, fleshy, coralline structures, deep red, snapping cleanly when he pushed through them. He stopped. He pressed the broken face of one to his nose. It smelled like food. He looked at the texture of the break, clean, almost inviting. Cavor glanced back, read his expression, and said immediately, "Don't." Bedford set it down. They pushed on through the field of it, 50 yards, 100, the smell of it consistent, insistent, intimate. His body had stopped consulting his judgment about things. Why not? He asked. Poison. Cavor didn't look back. The field continued. Bedford picked up another fragment and held it. I'll chance it, he said. Bedford, he put it in his mouth. Cavor turned and crouched and watched him with an expression of pure suspended dread, the look of a man watching a fuse burn toward an uncertain end. Bedford chewed. It's good, he said. Cavor's face collapsed. He lasted perhaps 4 seconds before he tore off a piece for himself and started eating. The stuff was not entirely unlike mushroom. Looser, more yielding. It went down easily, and where it met the throat it left warmth, real warmth, spreading outward. The relief of it was so profound it was almost narcotic. Bedford ate without stopping. Cavor ate without stopping. For a long stretch neither of them spoke, because speaking would have required interrupting the eating, and interrupting the eating was not something either of them was prepared to do. Then the warmth reached Bedford's blood, a tingling in the lips, the fingertips, something brightening at the base of his skull. The hollow gray compression of his hunger dissolving and being replaced by something lighter, more buoyant. Increasingly, he looked around at the moon. It looked wonderful. It's good, he said again. The second time had a different quality. The third time, which came quickly, had a different quality still. What a home this could be for people. Our poor surplus population. He broke off another piece. The thought filled him with a benevolence so wide and warm it seemed structural. The moon was not a place to escape from. The moon was a solution, a possibility. The whole trajectory of his life suddenly seemed to have been aiming at this moment, this discovery, this plenty. He noticed that Cavor's voice, when it came, had developed a new texture, blurred at the edges. Excellent discovery, Cavor, Bedford said approvingly. Wager mean? Cavor asked. Bedford studied him. Something was off. The voice was too thick, the vowels running together at the joins. Bedford felt a diagnostic clarity rising in him. He recognized, very slightly more sober than Cavor, which was to say he was drunk enough to believe this. You didn't discover the moon, Bedford explained carefully. You reached it. Important distinction. Cavor attempted to engage with this distinction and failed. He stood up, using Bedford's head as a steadying post in a way Bedford found vaguely offensive, and looked around at the lunar landscape with the expression of a man who had fully made his peace with wherever he was. We are, Cavor announced, and then paused to let a hiccup complete itself with great dignity, the creatures of what we eat and drink. Bedford disagreed with this. He attempted to explain why, but the explanation required a preliminary disambiguation of several terms. And those terms proved resistant to disambiguation, and while he was working through the problem he became aware that he was addressing his remarks primarily to the coralline growths on his left, which were at least consistent in their attention. The moon and potato confusion was the real problem. He needed to resolve it. We must annex this moon, Bedford said. He was surprised by the firmness in his voice. No shilly-shallying, Cavortia, Bedfordicia, he considered. Bedfordicia hic unlimited. The argument about Columbus arose naturally from this. He delivered it with considerable conviction to the general surroundings. Somewhere during the Columbus argument, the specific line of reasoning became unavailable to him, and he bridged the gap by repeating similar to Columbus on a loop while he searched for it. At some point they arrived at the decision that hiding was beneath them. At some point they gathered large armfuls of the red fungus. At some point they walked out into the open lunar sunshine, and the sunshine was extraordinary and the world was wide and magnificent and entirely, completely manageable. There were 6 of them, single file, moving across a rocky shelf. The piping sound they made, something between whistle and keen, stopped the instant they became aware of Bedford and Cavor. 6 helmeted heads turned, 6 pairs of dark glass goggles oriented. The quality of their stillness was absolute and animal. A moment of horrible sobriety moved through Bedford's blood like a cold front. Then Cavor said, in a voice of pure compressed fury, "Insects." He said it the way a man says the name of something that has insulted him beyond endurance. "And they think I'm going to crawl." He was on his feet, 3 enormous strides. Then he leapt badly, misjudging the lunar gravity entirely, and went into a slow, stately, helpless series of somersaults, whirled clear over the 6 Selenites in a long, shallow arc, and disappeared with a tremendous crash into the cactus bladder field beyond. Bedford watched this. The Selenites bolted, all 6, in all available directions. Their long lower legs drove them over the rocks with a speed that was almost beautiful, insulating wrappings flying. Bedford took 1 step to follow Cavor. His foot caught something. He went down hard. The next sensation was internal and violent. Then something closed around his limbs, cold, mechanical, unyielding, and the last thing Bedford would remember clearly for some time was the specific texture of the metal against his wrists and the sound of the moon being replaced by the sound of depths. When it came back, all of it came back at once. Darkness, close, absolute. His head was a single sustained point of pain. His body was a catalogue of bruises and lacerations he couldn't account for. Beside him in the dark, he could hear Cavor breathing, ragged and conscious. Somewhere beyond the walls, distant and complex and utterly indifferent, the machinery of the moon continued its inscrutable work. They were underground, they were prisoners. And above them, sealed by that enormous sliding hatch, the sun was moving across the surface of a world that was no longer theirs to walk. Chapter 12. Chained in darkness. The Selenites' face. I came back to consciousness in darkness, so absolute it felt physical. My head was splitting. I didn't know where I was, didn't know how long I'd been out. For a disoriented moment I thought I was a child again, shoved into that cramped cupboard under the stairs as punishment, the dark pressing in from all sides, the smell of old wool and dust. Then I thought illness. That boarding house bedroom in Leeds, the fever dreams. The sounds of the city bleeding through the walls like something half alive. But these sounds were wrong, nothing like those sounds. The air tasted like iron and straw, like the inside of a stable left to sweat in summer heat. Then the pain in my skull clarified everything into sharp focus. The sphere, Cavor, the moon. Cavor, I said, my voice came out cracked and strange. Can we get some light in here? Silence. Cavor, a groan, low and ragged. My head. He said from somewhere close in the dark. God, my head. I reached for my forehead and stopped dead. My hands wouldn't separate. I pulled again. Metal, cold, smooth, machined metal. I brought my wrists up to my mouth, ran my lips across the surface. Links, chain links, fine and precise, tight around my wrists. I jerked my legs apart and felt the same resistance. Same around my torso, a heavier gauge, bolted or staked to whatever surface was beneath me. The fear that moved through me then was different from anything I'd felt before. Not the terror of the void between worlds, not the vertigo of low gravity. This was specific, immediate. Someone had put these chains on my body while I was unconscious. Someone had planned this. I tugged at the bonds in silence for what felt like a long time, achieving nothing. Then Cavor, sharper now. Why am I chained? Who did this? Not me, he said. A pause. The Selenites. The Selenites? The word detonated inside my skull like a flash charge, and with it came everything. The blinding white of the lunar surface, the ice cracking apart under the rising sun, the impossible vegetation erupting from the regolith in real time, pushing up through rock. Our frantic scrambling through that alien undergrowth, all those strange flowers and pulsing fronds. The desperate search for the sphere when we realized we'd lost it, when we realized we might be stranded forever on this dead white world with its dead black sky. Then the pit, the great circular lid, the darkness below it opening like a throat. I pushed further back and hit a wall of white pain behind my eyes. Whatever had happened between that moment and this one was simply gone, not hazy, not fragmented, gone, surgically blank. Cavor, yes. Where are we? I have no idea. Are we dead? Don't be ridiculous. They have us, I said. The Selenites have us. He didn't answer, just a low grunt. Whatever residue of the lunar spores was still in his system seemed to have burned down to something acidic and irritable. What do we do? I asked. I don't know, Bedford. You must have some. I don't know. I stopped talking. The darkness around us was not silent. It breathed. It hummed with layered noise, low and complex. Like standing outside a vast factory and hearing the whole mechanical organism of it through the walls. Rhythm without pattern, industry without context. My mind kept reaching for meaning and finding none, kept latching onto one pulse and then another only to lose both. Then something new emerged from the texture of the sound. Small sounds, close sounds, tapping, a dry, precise rubbing, like a branch dragged lightly against glass, like something alive and deliberate. Moving across a hard surface just a few feet away, we both went still. I could feel Cavor holding his breath. Then a mechanism, the soft, articulated movement of well-oiled components turning against each other, the kind of precision that takes craftsmanship, the kind that takes intelligence. A line of light appeared, just a line, hanging in the blackness like a scratch across a photographic plate, pale, bluish, almost nothing. Bedford, Cavor's whisper was barely a breath. I see it. The line widened. A sliver became a band. The band brightened, took on cool blue-white depth, threw itself against a surface I now understood to be a whitewashed wall. The light had the quality of early morning at altitude, clean, diffused, slightly alien in temperature. The shape of the opening changed. One edge developed a deep recess. A door, I realized, opening inward. I turned to tell Cavor and caught my breath. His ear was brilliant in the light. Every hair and fold of cartilage rendered in extraordinary detail. The rest of him still consumed by shadow. I twisted as far as my chains would allow. It's behind us, I said. His head turned. For a moment I saw just his eye wide, catching the blue glow. Then the door finished opening. The light beyond it was full and clean and sapphire blue, a corridor maybe, an interior space of some kind, impossibly vast in its luminosity after the total black of our cell. And in the doorway, a silhouette. My first thought was animal, quadruped, something low-slung and heavy-headed. Then I understood the geometry of it differently. The body was slender, almost impossibly so, like a wire figure given weight. The legs were short and bowed, each joint at a wrong angle by human proportion. The head was sunk between the shoulders as if the neck were vestigial, a design choice rather than an oversight. No helmet, no external suit. This was the creature in its native state, inside its own world and its own air. It stepped forward, 3 paces, stopped. It made no sound I could detect. Another 3 paces, each footfall placed in front of the last like a bird walking a wire. It moved out of the direct beam from the doorway and disappeared so completely into shadow that I lost it entirely, my eyes searching the wrong space entirely. Then it was simply there, in full light, facing us. I had been building a face in my mind from the silhouette, filling in the outline, high forehead I'd thought, long angular features, something like a hunchback stoop but with a kind of compressed dignity. The face I had built was not there. The face that was there was not a face. That was my first thought, and it hit me with the force of a physical blow, the vertiginous conviction that what I was looking at was a mask, a wrongness. A thing that would be explained away or peeled back to reveal something recognizable beneath it. The explanation did not come. There was no nose. The eyes were compound, dull, and bulging, set wide on the sides of the skull, not the front where I'd imagined ears. There were no ears. The mouth curved downward at both ends with an expression of fixed ferocity, like a face carved by someone who had heard mouths described but never seen one. The neck below it was jointed in 3 distinct places, each hinge moving with the fluid independence of a crab's leg, the whole assembly oriented and reoriented as the creature studied us. Its limbs were wrapped in tight putty-style bindings, the only covering it wore, which obscured whatever additional wrongness lay in the joint structure beneath. It stood and looked at us, and we looked at it. My mind kept misfiring, kept reaching for a framework it couldn't find. I understood, in an abstract sense, that the creature was equally confounded by us. More so, perhaps, at least we had known this meeting was theoretically possible. It had simply gone about its existence on its moon, in its tunnels, in its world, and then 2 filthy, bleeding, fever-eyed creatures from another planet had arrived and were now sitting chained to its floor. Think of it that way, try to hold that image. 2 living things the size of men. Nothing like any animal in any natural history catalog, stinking of alien soil and wound blood trussed up in the dark. And here we were, Cavor with his knickerbockers torn in 3 places from the bayonet-sharp scrub, his Jaeger shirt rank with dried sweat, his cricket cap somehow still on his head, his wiry hair exploding from beneath it in every direction. His face in that blue light looked not red but very dark, the lips nearly black. The blood from my own wounds had dried to the same color on the backs of my hands. I was worse off than him on account of having stumbled into that yellow fungal growth earlier. The spores or whatever they were had left a fine particulate across my jacket and trousers that I suspected was doing nothing for my credibility as a representative of human civilization. Our shoes had been removed while we were unconscious. They sat beside us on the floor in a detail that, for some reason, I found the most unsettling of all. Someone had been deliberate about this. Cavor opened his mouth, closed it, his throat had seized. He cleared it roughly, and the sound of it seemed enormous in that cellular silence. Then from somewhere outside, beyond the door, beyond whatever corridor lay past it, something screamed. It started as bellowing, deep, resonant, rhythmic bellowing, like an enormous lung bellows cycling in distress. It built and then crested into a shriek that rang against every wall, and then it stopped. Absolute silence in its wake. The Selenite turned, a single fluid rotation. It paused for a moment at the threshold of the door, the blue light behind it rendering it once again into pure silhouette, that impossible geometry of wrongly jointed limbs and sunken head, and then it stepped through. The door closed, the light went with it, and we were back in the darkness and the hum. Chained to the floor of a room on the moon, not dead, not free, not yet anything we could name. Chapter 13, World Inside World. Cavor had suggestions. I wasn't ready to hear them. We sat in the dark, chained, and said nothing. The weight of what we'd done, what we'd actually done, pressed down like something physical. I couldn't think around the edges of it, couldn't see the shape of it clearly enough to process. They've got us, I finally said. That fungus, that's what did it. If we hadn't eaten it, we would have collapsed. Cavor's voice was flat, certain. We'd have starved in the dark. We might have found the sphere. I heard myself say it and knew it was desperate logic, knew it even as I said it, but I couldn't stop. I was exhausted and humiliated and furious, and Cavor was the only target available. We hated each other then, quietly, efficiently. I sat in the silence and drummed my fingers against the floor between my knees and dragged my chains together just to hear the grinding sound they made. Then, because silence was worse, what do you make of them, the creatures? They're reasonable, Cavor said almost to himself. They fabricate things, those lights, the infrastructure. He stopped. I could hear him working through it and failing. More human than we had any right to expect, I suppose. You suppose. On any planet where intelligence evolves, it will tend toward certain configurations. The brain elevated, hands for manipulation, upright locomotion. Form follows the function, Bedford, regardless of which rock it happens to develop on. I would have argued, but I had nothing, so I let it go. We're deep, Cavor said quietly. Very deep. How do you know? The temperature, and listen to your own voice. That hollow, faded quality from before, the way everything sounded thin and far away, it's gone. The air is denser. We could be a mile down, perhaps more. Inside the moon, Bedford, not on it. Inside. I heard him. Felt it then in my ears, in the back of my throat. The pressure of depth, of burial. We never considered a world inside, I said. No, how could we have? We could have. He said it simply, without accusation, and somehow that was worse than blame. The specific gravity data has been available for decades. The moon is too light for its size, too little atmosphere on the surface, too little water. And yet its composition should mirror the Earth's. They formed from the same ancient material. The logical inference was obvious. It was always obvious. A pause. Kepler suspected it in his way. Sub Volvani, he was right. I wish, I said carefully, that you had bothered to work that out before we came. He didn't answer. He just hummed softly, following some chain of thought I couldn't see into. My temper was going. I could feel it unraveling like a fraying cable under load. The sphere, I said. What's happened to it? Lost. One word, delivered like a man commenting on the weather. Lost among those plants, or have they found it? How can I tell? Cavor, something broke open in my chest. I heard it in my own voice, the edge of something close to panic, dressed up as anger. Think about what we actually did. Think about the sheer, magnificent stupidity of it. We aimed ourselves at the moon. We landed, we went wandering off without a fixed point, without a plan, and now we're chained to the floor of a cave a mile beneath the surface, and the ship is gone in the company. I almost laughed. The sound that came out wasn't quite laughter. My company, Bedford's Consolidated Lunar Interests, or whatever we were going to call it. What a magnificent concern that's going to be. He said nothing. We could have used the Cavorite for something sensible, I said. Something terrestrial. Those spring blinds you designed, they had commercial applications right here on Earth. Certain ones, but no, you proposed the moon. You held out the moon like a bright object, and I followed it like a man in a fever dream. Rubbish, said Cavor. We stopped talking. For a while Cavor ran a low, fragmented monologue, half to me and half to whatever equations lived behind his eyes. I caught pieces of it. If they find the sphere, and they may find it, they won't understand it at first. If they already understood that class of physics, they'd have come to Earth long before this. They would have sent something, they couldn't have resisted it, but they'll examine it, they'll get inside, they'll work the controls. He paused, which would mean the sphere departs without us. I let that sentence sit there. Bedford, he said, and his voice had changed register. Something quieter now, more serious. You came on this expedition voluntarily. You said prospecting, you made it sound like prospecting. There are always risks in prospecting. There are risks, yes, there aren't usually risks of this particular. I gestured at the chains, the darkness, the alien cave around us, the 250,000 miles of void between us and anything we'd ever known. I was consumed by the sphere, Cavor said. Once the physics began resolving, once the math started working, everything else became secondary. I couldn't see past it. I didn't anticipate. You didn't anticipate anything. Neither did you. Bedford, how was I to know when I first began working on molecular interaction and gravity fields that the research would terminate here, in this specific cave? Something almost like wonder in his voice. That's the nature of it. That's always the nature of it. You follow the science wherever it leads, and sometimes it leads somewhere strange. It leads somewhere that gets people killed, I said. Or worse, it offers you gifts, these beautiful, dazzling gifts, and the moment you take them, it does something catastrophic with the other hand. The medieval men who feared it weren't entirely wrong. Old human instincts paired with forces we don't fully control. It upends everything it touches. Religion, society, and now it's put us here. Quarreling with me about it now, Cavor said, with a patience I found infuriating. Changes nothing, these creatures, the Selenites, let's call them that, they have us completely. Whatever mood you choose to endure this in, you're still going to have to endure it. What we need now is our full capacity for clear thinking. I said nothing. The problem, he continued, is communication. You can't communicate with them, look at them. Gesture may not translate, you're right about that. Pointing, for instance, it's a surprisingly human-specific behavior. We point with our hands and expect the observer to understand that the hand is indicating direction rather than performing some other action. There's no reason to assume that maps across to a different evolutionary lineage. Every animal points, I said, with its eyes, with its nose. We don't, Cavor said. He was quiet for a moment. There are such differences, such deep differences. Another silence, but there is sound, they produce something, a fluting, a series of piped tones. Is that language? It might be, or it might be something else entirely. They may experience reality through senses we don't possess. They may communicate in ways that have no analog in anything we know. He paused, but they are minds, Bedford. Whatever form the substrate takes, they are minds, and we are minds. That overlap has to mean something. They're not like us, I said. They're more different from us than anything on Earth. They're a different kind of matter. Where there are minds, there is structure. There is logic, pattern recognition, cause and effect. Even if they evolved in total isolation from any life we know, those properties are universal. They have to be. You can't build a civilization without them. You can't talk to ants. These are not ants, those machines, that lighting infrastructure, the clothing. He was working himself towards something. I recall a paper, Galton. I believe on the theoretical basis for cross-species or cross-planetary communication. The argument was elegant. You begin not with language but with mathematics, the deep structures that any reasoning mind must have arrived at independently. Geometry, the properties of triangles, the relationship between the hypotenuse and its sides. These are not cultural constructs. They are discovered truths that exist whether or not any mind finds them. If you can demonstrate your knowledge of them, you demonstrate that a mind is present. You establish the fact of intelligence before you attempt the content of communication. He stopped. Then I could draw figures on the floor with a wet finger or trace them in the air between us. For a moment, just a moment, I felt it, the strange, wild possibility of it. Two species, incomprehensible to each other, sitting down at the shared table of mathematics. The angles of a triangle, the square of a hypotenuse, universal grammar. Then the exhaustion crashed back. Oh God, I said, oh, what an absolute fool I am, what a monumental, unutterable fool. I could hear myself and couldn't stop. Why did we leave the sphere? Just why? Hopping around looking for patents in the craters of the moon like we'd stumbled onto a mineral claim in Nevada. If we tied a handkerchief to a stick. Even that, just to mark where we'd left it. I stopped. The darkness was changing. That blue light was returning softly at first, then gathering, seeping under the door and through the cracks until the chamber was washed in it. The door opened. Several of them entered. Silent, that particular complete silence that their movement carried. I went still, stared at the shapes of their faces, the compound geometry of what they were. Then I noticed what the first two carried. Bowls. Simple. Functional, unmistakable. Something that had been clenched hard in my chest for hours suddenly released, and what rushed in to fill the space was hunger. Not abstract hunger. Hunger as physical fact, as emergency. Every complicated thing I'd been thinking collapsed into a single animal point of focus. The bowls were dark metal, the same material as our chains, deep and lightless in the blue glow. Each one held a pile of pale, irregular fragments. The smell hit me a half-second later. Something faintly fungal, like cold earth after rain, like mushrooms. One of them lowered a bowl toward me. The appendage at the end of its arm wasn't a hand. I registered this. I noted it the way you note the temperature when you're drowning. The limb terminated in something wide and articulated, a flat, divided structure like the tip of an elephant's trunk. It held the bowl with complete competence. My chains were too tight to reach it. Two of them seemed to understand this simultaneously. Without hesitation, without needing to confer, they moved forward and released one of the turns at my wrist. Their touch was cold and soft, like something that had never known sunlight. I grabbed a piece of the food before the chain even finished moving. The texture was loose, almost dissolving, the way everything biological on the moon seemed to lack structural rigidity. As though gravity here didn't insist on the same firmness it demanded on Earth. It tasted like a cold soufflé, like damp meringue, like nothing I had ever eaten, which is to say, like nothing terrible. I wanted food, I heard myself say, and the words were broken up by chewing, and I didn't care. We ate, both of us. We ate with the complete and graceless abandon of men who have moved entirely beyond the reach of self-consciousness. We ate like we were trying to solve something. I could hear Cavor on the other side of the darkness, equally unself-conscious, equally desperate. Around us they stood watching. They made sounds, that fluting, piped sound, soft and continuous, and somewhere at the back of my mind the part of me that was still a thinking person wondered what they were saying about us. But mostly I just ate. The food came down the 250,000 miles of context that separated me from my own life and hit me at the most basic register. I was hungry, they had food, they gave it to me. Whatever else was true about this place, about these creatures, about the chains and the dark and the total impossibility of everything that had happened, that one transaction had occurred. That one thing, at least, had been understood. Chapter 14, First Contact Protocol. The chains came off in stages. First the wrists, then the feet, then the waist bindings. The Selenites worked quickly, their tentacle hands moving across my skin with a precision that should have terrified me but didn't. I remember noticing that, the absence of fear. Maybe I was too exhausted to feel it. Maybe some deep animal part of my brain had already accepted that we were utterly, completely theirs. One of them leaned close. Its face inches from mine. I made myself look. The skin wasn't flesh, not the way I understood flesh. Hard, lacquered, blue-black in the light, though I was starting to understand the light was lying to me about color. A low ridge of whitish spines ran front to back along the crown of its skull, and two larger ridges arced like brow bones over what I could only assume were its eyes. Beetle wing texture, not moist, not soft, nothing vertebrate about it at all. And yet some stubborn part of my mind kept insisting there was a human face somewhere inside that mask, kept reaching for familiarity. We can't help it, it's how we're built, we map ourselves onto everything. The one untying my wrists used its mouth to help its hands. They're releasing us, Cavor said quietly. Remember where we are, no sudden movements. The geometry experiment, if the moment presents itself, though they may make an overture first. We stayed still, passive as cargo. The Selenites stepped back, a semicircle of them just watching us. Except watching isn't quite the right word. Their eyes were set wide on the sides of their heads, like a bird's, like a fish's, which meant you could never be certain exactly what they were looking at. They conversed among themselves, a thin, reedy piping that my brain refused to find any purchase on. Not language, not music, something in between, behind us. Door had opened wider. I glanced back, a crowd of Selenites in the darkness beyond, a whole miscellaneous assembly of them, different sizes, different proportions, different in ways I couldn't yet articulate. Do they want us to imitate the sounds? I asked. No, Cavor was watching them intently. They're trying to tell us something. I can't read the gestures. Look at that one, keeps moving its head like its collar is too tight. Let's try shaking ours. We did. Nothing, we tried mimicking their movements instead. That got a reaction. They all started mirroring us, the whole group, which for a moment felt like progress until it clearly wasn't, and the movement died out and they fell back into their liquid piping debate and we were no further along. Then one of them crouched down next to Cavor, shorter than the others, thicker, a mouth that was almost comically wide. It got down beside him, positioned its hands and feet to match exactly how Cavor's were still partially bound, and then in one smooth, dexterous movement stood up. The meaning hit me before I could even think it. Cavor. I kept my voice level. They want us to stand. He blinked, then, of course, it took effort. Our hands were still bound together and we'd been on the ground a long time, and the lunar gravity, usually our great advantage, now seemed to be mocking us as we heaved and grunted and finally, ungracefully, made it upright. The Selenites gave us room. Their piping intensified, faster, more layered, something that might have been excitement. The thick-set one came forward, touched each of our faces with its tentacles, a quick light pressure, almost like a greeting, then turned and walked toward the open doorway. The meaning was plain: follow. 4 of the Selenites at the threshold were different, taller, armored in the same configuration we'd seen at the crater, spiked round helmets, cylindrical body casings. Each carried a goad, a long spike with a guard made from a dull, dark metal. They fell in around us as we crossed out of the chamber, 2 on each side, an escort or a cage made of bodies. We emerged into the cavern, and for a while, a long while, I couldn't take it in. My attention kept snagging on immediate things, the movements of the Selenites around us. The need to keep my strides controlled, the thick-set guide up ahead who kept turning his spout-like face back toward us, clearly watching to see if we were following, if we were understanding, if we were something worth communicating with at all. But the cavern wouldn't stay background forever. It was vast. I don't mean large. I mean vast in the way that makes the word feel insufficient, and filling it, not incidentally, not as furniture, but as its purpose and its heart, was a machine. I heard it before I truly saw it. The sound had been there since we'd recovered from the fungus stupor, and I'd categorized it as ambient, as the noise of an underground place. I'd been wrong. The sound was the machine. It was enormous, and it was running, and its moving parts rose and fell and spun in the blue-lit air above the heads of the Selenites working around its base. 3 great metal arms swung out from its center in arcing paths, parabolic, I thought, though I'd have to calculate it, and as each arm reached the apex of its arc, a dangling appendage dropped from it and plunged into a vertical cylinder below, driving downward with massive, rhythmic force. Thud, 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 thud. And every time one plunged, there was a clank that you felt in your sternum, and then a roar. And from the top of the cylinder came pouring a substance that I had no word for. Incandescent, luminous, cold blue somehow, the way phosphorescence is cold but blinding bright. It poured over the cylinder's rim the way milk boils over a pot. It ran down into tanks below. From the tanks it moved through conduits across the floor of the cavern in every direction, feeding the light. That was the light source, not gas, not flame. Whatever this machine was making, it was making the light. The light that filled this entire subterranean world. I stopped walking. Cavor stopped beside me. I didn't finish the sentence. Cavor's face in the blue light was alive with something close to reverence. I can't conceive of it, he said quietly. The engineering alone, look at those arms, Bedford, are those connecting rods, the geometry of that arc. He shook his head. Men couldn't have built this. We couldn't, not yet. I looked from the machine to the Selenites moving around its base, small, purposeful, their proportions suddenly making the machine's scale real to me, and then I looked at the walls of the cavern. They receded in every direction until they vanished into darkness. The roof bulged down as if bowed under the weight of all the rock above us, all those miles of moon pressing down. No sky, no horizon, no way out that I could see. We'd stopped. Our guide had gone several paces before realizing it. Now it came back, stood between us and the machine, tried to draw our attention away toward the direction we were meant to travel. I deliberately didn't look at it. Can we show it we want to understand the machine first? I asked. Let's try. Cavor turned to the guide. He smiled, which was either a reasonable diplomatic gesture or meaningless noise. He pointed to the machine, pointed to his own head. Pointed to the machine again. Then in a tone of voice I think he imagined might bridge the gap between species. Me look him, me think him very much, yes. I closed my eyes briefly, but it worked almost. The Selenites conferred, quick head movements, rapid liquid speech. Then a tall, lean one, wearing something like a mantle over its body wrapping, reached out with a hand like a coiled trunk and took Cavor gently by the waist. Pulled, come along. No. Cavor held his ground. No, me not come, me look at him. He shook his head vigorously. It's vital they understand we're intelligent, that we're interested, not just animals to be moved from room to room. There was something parabolic you were going to say. Possibly if I could demonstrate the geometry of that arc it might, Cavor screamed, not a word, just sound pure, raw, involuntary. He launched upward, 6 feet of vertical leap in the low lunar gravity, and came down half a meter away with his hand clutching the back of his thigh. One of the armored guards had used the goad. I spun toward the one behind me. I didn't plan it. My body did it, shoulders squared, hands forward, threat coded in every line of my posture. The Selenite flinched backward. For a moment that seemed to stretch and stretch, nobody moved. The whole group of them had scattered back. A ragged semicircle of alien bodies facing us. The piping had gone silent. They pricked me, Cavor said. His voice had a quality I hadn't heard in it before, something catching in the throat. With the goad. I know, I saw it. I was breathing hard. I looked at the guards. I looked at the guide. I looked out across the enormous blue darkness of the cavern and I saw more of them, Selenites, many more, moving toward us across that vast distance. Different sizes, one with a head markedly larger than the others. The cavern's ceiling pressed down, the walls receded into nothing. The machine kept beating its ancient rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. Somewhere in my chest a cold, clear thought formed. There was no way out. In any direction, above us, below us, in every cardinal point of this underground world, there was only the unknown and the dark and these creatures with their goads, and us, 2 men, alone. Chapter 15, Chains in Blue. The chains bit into my wrists. I kept thinking about that, about the chains, not about the vast cavern stretching in every direction, not about the blue luminescence bleeding from the machines, not about the alien eyes watching us from the dark. Just the chains. Cavor's hand found my arm. His face was the color of old wax in that cold blue light. We can't fight them, he said. Not here, not like this. If my hands were free, they're not. He glanced at the new Selenites moving in from the periphery, more of them, always more. We go where they want us to go. My blood was a furnace. Every rational thought I had was burning in it. Fine, I said, we go. We turned and walked. I focused on my chains, on the physics of them, on the geometry of the loops around my wrists, on which direction, which angle. Which slow, deliberate twist might work one hand free without anyone noticing. The helmeted ones with their goads flanked us at arm's length, and every time one drifted closer I felt my skin crawl the way it does when you hear a sound behind you in a dark alley. Cavor's head was bowed. His shoulders had the curve of a man already broken. I watched him and hated the sight. The floor of the cavern was sloping downward. It had been sloping downward for a while. A gutter had appeared at the side of our path. A channel running alongside the rock shelf we walked, filled with that same electric blue fluid that coursed through the machines. I walked next to it and watched it and thought, light but no heat, not a degree warmer than the surrounding air, not a fraction colder. Some bioluminescent chemistry maybe, some process we didn't have the language for yet. Clang, clang, clang. We passed beneath the hammering articulation of another vast machine. Levers the size of ship masts rising and falling in patterns I couldn't decode. Then the cavern walls closed inward and we were in a tunnel, and the sound of our own bare feet came back to us from the walls, flat and soft. Pad, pad, pad. It keeps going down, Cavor said. He had dropped back to walk beside me. Yes, I said. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. I didn't answer. They think we're animals, he said. Something like the moon calves, maybe. Some feral variant of their own world they haven't catalogued yet. But Bedford, when they realize we have minds, they'll realize it when you start drawing your diagrams, I said. Perhaps. I worked at the chain, slow, subtle, 1/4 turn. These may be lower caste Selenites, Cavor said, looking sidelong at the helmeted ones. The equivalent of laborers may be guards, not the thinkers. Their entire conceptual framework could be, think about it, food, compulsion, pain. They're not being cruel, they simply don't have a category for what we are yet. The goad was cruel enough. It may have been purely functional. The way a drover uses a stick with cattle, no malice, just direction. A different nervous system, different pain thresholds, different. Cavor. Yes, stop defending them. He walked in silence for a moment, then, even so, even the goad, think about where we're going. A whole civilization buried in the lunar mantle. Going down for God, Bedford, miles, hundreds of miles of tunnels and caverns and God knows what else. Cities down there maybe, libraries, machines that make those machines look like toys, the things they must know, the things they might teach us. I looked at the side of his face, at the raw welt on his neck where the goad had caught him. You're an extraordinary man, I said. I mean that as both a compliment and a diagnosis. The tunnel widened, the walls pulled back. The blue rivulet of light ran on ahead of us and then vanished. One moment it was there, threading the darkness, and then it dipped over some edge and was gone. The sound of it falling came back to us for a second, and then even that died. We were standing at the lip of a cliff. I looked down, far, far below, so far that the distance seemed geological, seemed cosmological. There was a faint smear of blue mist, a glow at the bottom of the world. The stream fell into it and made no sound we could hear. The darkness between the cliff edge and that distant light was absolute, a darkness with weight to it, with dimension. A warm current rose from the gulf, the breath of whatever was down there. Bedford, Cavor said, and his voice was very small. The guide Selenite walked to the edge. He stepped onto a plank, a narrow bridge, plank width, projecting out over the drop, and walked across it with the easy comfort of someone stepping over a puddle. He disappeared into the dark. A moment later he came back partway and stood looking at us, waiting. My hands were white on the chain. No, I said. Bedford, perhaps if we... I said no, look at it, look at it. There's nothing there, it's a plank over the end of the world. I know, but we cannot do this. One of the Selenites took my arm and steered me toward the edge. I pulled back and shook my head, and the creature seemed genuinely baffled by my response. I could see it in the tilt of the helmet, the angle of its body. It truly did not understand. It had no framework for what vertigo was. No category for what it meant to be an upright primate with an ancient, screaming animal brain that understood perfectly what falling meant. The other Selenite took my other arm. Bedford, Cavor said, I have an idea. Then the goad hit me below the shoulder blade, a bright hot needle of pain stabbing inward. The chain snapped. I don't remember deciding anything. The decision made itself in the half-second between the pain and the movement. My fist connected with the goad-bearer's face. The chain was wrapped around my knuckles. The impact was, I need you to understand that nothing could have prepared me for it. It was like hitting a paper lantern filled with water. The creature collapsed inward, buckled at the point of impact, came apart with a sound that I feel in my teeth even now remembering it. It went spinning across the rock and landed 10 yards away with a sound like a wet rag dropped from height. I stood there with my arm still extended. Dead silence, everyone frozen, the body on the ground. My brain kept trying to process it. Too fragile, nothing alive should be that fragile. And then the moment broke. I moved. I went at the 3 goad bearers. One of them threw his weapon at me and it whipped past my ear and went over the edge into the gulf. I hit the second one and it went down. I stepped on it and felt it give under my foot and skidded and fell sitting on the ground. In every direction around me I saw blue-backed figures retreating fast into the dark. Cavor, come on. My hands. I got up and reached him. He was working uselessly at his wrists, face white and distorted. Still somehow in the middle of explaining his idea. I grabbed his chain and twisted. Metal resisted. A javelin goad came whistling out of the dark and shattered on the rock beside us, and the blue fluid went everywhere. I felt it warm on my hands. I broke the chain, then the ankle chain. I shoved it into his hands. Hit with that, I said, run. Here's what you have to understand about running on the moon. On Earth, you run and the ground catches you immediately. Every stride is a rapid exchange with gravity, a constant negotiation. But here, with the pull so much weaker, each stride launched you into a long, floating arc. You left the ground and stayed gone for what felt like 6, 7, 8 full seconds before you landed again, and then you were off again before you'd fully registered the landing. We ran like ghosts, like men in a dream of running. Step and the ground fell away, and I was weightless, hanging, and the dark rushed past. I could hear Cavor landing behind me in great plunging intervals. A Selenite appeared ahead, running in short earthbound steps, looked back at us and screamed and dove sideways into the dark. I ran through the space he'd vacated. Walls appeared on either side. The tunnel closed around us. I throttled back my stride before I could drive my skull into the ceiling. Cavor piled into me at the first bend, and we grabbed each other in the dark and stood breathing in ragged, burning gulps. You've ruined everything, he panted. You're alive, I said. Ruined everything. From behind us, echoing up through the tunnel, a sound like a gong, rhythmic, coming closer. We need to hide, I said. In here, in the dark, now, Cavor. We ran. His legs were still wet with the blue fluid from the shattered gutter. And they threw just enough light to see by, 2 feet of cold illumination against the tunnel floor, ghost light, barely enough but enough. The gong sound swelled, peaked, and then began to recede, then faded, then stopped. We slowed, we stopped. We stood in total silence in a branching side cavern somewhere deep beneath the surface of the moon, 2 men from Earth panting in the dark. Bedford, Cavor whispered. I see it, I said, ahead of us. Far ahead, light, not blue. Not the cold, bioluminescent chemical light of every tunnel and machine we'd passed. This was gray, pale, diffuse, the particular non-color of light that has traveled a very long way and lost almost everything except the suggestion of itself. Daylight, somewhere ahead of us impossibly was daylight. Cavor's breath caught in his throat. He didn't say the word, couldn't risk it. But I heard the hope in that single broken inhale, and it landed in my chest like a stone dropped into still water, sending rings out to every edge of me. His footsteps started up again, moving toward the gray light. I followed him. My heart was loud in my ears. Chapter 16. Light from above. The light was getting stronger. Bedford noticed it first, a pale silver glow bleeding through the dark ahead, pulsing against the tunnel walls like something alive. His heart kicked hard against his ribs. Cavor, his voice was barely a whisper. It's coming from above, I'm certain of it. Cavor didn't answer. He just moved faster, his legs still faintly phosphorescent, casting that sick blue light across the rock. The tunnel widened, then widened more. They emerged into a cavern, and there, at the far end, the silver glow intensified, filtered down through a jagged crack in the ceiling maybe 20 feet overhead. Then a drop of water hit Bedford's face. He stopped breathing. Another drop. It struck the rock floor with a sharp, clean sound that meant everything. If one of us lifts the other, Bedford said, he can reach that crack. I'll lift you. Cavor hoisted him like he weighed nothing, which, Bedford had to remind himself, almost didn't moon gravity, still felt surreal every single time. Bedford thrust his arm into the crack. His fingertips found a ledge, narrow just enough. He pulled himself up. On Earth he was 12 stone of soft London flesh. Here he moved like something engineered for this, hauling himself up with 2 fingers, reaching the next outcrop, then the next, his body light and responsive in ways it had never been in 38 years of ordinary life. It's climbable. He called down, give me your hand. He wedged himself in the cleft, braced knee and foot against opposing walls, and reached down into the dark. He couldn't see Cavor, just heard him, the soft rustle of clothing, the careful repositioning of feet. Then Cavor jumped, his hand slapped into Bedford's like a child's. That was all he weighed, a child. Bedford hauled him up. Cavor got his fingers onto the ledge, and Bedford released him, shaking out his arm. God. Bedford muttered, anyone could be a mountaineer up here. He climbed in earnest then. The crack widened as he ascended, and the light grew. His pulse was climbing with him, that frantic, desperate hope. He stopped. He stared. The cleft opened into a broad, sloping chamber, and across its entire floor stood a forest of club-shaped fungi, each one radiating soft, pinkish-silver light. Dozens of them, hundreds, glowing like something from a fever dream, not daylight. Not even close. He stood there for a long moment, completely still. Then he reached out, grabbed 6 of the fungi, and hurled them against the rock wall. They burst in small, silent explosions of bioluminescent dust. He sat down, he laughed, it came out like something torn. Cavor's face appeared at the edge of the cleft, flushed and expectant. Phosphorescence, Bedford said. Again, sit down, make yourself at home. Cavor climbed up and stood there blinking at the glowing forest, his expression cycling through the stages of comprehension and then loss. I thought it was daylight, he said quietly. Daylight. Bedford said the word like he was tasting it. Daybreak, clouds, a wet roof at sunset. Cavor, do you remember what a wet roof looks like at sunset? Cavor said nothing. The sky that actually changes, Bedford continued. The sea, green trees, cities. Windows catching the last light of a west-facing evening. He stopped. He could see it all with horrible precision, like a miniature painting in his mind, small and bright and impossibly far away. Do you think we'll ever see any of it again? The silence between them was the kind that has weight. And here we are, Bedford said, tunneling through a world that shouldn't exist, with some lightless ocean rotting away somewhere below us in the dark. And out there on the surface that murderous dayside heat, and on the other side a cold that would stop your heart in under a minute. And those things, those leather men, those nightmare insects, they're hunting us right now. They're probably already moving. He looked at his hands. We came up here and started smashing their world apart, and honestly, they're right to come for us. We had no business. It was your fault, said Cavor. Bedford's head snapped up. My fault. If we had refused to move when they were driving us, with those goads in our backs, they would have had to carry us. Across that bridge, that insane bridge over nothing, they carried us in from the surface. They could have carried us again. Bedford stared at him. I would rather be carried by a fly across a ceiling than trust those things with my body over a bottomless pit. Cavor looked away, thinking. Bedford went back to destroying fungi, lobbing them one by one down the cleft they'd climbed. Then something stopped him cold. He lifted his wrist, turned it. The chain binding him caught the pink-silver light and threw it back warm and unmistakable. Cavor, he said carefully, these chains are gold. Cavor was somewhere deep inside his own skull, hands pressed against his cheeks, running calculations Bedford would never fully follow. Cavor, he turned slowly. The chains, Bedford said, they're gold. They're made of actual gold. Cavor looked down at the twisted metal around his right wrist. He studied it for a moment with the same detached interest he might give an unusual beetle. So they are, he said, then he went straight back to thinking. Bedford sat with the fact a moment longer. He'd only just noticed because of the blue light they'd been moving through. It stripped color from everything, turned gold to gray. His mind began pulling the thread of that observation somewhere unexpected. Gold just everywhere down here like cast iron back home. It seems to me, Cavor said finally, that there are two courses open to us. Bedford waited. Either we fight our way back to the surface and hunt for the sphere before the night cold kills us. He paused, or we try again to establish contact with the Selenites. First option, Bedford said immediately. I'm not certain. I am. Bedford, Cavor leaned forward. We haven't seen their civilization. We've seen their outskirts, their pastoral districts. These creatures driving mooncalves with goads, expecting us to navigate their bridges. They are the equivalent of farm laborers, engine tenders, the intelligent class, the philosophical class. They'll be deeper, near the sea, if we could reach them. Could you walk a 6-inch plank across a bottomless drop? No, but neither can I, not reliably. Not with my life on it. Suppose we found a defensible position, held out for a week or so, long enough for word to travel down to the more sophisticated levels. If those levels exist, they have to, you saw those machines. Bedford conceded this with silence. We could mark the walls, cut inscriptions, mathematical progressions, something universal. If their eyes can even read what we cut, if they parse visual information the way we do. Bedford shook his head. Cavor, listen to me. I know you think every intelligent mind organizes itself around curiosity. Around the drive to know, because that's what you are. You've never wanted money, never wanted a wife, never wanted comfort. You wanted knowledge and you went and got it. But that's not most men. That's not one man in a million, actually. What makes you think the Selenites are different? The smart ones, the philosophers down in your imagined deep city, they've probably never even looked up. They'd freeze the moment they stepped outside. They've never seen stars. They don't know we exist. Why would they care if they did? Cavor opened his mouth. Bedford kept going. Even if there's one Selenite down there who'd be fascinated by us, he's the last one who'd ever hear we arrived. You never read a newspaper in your life, Cavor. If a Selenite had dropped on Limpney while you were living there, you'd have been the absolute last to know about it. He let that land. We came here unarmed, we lost the sphere, we have no food, we've already shown them what we can do and now they think we're dangerous animals. If they're not idiots and those machines suggest they're not, they're already coordinating. They'll sweep these tunnels until they find us. And when they do, they'll take us if they can and kill us if they can't. The fungi glowed quietly around them. On the other hand, Bedford said, there's gold here lying around like rubble. He looked at Cavor. If we can find the sphere, if we can get back, we could come back properly, larger vessel, weapons, a real plan, put this whole enterprise on a sound footing. Cavor looked like he'd been told something obscene. Guns, he said. Yes, guns, good lord. I have half the vote in this arrangement, Bedford said. And right now I'm voting for the practical course. Get back, come again better prepared, that's all. Cavor was quiet for a long time. Bedford watched him work through it, watched his face move through objections and counter-objections and arrive somewhere resigned and reluctant. The draft, Cavor said at last. What? Feel it. There's air moving through here upward. The sun is on this side of the moon. Air is expanding, flowing out from the caverns toward the surface craters. The draft is going up. He looked at the darkness above them. Which means this cleft doesn't dead end, it continues upward. If we climb, we may get above the passages where they're searching. We may get out entirely. Bedford felt it then, the faintest breath of moving air against his face. And if the passage gets too narrow, we come back down. Then Bedford heard it. Both of them went still, distant at first. An indistinct murmur rolling through the rock like something geological. Then unmistakably the metallic clang of a gong. Coming along the lower passage, Cavor murmured. They'll pass beneath us, they won't know about the cleft. Then Bedford looked down at the cavern floor, at the fungi he'd been hurling into the dark, scattered below, glowing softly, pointing straight up at them like signals. The blood drained from his face. Cavor, he was already moving. He leaped across the fungi tops toward the upper end of the chamber where the cleft resumed its upward climb, a drafty chimney of black rock rising into impenetrable dark. He was halfway up when he stopped, turned back. What are you doing? Cavor hissed. Bedford dropped back down. He grabbed two of the intact fungi, palm-sized, glowing pink-white, throwing off just enough light to climb by. He pushed one into his breast pocket so it jutted out like a lantern. He carried the other back to Cavor. Below them the gong rang again, closer now. Bedford looked up at the dark shaft above them. His muscles felt coiled and ready, that strange lunar power humming through every fiber, this body of his that weighed almost nothing and could move like it was built for this exact moment. He started climbing. Behind him, the sounds of the Selenites filled the lower cavern. Chapter 17. Ascent through darkness. The crack in the rock went up forever. That's how it felt. Bedford's knuckles were bleeding, his knees were raw meat. Every movement dragged the golden chains behind him, clank, 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 the sound bouncing off stone walls slick with moisture, announcing their position to anything below that still cared to listen. He stopped counting the feet after the first 100. The pursuing sounds from the Selenites had faded. Either they'd lost the trail, or they were being patient in a way that suggested something worse than pursuit. Bedford tried not to think about it. He focused on the next handhold, the next push. The cold ache spreading through his shoulders, the fissure changed as they climbed, narrowed until he had to exhale completely to squeeze through, then widened into grotesque chambers crusted with crystals that caught what little light existed and threw it back in fractured shards. Water dripped somewhere. Something small and fast rustled in the darkness ahead of him, then was gone. He didn't reach for it, didn't want to know. Cavor climbed below him, silent, methodical. The man was terrified and brilliant and useless in a fight. Bedford had accepted all three facts, then he saw it, high above, that blue, familiar now, cold and alien and somehow a relief. The light filtered down through iron bars set into the rock, a grating, crude and heavy, sunk into a shallow depression. Bedford pressed his face against the metal, felt water drip across his cheek, peered through, large space. Lit by 3 channels of that blue fluid running in transverse streams across the floor. The grating sat low, its rim cutting off the floor entirely. All he could see was the ceiling, and on it shadows, moving shadows, rhythmic, purposeful in sound, chid, 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 steady as a metronome. Something sharp driving into something soft, then a clank. The grinding rumble of a loaded trolley running over hollow ground. Then the hacking started again. Bedford pressed his ear to the bars, footsteps, the clicking, twittering language of Selenites, more than a few of them. The shadows overhead moved in sync with the chopping, stopped when it stopped, resumed when it resumed. He eased back down to Cavor, they pressed their heads together. "They're busy," Bedford whispered, "not looking for us. They may not even know about us yet." Bedford looked at the grating, studied the bars, old iron or something like it, that same leaden hue he'd noticed before, the color everything on this world seemed to wear until white light revealed it. He reached up and gripped one bar with both hands, got his feet flat against the rock face, nearly level with his head. He pushed. The bar bent so fast he almost fell. He repositioned. Bent the adjacent bar the opposite direction. Pulled the bioluminescent fungus from his pocket and dropped it down the fissure. Gone, swallowed by the dark below, taking their light signature with it. "Don't do anything hastily," Cavor breathed. Bedford was already pulling himself through. He came up over the rim and immediately dropped flat, using the lip of the depression for cover. Lay there, heart hammering, breathing through his nose. He got his first real look at the cavern. It was enormous. The floor sloped away from them, widening as it receded until the far end disappeared where the ceiling came down to meet it. And along the length of that slope, arranged in a line that vanished into impossible perspective, were the bodies, huge, pale, motionless. At first they registered as white cylinders, featureless, abstract. Then he saw the heads, eyeless, skinless, massive, turn toward him, and his brain assembled the picture. Mooncalves, a dozen of them at least, maybe more, each one the size of a freight carriage. The Selenites moved along their flanks with hatchets, stripping flesh in long, pale strips, exposing white ribcages on the ones further along. A cable-drawn trolley ran up the slope loaded with chunks of meat, disappeared around a bend in the rock. Chid, 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 a slaughterhouse. They had climbed into the moon's slaughterhouse. Scattered across the floor near the nearest carcass were crowbars, heavy ones, 6 feet long with shaped handles. The metal had that same leaden cast. But they were real and they were solid, and Bedford could see exactly what they would do to a Selenite skull. The butchers themselves were short and broad, built completely differently from the tall, spindly creatures they'd encountered in the tunnels below. Long arms, dense through the chest, scattered along the avenue of carcasses, focused entirely on their work. He dropped back into the depression. Cavor was already coming through the grating, moving slowly, face pale with concentration. They lay side by side. Bedford's mind was running calculations. "The mooncalf," he whispered, "doesn't hop, doesn't fly." Cavor blinked at him. "If those bodies got down here without a crane, we're closer to the surface than we thought." "I was thinking the same." Bedford grabbed his arm. He'd heard something. From the cleft below, they went still, absolutely still. Bedford became aware of every point of contact between his body and the rock. He gripped the chain in his right hand, wrapping the links around his knuckles, and waited. There, again, the soft scrape of something ascending, the pat of flat hands against stone, the barely audible twittering of Selenite voices. He glanced at Cavor, held up 2 fingers, pointed down. Cavor's jaw tightened. Bedford looked at the bent grating, took provisional aim at the gap. The sound got closer. The butchers, Cavor breathed, still working. Something moved in the darkness beneath the bars, indistinct. a shape gaining definition. The world held still for exactly 1 second, then it came, fast, a silver flash, a spear point shooting through the gap like a striking adder. The narrowness of the cleft had kept them from angling it properly. It missed, retracted, shot again. Bedford snatched it on the second thrust, grabbed the shaft with both hands and wrenched. He felt the Selenite on the other end resist, felt the grip give. And then the spear was his, and he was driving it down through the bars, and the darkness below erupted in shrieks. Beside him, Cavor had caught the second spear on some blind instinct, snapped the shaft, and was jabbing his broken half with a ferocity that looked almost comical on a man of his build. Then an axe came up through the grating and skipped off the rock to Bedford's left. He turned. The butchers had heard. They were coming, all of them, moving down the slope in open formation. Hatchets raised, those broad bodies organized with a speed that suggested they'd assessed the situation completely in the time it took him to draw breath. No hesitation, no confusion. Bedford felt something clarify inside him. The fear didn't leave, it just stopped mattering. "Guard that grating," he said to Cavor. Then he roared, loud, raw, not a battle cry so much as a sound designed to reach inside a creature's nervous system and pull, and ran straight at them. Two of them threw their hatchets, both missed, the rest ran. He chased them as far as the first carcass, pulled up, dropped to one knee, found the crowbars. He wrapped a hand around the first one. The weight of it moved up his arm and into his chest like something settling. He picked up a second for his left hand, stood. He felt like himself again, more than himself. He raised both crowbars at the cluster of Selenites now regrouping far up the cavern and shook them. A threat visible from any distance, and turned back to Cavor. Cavor was doing his desperate dance above the grating, jabbing, feinting, keeping whatever was below from climbing through, buying time, but only time. Bedford looked up the cavern, thought it through. They were penned from below. The Selenites above had retreated, but they weren't leaving. They were waiting, clustering, and the longer he watched, the clearer it became that more were arriving, coming from somewhere further up in the dark. And below. In the cleft, there would be reinforcements coming too. There was no defense to mount. Defense was death. That left one option: charge. Bedford, he turned. Cavor was scrambling back from the grating, pointing. Something had come through the gap. A Selenite, lean, angular, built differently from the butchers, built for a specific purpose, was hauling itself out of the depression and bringing something with it. A device, tubes and tension mechanisms, and what looked like a coiled firing assembly. The whole apparatus braced against the creature's torso. A weapon. Bedford was already moving. He ran past Cavor, crowbars spread wide, shouting, trying to break the thing's concentration, disrupt whatever it was calculating. The device fired, not like a firearm, more like a crossbow, releasing a compressed mechanical chuzz, and something hit his left shoulder and spun him half around mid-stride. He didn't fall. His feet found the ground and he just landed short. His left hand swung and found the shaft of the bolt still embedded there, half through his shoulder, and he registered it with a distant curiosity before his right arm came around and the crowbar connected with the Selenite's head. The sound it made, he didn't look at what was left. He pulled the bolt out of his shoulder with his left hand. The pain arrived about a second later, white and bright, grabbed the fallen spear, drove it down through the grating into the darkness until the shrieking stopped. Then he hurled it, picked up the crowbar, turned, ran. The cavern opened up around him with each stride. The avenue of carcasses on his left, the cavern wall on his right, the scattered Selenite butchers pulling back, a tide retreating before him. Something flicked past his ear. Then another. He saw the spear hit a carcass beside him and quiver there deep in the pale flesh. Then the volley hit. A dozen of them. The air above him went thick with trajectories, and Bedford dove between two carcasses and pressed himself flat and breathed. The space was narrow, the rock wall curved, they couldn't get an angle on him. Cavor appeared from the shadows, pressed against the same wall, face slick with exertion and terror. "We move up through them," Bedford said, "carcass to carcass. They'll, yes, but we move anyway." He pulled off his flannel jacket as they crouched and ran. At the next gap he paused, shoved the jacket over the crowbar's end and pushed it out into open space. Chuzz zzzzzzz, the jacket convulsed, grew a beard of bolts in under a second. Every weapon in that little battery discharged their jacket on a stick. He dropped it, stood up, ran. The next minute didn't have edges. It was pure sensation, the weight of the crowbar, the resistance of bodies, the wet sounds, the piping shrieks. The way they moved like water around him parting, unable to form any collective response before he'd already passed through them and they were behind him running. He stopped, turned around. They were all behind him, every single one. Running in every direction, diving behind carcasses, vanishing into side passages, gone. The cavern floor was scattered with the evidence of what had just happened, and Bedford stood in the middle of it, breathing hard, inexplicably, stupidly laughing. He didn't feel hurt. He knew he was. The shoulder, something along his cheekbone, blood cooling in the fabric at his arm. He didn't feel it. He felt the moon's low gravity holding him loosely like it couldn't quite commit. Above, far up in the cavern ceiling, a ghost of white light, not blue, white, surface light. Cavor caught up to him, panting, and Bedford pointed upward. "That's the way," he said. Chapter 18, The Humming Abyss. The cavern opened without warning. One moment rock pressing close on all sides, the next nothing, an abyss. We stepped out onto a gallery, a narrow shelf of stone that jutted into a cylindrical void so immense my brain refused to process the scale of it. A pit, perfectly circular, running up and down into darkness without end, the walls curving away in both directions like the interior of some impossible industrial chimney, but larger than anything ever built by human hands. The gallery had no railing, no parapet, just a slanting ledge of bare rock spiraling around that yawning nothing for a turn and a half before plunging back into the cliff face above. I thought of the great mountain tunnels back in Switzerland, the tight helical turns of the St. Gotthard Railway, and felt a sick vertigo I hadn't expected. Everything here was enormous, titanic. Words don't reach it. I tracked my gaze upward along the curved wall. Far above, so far it seemed like another world entirely, a circular opening was set against a field of faint stars. Half the rim burned white, not glowed, burned, sunlight blinding and absolute pouring down through that distant aperture. Cavor and I cried out at the same moment. "Let's go," I said, already moving. "Wait." Cavor stepped toward the gallery's edge with careful, deliberate steps, his eyes cast downward. I followed, craned forward over that dizzying drop. I couldn't see the bottom. The light from above had half blinded me, and below that threshold there was only darkness, pure geological darkness, shot through with drifting shapes. Crimson, deep purple, spectral smears floating in the black like afterimages of something I couldn't name, but I could hear it. Sound rose from that pit the way heat rises from summer pavement. A low, seething hum. The kind of sound you get pressing your ear against a beehive, but multiplied by some obscene factor of scale. Thousands of voices, millions maybe, the entire hollow interior of a world vibrating, 4 miles below our feet perhaps more. I listened for 3 seconds, then tightened my grip on the crowbar and turned away. "This is the shaft," Cavor said almost to himself, "the one we saw from above under that lid. And down there, the lights. The lights." He said it like a man reciting something sacred and lost. "Yes, the lights of the world we'll never see. We'll come back," I said. After everything we'd survived, the certainty felt almost rational. We would find the sphere, we would get home. That sequence felt inevitable to me in that moment, and I held it like a physical thing. He said something I didn't catch. "What?" "Doesn't matter," Cavor said. We moved. The gallery ascended at a gradient that would have been brutal on Earth, a slope that would have put burning acid in your thighs and sent you to your knees inside 100 yards. But this was not Earth. On the moon you stride up impossible angles as though the mountain is negotiating with you, offering small courtesies, and so we climbed fast, breathing hard but moving, always moving. 4 miles, perhaps 5, accounting for the curvature. The passage straightened from a spiral into a steeply ascending tunnel, and the floor beneath our boots became soft and churned, marked by the enormous prints of mooncalves, those vast and placid creatures that had grazed the surface above. We saw 2 Selenites in that whole long climb. They saw us first. They ran, not a tactical withdrawal, not a strategic retreat. They scattered like animals that have glimpsed something higher on the food chain, helmet-headed shapes dropping tools or weapons, vanishing into lateral passages, gone before the sound of their movement had faded. Word had spread. Whatever we had done in those dim lower passages had moved ahead of us through this underground world like a signal through wire. Good, I thought, let it move. Light appeared ahead, not the cold blue bioluminescence of the deep tunnels. Real light, the golden, ferocious light of an actual sun, pouring down from an opening in the tunnel's end with the intensity of something burning through glass. The tunnel was so straight and so vast in its archway that no part of it fell into complete darkness, and I found myself leaning into my stride, leaning toward that brightness, feeling something I hadn't expected to feel. Relief, desperate, irrational relief. The circle of light grew. The opening widened with each bounding stride. And framed against the full blaze of the exterior, silhouetted black against that furnace sky, were the bayonet shrubs. Dead now. Dried to brown brittleness, their spiky forms collapsed and desiccated where they had grown and then burned in the advancing heat of lunar afternoon. The same shrubs that had seemed so alien and wrong on our arrival, so threatening, now they looked like home. I can't explain it. The sight of those desiccated alien plants drove something into my chest. Something that tasted like belonging, like the specific relief of returning to a place you thought you'd lost forever. A man who has been too long away from everything familiar will claim almost anything as his province if it's the last thing standing between him and the void. We ran toward the light. The air grew thin enough that running made it hard to speak. Each word required effort, projection, intention. I felt it in my lungs, that rarefied bite. We burst out of the tunnel mouth into a wide, churned space where the mooncalves had come and gone for what must have been countless thousands of cycles. And then the light and heat hit us simultaneously like a physical wall. Hot, shockingly, brutally hot. We crossed the open ground as fast as the terrain allowed, scrambled up through the dry scrub stems, and collapsed at last into the shadow of a mass of folded lava, gasping. The rock was hot even in the shade, the air shimmered, but we were out. We sat there for a long moment, not speaking, just breathing. Then the fear fell away. I felt it go, actually felt it leave, like pressure releasing from a sealed chamber. The nightmare logic of the passages below, the blue-lit tunnels, the creatures with their insect precision and their terrible numbers. The long dark, it all detached from us and dissolved in the sunlight. I looked back at the tunnel mouth. Down there in that cold blue radiance that now, in memory, seemed barely a grade above absolute darkness, we had been afraid. We had walked in fear of things that wore helmets instead of skulls and moved in formations like a military drill. We had submitted to them, allowed ourselves to be herded, contained, observed, and then we hadn't, and they had come apart like paper constructs, like wax. They had scattered and they had run and they had been nothing. I rubbed my face and felt the dried blood on my cheek before I registered what it was. Then became aware that my shirt was adhered to my shoulder and upper arm, fabric bonded to skin by something that pulled tight when I moved. Hell, I muttered, probing the damage with careful fingers, and in the same moment the tunnel mouth became something else. It stopped being a hole in the rock and became an eye, an opening with something behind it, watching. Cavor. My voice came out lower than I intended. What do they do now? What do we do? He was already staring at it. He didn't look away when he answered. How can anyone know what they'll do? It depends what they think we are. We've barely touched the outermost surface of this world. He said it quietly, almost to himself. They could have anything down there, resources we've never imagined. We hurt them, yes, but if they have weapons we haven't seen, we could hold out. I said the confidence from that last fight was still in me, still unreasonable and warm. Even through the night, we go back down, we fight for the sphere. I scanned the crater. The alien landscape had transformed in the time we'd been below. The scrub, grown enormous and now fully desiccated, covered everything in brown, spiky masses, throwing complex shadow patterns across the tumbled rock. It was a different world to the one we'd arrived in, as though some crucial clock had been allowed to run. The mooncalves were still visible in the far distance, in the full sun, scattered shapes baking in their own contentment, each casting a compact dark shadow, like livestock on a hillside, impossibly peaceful, not a single selenite visible anywhere. We could burn it all, I said. All this scrub, the sphere might be in the ash. Cavor wasn't listening. He was looking at the sky, at the stars, brilliant and impossible in full daylight, which still came through the near vacuum of this thin atmosphere in numbers that would have seemed supernatural if you hadn't understood the science of it. On Earth, the scattered light of the atmosphere washes the stars out in daytime. Here, with almost no atmosphere to scatter anything, the sky was simultaneously burning gold and full of stars. How long do you think we've been on the moon? He asked. Something in his tone made me go still. 2 days, I said, maybe less. Try 10, I stared at him. The sun has passed zenith, he said. It's tracking west. In 4 days or less it sets and the lunar night begins. That's not possible. We've eaten once. I know, 10 days, the arithmetic hit me. We've only eaten once in 10 days. Everything is different here, Cavor said. Hunger, fatigue, the rate at which time seems to pass, the subjective experience of duration. On a world with 1/6 the gravity, different pressure. Different everything, there's no reason to assume our internal sense of time would calibrate correctly. The biological signals that tell us an hour has passed, or a day, they're all calibrated for Earth. He looked at the sun, 4 days until dark. I stood up. The calculation was simple and the conclusion was ugly. We can't sit here, I said. Talk me through how we search. He stood up beside me. He seemed to gather himself. We plant a marker, a handkerchief on one of those spikes and use it as a datum point. Then we divide the search area. You take west, I take east. Move in expanding semicircles. Keep your shadow on your right until it's perpendicular to your bearing, then reverse with it on your left. Examine every gully, every jumble of rock. Look for anything that shouldn't be there. If one of us finds it, return to the handkerchief and signal. If neither of us does before nightfall, he didn't answer that. If they've already found it, I pressed. He shrugged, a small, terrible shrug. Take a club, I said. He shook his head. Then he was quiet for a moment, standing very still, and something changed in his face. The careful, scientific restraint dropped slightly, and I saw what was underneath it. We've been such fools, he said, to come this far and end here like this. He turned to look back at the tunnel mouth. Think about what's down there, properly think about it. That machine we saw, the shaft, the lid. Those were peripheral things, the outermost workings, and the creatures we fought, laborers, farmers, the equivalent of men who worked the surface of the earth without any knowledge of what the cities contain. He swept his arm toward the crater. Somewhere below us the tunnels open. They widen. They go deeper and grow larger the further they descend. Until at the very core there must be. He stopped, looked at me. His voice was the voice of a man describing a dream he's already half lost. An ocean, a sea at the center of the moon, black water under dim lights, or perhaps they need no lights at all, perhaps their eyes have moved beyond that requirement, and tides in that sea, and channels feeding into it from above, and cities perhaps, knowledge, order and complexity beyond anything we've produced up there. He gestured at the stars above us. And we may die here on the surface, never having understood what we were standing on top of. And when they find our bodies, when they find the sphere we cannot find, they'll finally understand what reached out and touched them, and it will be too late for everyone. His voice was thin in the low air, like hearing someone through a wire, through distance. The darkness is a problem that can be solved, I said. Torches, lamps, we go back to Earth. We return equipped. How do you keep a secret of this magnitude? How long before someone else rediscovers the principle? A year, 5, and once any government knows, he turned away, looked out over the dead crater. Science has been forging weapons for fools for long enough. Let them find it again in 1,000 years when perhaps they're fit for it. There are methods of keeping secrets. He smiled at that, not happily. Why worry, he said. And the lightness in it was the lightness of a man who has accepted something very bad. The chances of finding the sphere are small, and the Selenites are already mobilizing below us. We're in roughly the same position as a tiger that's escaped into Hyde Park and mauled someone. There's no version of this where they let us leave with what we know. I said, we're not improving those chances by standing here. We stood up together. Au revoir, Cavor said. It hit me strangely. Unexpectedly, standing there in the heat and the alien light with the dried blood on my face and the wound pulling tight against my shirt, I felt the full weight of what we'd put each other through. The friction of our personalities, the 1,000 small collisions, the ways I must have ground against him, and I wanted to ask him to shake hands. Something about the moment required that, some basic human need to mark it properly. Before I could speak, he bent his knees and leapt. He drifted, that's the only word. He moved through the thin, bright air like a leaf in slow wind, touched down lightly 40 yards north and leapt again, and each time he rose and fell he was smaller against the immensity of the crater floor until he was just a moving speck, and then he was nothing. I stood watching the space where he had been, then I faced west. I selected a jumping point. I thought of men who leap into cold water, the mental gathering required. The brief, pointless argument with the self, and I committed and jumped, and the moon took me up in its gentle, indifferent gravity and set me down again among the rocks. I looked back, once. The handkerchief burned white on its spike in the full glare of the sun, brilliant, visible from a long way off. Whatever happened next, I was not losing sight of that. I turned away and began to search. Chapter 19, Alone on the Moon, Bedford. Alone. The thought arrived not as panic but as simple fact, the way you might note the color of the sky. I had been searching for what felt like hours, and somewhere in that search the truth had settled over me like sediment. I was the only man on the moon. The hollow I'd found was ringed with dry brown fronds, tall and brittle and dead. I sat down beneath them because there was nothing else to do. The heat was extraordinary, not summer heat, not desert heat, but something ontological, something that felt like a physical argument against existence. The air was wrong too thin, like breathing through a folded cloth, a tightness around the chest that no amount of gulping could relieve. I set my gold clubs down. I rested my chin in my hands. The rocks around me were threaded with veins of gold, actual gold, bosses of it jutting from the dust, glittering where the dried-out lichens had peeled back to expose them. A fortune, a dozen fortunes. I looked at it with the kind of colorless, disconnected interest you might give to wallpaper in a waiting room. What did any of it matter? A languor had taken hold of my limbs. Not tiredness exactly. Something deeper, something philosophical. I could not make myself believe we would ever find the sphere in this vast, desiccated wilderness. The will to move, to search. To do anything, it had simply gone quiet. Why had we come here? The question floated up from somewhere below conscious thought, and I let it surface. I turned it over. What is it in a man that drives him away from warmth and safety, away from comfort, toward danger, toward the void, toward the very reasonable possibility of dying badly and alone? Sitting there in that bowl of useless lunar gold, I tried to construct an answer and couldn't. I ran the full inventory of my life, every choice, every ambition, every moment of risk, and I could not identify a single coherent purpose I had been serving. Not my own, not anyone else's, just this restless forward momentum. This compulsion, some force not himself impels him and go he must. But why? The thought fragmented, dissolved. My mind went soft at the edges, thoughts losing their hard outlines, drifting. The moon's low gravity, the extraordinary heat. The thin air, I suppose I was more exhausted than I understood. The physics of the place had been deceiving me about my own body. I slept, the clamor woke me, remote, indistinct, but real. I came back to myself in pieces, first awareness, then breathe, then the fact of my surroundings crashing back in all at once. The The hollow, the fronds, the gold, the moon. I was upright before I finished thinking. The stiffness in my muscles was already fading. The air had changed completely, cooler now, measurably cooler, the murderous violence of the heat broken. The sun had tracked west. I'd slept for hours. I shouldered my gold clubs and moved. The crater opened out before me as I climbed the hollow's edge. I scanned it systematically the way Cavor had taught me, sector by sector. No mooncalves, no Selenites, no Cavor. Far off across the gray-dusted floor I could see our handkerchief. A pale square spread on its thicket of thorns, impossibly small at that distance. I moved in a long semicircle, then a wider arc. The lunar leaps were extraordinary, each one a slow, weightless hang in the near vacuum, the ground falling away, the sky enormous and black above. On another day it might have felt like flying, now it felt like time running out. The sun was lower, much lower. The shadow beneath the western cliff was spreading like spilled ink. I understood the situation with sudden cold clarity. The Selenites would close their valves, their hatches, their airlocks, whatever they were, the mechanisms by which they sealed themselves into the moon's interior against the killing lunar night. Once those closed, Cavor and I would be outside, on the surface. As the temperature plummeted toward the kind of cold that exists between stars, that was not a slow death, that was the final one. I moved faster. The winged silhouette of the sun touched the crater rim, a quarter of its disk already gone. I kept thinking about the sound of fists against a sealed hatch. I kept thinking about Frost, find Cavor, get inside, that's all, that's everything. I was already turning back toward the handkerchief when the light hit me, a flash, brilliant, blinding. My first instinct was military, some Selenite weapon, some new device, then I understood. The sphere, it was lying far to the west. Farther than I had searched, farther than I had believed possible. The setting sun had caught its glass and thrown back a beacon, a single dazzling column of refracted light, announcing itself, finding me instead of the other way round. I threw my arms up and made a sound that was not quite a shout. The air was too thin for real shouting, and launched myself toward it. The leaps were desperate, ragged. I missed one entirely and plunged into a ravine and twisted my ankle hard on landing. After that, each touchdown was a negotiation with pain, each leap slightly mistimed, slightly desperate. I was breathing in sharp, inadequate gulps. My hands were shaking before I'd covered half the distance. 3 times I had to stop, hands on knees, chest heaving. The cold already beginning to find me, working its way through my suit at the joints, but I kept going. My last leap brought my hands flat against its glass with a solid, beautiful impact, and I stayed there, pressed against it, cheek against the sphere, trying to slow my breathing, trying to form the words. Cavor, here, the sphere, Cavor, nothing came, just breathing. When I could function again, I peered through the glass. The interior was dim and jumbled, but intact, nothing missing, nothing damaged. I hauled on the manhole, tilted the sphere, got my head through. The screw stopper was inside exactly where we'd left it. Everything was as we'd left it, back when there had been snow on the ground and we'd been 2 men stepping onto another world for the first time. I climbed inside. I sat among our things in the familiar dark interior. I breathed. Good. The word formed somewhere beneath language. Good. I placed the gold clubs on the table. Found a little food and ate it without tasting it, simply because it was there. Because my hands needed something to do. The glass curved around me. Outside the moon world. Inside this small, improbable miracle of glass and metal and Cavorite, this impossible machine that had carried us across the void. We could still do it. We could still go back, find more of the material, fill the sphere with gold, return as men who had stood on another world. Return as I stopped, made myself stop. I climbed back out. The cold hit me like a physical blow. Not the daytime cold, this was the advanced scout of the lunar night, the leading edge of a temperature that would eventually reach 250 degrees below what a man could survive. The shadows of the western cliff now covered a third of the crater floor. I had minutes, perhaps less. I stood on a rock shelf and cupped my hands around my mouth. Cavor, the word came out small and strange, a mannequin's voice, barely carrying 20 feet in that thin medium. The crater was still. The breeze had come up, moving the dry scrub, but it was the only motion anywhere. No mooncalves, no Selenites, no Cavor. I pulled off my vest and draped it over the scrub behind me as a marker. Then I committed to the direction and went long leaps, measured, each one carrying me farther from the sphere, each one costing me time I might not have. Each hanging pause in the low gravity I spent scanning for him. Each touchdown I was tempted to abort, to turn back. To choose the sphere over the man, I kept going. The handkerchief was close now. I came down in the depression below it, took one stride and stood within reach of it, small and white and forlorn on its thorns. I looked out from that position across the whole crater. My shadow stretched away from me in the low western light, impossibly long, reaching east like a finger toward the dark tunnel entrance below. No Cavor, and then the tunnel entrance. I made myself look at it. The dark wound in the crater floor through which we'd fled from the Selenites. My shadow pointed at it like an accusation. I almost missed it, a little thing 50 yards down the slope, nested among bent and snapped branches, among signs of struggle. I didn't want to know what it was. I went toward it anyway, his cap, Cavor's small cricket cap, lying in the dust. Around it the scrub was crushed and broken, forced down, trampled. I crouched. On several of the broken branches there were dark smears. I did not touch them. The breeze moved something in my peripheral vision, something small, white, a scrap of paper crumpled tight, rolling against a rock. I picked it up. It was stained, something dark on the outside, something red inside when I smoothed it open. Pencil marks. Cavor's handwriting, but degraded. The careful copperplate he always used broken down into something urgent and diminishing. I have been injured about the knee. The first line reads, still clear, still composed. I think my kneecap is hurt and I cannot run or crawl. My stomach dropped. They have been chasing me for some time and it is only a question of a word crossed out, something substituted that I couldn't read. Before they get me, they are beating all about me. The writing changed here, became physical, each letter a separate act of will. I can hear them, then illegible. A long illegible passage and then, surfacing from the chaos, a few clear words. A different sort of Selenite altogether, who appears to be directing the gone again into scrambled letters, and then one final coherent passage, the handwriting almost serene in its clarity. They have larger brain cases, much larger and slenderer bodies and very short legs. They make gentle noises and move with organized deliberation. And though I am wounded and helpless here, their appearance still gives me hope. That was Cavor, completely, utterly Cavor. They have not shot at me or attempted. Injury, I intend, and then the pencil had dragged sideways across the paper and stopped. A long, violent streak to the edge of the page. On the back, on the folded edges, dried and brown now but unmistakable. Blood. I stood there in the gathering cold holding the note and I could not think, not properly. The information was in me but would not process, would not assemble into meaning. I turned the scrap over in my fingers like a man trying to read a language he's forgotten. Something touched my hand. Light, cold, impossibly delicate. I looked down, a snowflake, already gone, then another and another. I looked up. The sky had darkened while I'd been reading, not gradually, not the way evening comes on Earth, but absolutely the way a light is switched off. Above me the stars were out in their hundreds, their thousands. Cold and watchful and immeasurably distant. The last light in the west was the color of a wound, bronze and darkening, and the sun, what remained of the sun, was a blood-red crescent balanced on the crater rim, sinking. Snow was falling on the moon, not weather, not a storm, something more fundamental, the atmosphere itself beginning to condense and precipitate as the temperature crossed a threshold it would not recross for 2 weeks. The air was becoming snow. Boom. The sound rolled across the crater, low and vast and rhythmic, the same sound that had greeted the lunar dawn, now the toll of its ending. Boom, I turned, the tunnel entrance, the dark wound in the crater floor, the passage that led into the interior, into warmth and light in the Selenite world below. Boom. It was closing. I watched it. A mechanism moving with the terrible patience of something that had been operating on this schedule for longer than humanity had existed. A valve. A lid, whatever it was closing and closing now, and when it sealed it would be sealed until the sun came back. Boom, it shut like an eye, gone. The silence afterward was the loudest thing I had ever heard. I was alone, completely, finally, cosmically alone. Above me space, infinite, lightless, absolute. The void that exists before the first thing and after the last. Not darkness. Darkness implies the recent memory of light. This was the absence of the concept itself. The cold was no longer a temperature. It was a presence. It was moving toward me across the crater floor like something with intent. No, I said. The word barely existed in that dying air. No, not yet. Wait, wait. My voice went up into something I will not call a scream because I am a grown man, and I scrambled back to the crest and took my bearing on the dim shape of my vest marker far away across the shadow-pooling floor. Then I jumped. The sphere. The sphere. Only the sphere, each leap an eternity, each hang in the low gravity a small death. The sun was below the rim now, gone, only a red pulse of scattered light remaining, dimming as I watched, bleeding out. The shadow was moving faster than I was, 2 miles, 100 leaps, more, the air thinning around me as it condensed into snow, into crystals, into nothing, with each breath less to work with. The cold at my joints turned to pain, turned to numbness. That particular numbness that is not relief. I fell twice. The first time I dropped short in a dry scrub that exploded into powder under me, ancient and desiccated, and I rolled and came up and kept going without breaking stride. The second time I went into a gully head over heels and came up bleeding from somewhere I couldn't identify and uncertain of my direction for 3 seconds that each cost more than I had to spend. Between the leaps, those slow, floating arcs, I hung above the moon in the first dark of its night, and the terror was not emotional but physical, a full-body recognition of exactly how thin the margin was, exactly how close the arithmetic of survival was running. The cold was in my lungs now. Each breath arrived like something serrated. Lie down, said something in me. Stop, it doesn't matter, lie down. I could see the sphere. Barely. A shape in the last light, glass dark now, no sun left to catch it. But there, I fell to hands and knees and crawled. The frost was on the ground, actual frost, crystalline and spreading, and my breath was fogging and freezing on my lips, ice forming in my mustache, and the cold was no longer outside me. 12 yards, lie down, 10, too late anyway. 6. I reached it with hands I could no longer fully feel, found the manhole rim by touch more than sight, and dragged myself up and over and inside. Warmth. Comparative, small. Improbable warmth, snowflakes, air flakes, atmosphere flakes, drifted in around me as I hauled myself to the valve and spun it. My fingers were barely fingers. I wept or tried to. I'm not certain whether tears formed or froze before they fell. I said, I will. I said it through teeth that were chattering hard enough to chip. I turned to the shutter controls, mechanisms I had never operated. I had watched Cavor work them twice, and I worked them now by instinct and catastrophe, fumbling at the studs, and through the frost-hazing glass I could see the last red streamers of the dying sun dragged across a whiteout of falling atmosphere, the black shapes of the scrub bending and breaking under the accumulating ice. Snow thickening, black shapes against the red, everything ending. Something clicked. The moon vanished. The silence of interplanetary space settled around me like a held breath. Like the moment between heartbeats, like the inside of a word that has not yet been spoken. I was in the dark. I was alive. Cavor was not here. Chapter 20. Adrift in the void, the sphere went dark, and Bedford ceased to exist. That's what it felt like, not sleep, not unconsciousness, something more absolute, the kind of nothing that lives on the other side of a bullet. One moment, raw terror, the frantic hammering of his own pulse, the sick animal need to survive. The next, void, infinite, silent, annihilating void. He'd done it himself, his own fingers on the Cavorite studs. He'd known what would happen, had experienced the effect before beside Cavor in what felt like another life. But knowing a thing and living a thing are separated by an abyss no map can chart. His fingers drifted off the controls. He hung. Annihilated was the right word for it. Weightless and undone, a ghost of a man suspended in a metal shell, suspended in nothing, borne upward, or was it downward, into an enormous, featureless dark. Time stopped meaning anything. He drifted until his shoulder found the bale and the chain and the crowbars that had migrated to the geometric center of the sphere during the crossing. The touch of cold metal was like a slap, like waking. He understood immediately he needed light, he needed reference. Without it, the darkness would swallow him whole and he would dissolve into it, molecule by molecule, thought by thought. Also, he was cold, deeply, fundamentally cold in a way that had nothing to do with emotion. He kicked off the bale, clawed along the thin guide cord strung inside the glass, crawled by touch until his hands found the rim of the manhole, then used that geometry to triangulate the location of the light studs. One controlled push, a slow arc around the bale. Something large and soft brushed his face in the dark, and his heart detonated in his chest before he recognized it. Lloyd's News. The old broadsheet adrift. He got his hand on the cord and reached the studs. He lit the small lamp. The newspaper hung there in the lamplight like an absurd apparition, its headlines utterly indifferent to the fact that there were no longer any streets, any presses, any cities within a conceivable distance. Bedford stared at it. Then he laughed. The laugh tore out of him in jagged, breathless pieces, equal parts hysteria and relief. The newspaper, here, now. Somehow that ridiculous paper folded space and returned him to himself. He found an oxygen cylinder and breathed, lit the small heating element. 8. Sat with his back against the curved wall and listened to the absolute silence of the void pressing against the glass. Then he got to work. He opened the first Cavorite blind and slammed it shut immediately, blinded, his eyes screaming white fire. The sun, raw and unfiltered and merciless, no atmosphere to soften it. No atmosphere to soften anything out here. He waited for his vision to clear, then tried the windows mounted at 90 degrees. There, the moon, a crescent enormous, filling half the sky, ice-white and alien and already impossibly receding. And behind it, tiny, heartbreaking Earth, a crescent itself now, frail as a fingernail paring, impossibly small. The distance hit him like cold water. He'd calculated that escaping the moon would be gentler than leaving Earth. The moon's spin was slower. The kickoff would be minimal. He'd expected to find himself hovering just above their crater, hanging at the edge of the Terminator with time to think and plan. Instead, he was here, wherever here was, flung out into the gulf at a velocity he hadn't anticipated, by physics he'd apparently understood only in the roughest and most dangerous sense. Cavor, the name surfaced in his mind like something drowned. He tried to picture him. Tried to construct some version of events that ended with the man alive, upright, blinking through those thick lenses, formulating some characteristically eccentric theory about everything that had gone wrong. What came instead was an image he couldn't shake. Cavor bent and broken at the base of some vast blue cliff. The Selenites gathered around him in their silent insectoid hundreds, their helmet faces tilted at angles no human neck could manage. that blood-stained fragment of paper. Bedford pressed his palms against his eyes, held them there until the pressure became its own kind of anchor. Think the problem was this: the sphere was moving. It had momentum from the moon's escape, and that momentum was carrying it outward, away from Earth, in a trajectory Bedford could feel but not precisely calculate. He was no mathematician. He knew enough to be dangerous, which was to say, just enough to understand how thoroughly he might die getting this wrong. What he needed was to fall back toward the moon first, use its gravity to slingshot him around, add velocity in the right direction, then shut the moonward blinds, arc behind it, emerge on the far side with Earth ahead of him, and open the Earth-facing windows. The planet's gravity would do the rest, theoretically. Whether he'd arrive in a clean hyperbolic approach or spiral into some eccentric orbit and circle Earth until the air ran out, that was the open question. That was the thing that made the back of his throat taste like copper. He worked through the calculations 3 times, got 3 different answers, concluded that mathematics was either deeply flawed as a discipline or he was, probably both. He opened the moonward blinds, the crescent swelled. He watched it, squatting on the floor, the effort of squatting sending him floating upward for a moment before he grabbed a cord and pulled himself back down. He waited. The white arc grew and grew until it seemed impossible it wasn't growing faster, until the craters resolved into individual features he almost recognized, until proximity began to feel like threat. He shut the blinds. The sphere flew on, behind the moon. Into momentary secondary darkness, the sun eclipsed, the stars flaring up with savage, airless clarity in every direction. He held his breath. The moon dropped behind him. Earth appeared in the forward windows, larger now, or was that wishful thinking? And he opened the Earth-facing blinds fully and sat back in the warm, oxygen-rich air of the sphere and did the last thing he would have expected himself to do. He stopped worrying. It came on gradually, the way sedation comes on. One moment he was cataloging concerns, trajectory, velocity, the angle of atmospheric entry, the question of what he'd say when he arrived. The harder question of whether he'd arrive at all, and the next he was simply floating, watching his own thoughts from a comfortable distance. The lamp was extinguished to conserve fuel. Earthshine filtered through the glass in cold blue-gray washes. Stars burned below him without twinkling, no air to disturb them, no atmosphere to perform that familiar atmospheric trembling, and in their fixed, pitiless light he felt something deeply strange begin to happen in the architecture of his mind. He became uncertain that he was Bedford. It happened by degrees. First it was just a loosening, the way a fever can make identity feel provisional, negotiable. Then it became something more structural. He found himself examining Bedford from outside, reviewing the man's history with a detachment that felt almost clinical. Bedford rushing down Chancery Lane, hat askew, coattails flying, late for an examination. A small man in a river of small men, all of them scurrying, all of them convinced of their own significance. Bedford in that sitting room, the woman across from him, his hat on the table beside him, badly needing brushing and his face wet with tears he wasn't quite ashamed of. Bedford afraid to come to Lympne. Bedford accosting Cavor on a country lane. Bedford with his sleeves rolled up, working on the sphere. Convinced he was about to become enormously wealthy. Me. The word felt increasingly like a question. He knew he should resist it. He understood on some functional level that this was what isolation did, what weightlessness did, what the removal of every normal sensory anchor did to a nervous system evolved for gravity and friction and the press of other bodies and the sound of human voices. The brain, deprived of its inputs, began to negotiate with itself about the nature of the self, about whether the self was a thing or merely a story told in the dark. He tried to fight it, tried to summon something vivid, something felt, a moment of real joy or real pain, some emotional data that would anchor Bedford back into Bedford's body. Nothing came that felt truly his. Every memory arrived like a story about someone else. He found the drifting copy of Lloyd's News, lit the lamp. Read the advertisements with deliberate, methodical attention. A bicycle, a gentleman of private means seeking correspondence, a lady in reduced circumstances selling silverware. This is your world, he told himself. These are your people. This is what you're going back to. And something in the dark recesses of whatever he currently was replied, quietly and without malice, that's Bedford's world. You know you're not Bedford. Then what the hell am I? He said aloud. His voice sounded strange in the sealed sphere. Too present, too physical. No answer came. Only the stars through the glass, indifferent and eternal, burning without witness in the spaces between all the worlds there had ever been. He stayed with it. He had no choice. Weeks passed, his best estimate, though time had become a thoroughly unreliable instrument. He drifted in and out of that strange, dissociated state. Sometimes he felt enormous, cosmic, untethered from anything as small as a name or a history. Other times he slammed back into his body with sudden, painful specificity. The cold metal of the sphere, the dull ache behind his eyes, the knowledge that he was betting his life on orbital mechanics he'd worked out with a level of mathematical confidence that would embarrass a schoolboy. The Selenite caverns felt like a dream. Their helmet faces, their clicking mandibles, their vast humming machinery, all of it receding. Becoming abstract, becoming small. Even Cavor, brilliant, ridiculous, irreplaceable Cavor, had become a grief so distant it barely registered as grief. Just a fact somewhere in the background, a wound that had cauterized itself. He floated. He thought about things that had no names. He watched the stars. And then slowly, with the gathering authority of something ancient and inarguable pull, a sensation more felt than measured, a subtle, insistent directional bias in the behavior of everything that was not bolted down. The sphere itself perhaps beginning to adjust its drift in ways too small for eyes to catch but not too small for some animal part of him to register. Earth calling him back, gravity, that most democratic of forces, it acts on everything, makes no distinctions, shows no preferences. It had his sphere, it had his mass. It was drawing him in with the patient, implacable logic of a system that had been at this for 4 billion years before Bedford had existed and would continue for 4 billion more after. He felt himself return, not all at once, but piece by piece, organ by organ, thought by thought. The cosmic detachment burned off like morning fog. The question of whether he was Bedford resolved itself with sudden, urgent clarity. He was Bedford. He was Bedford hurtling toward Earth at a velocity he couldn't accurately calculate. In a vessel he'd need to navigate through atmospheric entry using controls he understood imperfectly, toward a surface he'd need to hit at an angle that was survivable. The caverns, Cavor, the gold, the Selenites, the sphere, the return, all of it crashed back into him at once, vivid and specific in his. He pressed his face to the glass. Earth filled the forward window now, vast and curved and achingly blue-white, wreathed in weather, alive with the movement of clouds across oceans. Real, more real than anything in the void had been. He sat down at the controls. He needed to work out the conditions of re-entry. He needed to think clearly and precisely about exactly how a sphere made of glass and Cavorite was going to fall through an atmosphere at velocity without simply becoming a very brief, very bright point of light. He needed to survive this. Bedford squared his shoulders, set his jaw, looked at the controls. Think. Chapter 21. Splashdown into darkness. The sphere hit the water like a shell, not a gentle splash, an impact, a detonation of white water that must have thrown spray 30 feet into the air. Bedford felt it in his teeth. He'd slammed every shutter open the instant he heard the surface coming up, that roar of dark Atlantic rushing toward him through the porthole glass, and the Cavorite panels snapped wide just as the sphere plunged under. The physics were immediate and brutal. Downward momentum bled away, the pressure equalized, and then like a bubble finding its nature, the sphere began to rise, slower, then floating, rocking on the surface of the North Sea like a drunk man finding his feet. Bedford pressed his forehead against the refracting glass and breathed. He was alive. The thought arrived with a kind of hollow wonder, the way a man touches a wound he can't quite believe he survived. Outside, darkness, real darkness, earth darkness, thick and salt-smelling even through the hull. 2 yellow pinpoints in the far distance, a ship moving south, indifferent to him. Closer, a red light swinging in the chop, rising and falling, rising and falling. He tried to flag it. The glow lamp was dead, every last volt rung out somewhere over the North African coast. He sat down, wrists on his knees, watching the red light rock. The excitement drained out of him like water through sand. He was going to have to spend another night in the sphere. He understood this with the flat, numb acceptance of a man who has stopped fighting the thing he cannot change. His body felt like something that had been disassembled and reassembled incorrectly. Every muscle, every joint. The weeks in the moon's reduced gravity had done something to him, recalibrated him at the cellular level, and now the Earth's gravity was collecting its debt, pressing down on him with a weight that seemed personal. Vindictive, he closed his eyes. Sleep took him before he even registered it was coming. He woke to a change in the rhythm of the rocking, different, wrong. The sphere had stopped moving like a boat and started moving like something beached. He peered through the glass and saw sand, enormous shallow sand flats stretching in every direction, and beyond them, faint in the gray pre-dawn, the angular silhouettes of houses, trees, the curved ghost of a ship on the horizon, hanging between sea and sky like something drawn with a shaking hand. England, he knew it before he could have explained how he knew it. He stood up, his legs buckled immediately. He caught himself against the curved wall and stood there for a moment, relearning the basic physics of upright posture, then turned to the manhole. The screw was stiff. Months of micrometeorite vibration and lunar temperature cycling had warped the threads. He wrestled it, palms burning. The sphere tilting under his shifting weight. Finally it gave. The seal broke, air hit him like a fist. He gasped, sat down hard, pressed both hands against his sternum and sat there, eyes watering, chest heaving, while his lungs relearned the violence of real atmospheric pressure. Sea level air, earth air, dense and cold and salt-heavy and absolutely, devastatingly real. He gave it a minute, then he got his head through the hatch. The sphere immediately rolled. His face went toward the water and he yanked himself back, heart hammering. Spent another 30 seconds repositioning himself before finally managing to crawl out, not elegantly, not triumphantly, but on his hands and knees across wet sand like a man who has simply survived something large enough to have killed him. He did not try to stand. His body had very clear opinions about standing. He sat in the shallow water and looked at England. Gray dawn. Low clouds showing seams of greenish gray where the light was trying to get through. To his right, a shingle bank with small dark cottages hunched against the wind. A lighthouse. A headland, further inland flat sand broken by pools of still water, and beyond that low scrub. To the northeast, a row of tall, narrow lodging houses stood against the brightening sky like bones, the tallest things on earth to his eyes. He stared at them with a kind of bewildered affection. He'd seen the spires of the grand Selenite cities. He'd watched light move across 1,000 miles of airless lunar plain. These ugly, sensible, profoundly ordinary buildings were the most beautiful things he had ever seen. He sat there for a long time, blinking salt water from his eyes, feeling the gravity hold him down with patient and absolute authority. Then the hunger arrived. It came on all at once. The way hunger does when the body finally decides it's safe enough to want things again. Bacon, he whispered. The word tasted like a prayer. Eggs, good toast, good coffee. He thought about the logistics for a moment, the gold inside the sphere, the hotel somewhere up that beach, the state of his appearance after however many weeks in space. He pressed a hand to his face and felt the beard, thick, dense, catastrophic. He heard footsteps, crunching in the wet sand, coming from his left. He turned. A small, round-faced man was walking down the beach with a bathing towel around his shoulders and a bathing costume folded over one arm, pink-cheeked, well-fed, wearing the comfortable, unhurried expression of a man who has never been anywhere near the moon. He was staring at the sphere the way a man stares at something that cannot possibly exist. He stopped 20 yards away. "Hello," he said with tremendous uncertainty. "My man." Bedford looked at him. He was acutely aware of how he must appear, gaunt, filthy, half-feral, sitting in the tide wash like something the sea had rejected. "Hello yourself," he said. The man blinked. Then, apparently deciding that a savage would not have said something so conversational, he came closer. "Good God," he looked at the sphere. "What on earth is that thing? Can you tell me where I am?" "That's Littlestone." He pointed at the lodging houses. "And that's Dungeness." He gestured vaguely toward the headland. Have you come ashore? Were you wrecked? Is that some sort of life-saving apparatus?" Bedford held that thought for a moment, turning it over, examining it for usefulness. "Yes," he said, "something like that. I want help." His voice came out wrong, rough, barely functional, like an engine that hadn't run in months. "There's some things inside, valuable. I can't leave them here." 3 more young men were coming down the sand now. Towels, blazers, straw hats, the early morning bathing contingent of Littlestone strolling toward him with the bright, purposeless energy of people who had not spent the night floating in a steel sphere in the North Sea. They converged on him. The questions started immediately and he let them wash past. "I'll explain later," he said. "I'm done in. I've nothing left." "Come up to the hotel," the round-faced man said. He had that particular English quality of wanting, urgently, to be helpful. "We'll see to everything." Bedford hesitated. "There are 2 bars of gold inside that sphere." Silence. The 4 young men looked at each other, then they looked at him, then they looked at the sphere. "Gold," one of them said. "Go and look if you don't believe me." Bedford crawled back to the sphere, reached inside, and dragged out the selenite crowbars, the broken chain, and the 2 ingots. The ingots landed in the sand with a sound like certainty. The round-faced man reached down and gripped the end of one bar. He lifted it perhaps 4 inches before dropping it with a grunt that seemed to involve his entire body. He started. "It's gold," Bedford said. "Yes, all of it. I need 2 of you on each one and I'll manage the chain." They stared at the gold. They stared at him. He could see them trying to construct a narrative that made sense and failing. And then deciding to help anyway, which was perhaps the most English thing he had ever witnessed. The procession up the beach was slow, undignified, and wonderful. Halfway there, 2 small girls joined them with spades, watching with enormous eyes. A thin boy on a bicycle appeared further back and paced them 100 yards distance, studying the group with the calculating intensity of a child who has spotted something that might be important. Bedford watched him. "He won't touch it," the stout young man said reassuringly, noting Bedford's gaze. "Right," said Bedford. The sun cleared the horizon as they walked. It lifted itself free of the flat gray clouds and hit the sea, and the sea became gold, a different kind of gold from the bars on their shoulders, and Bedford felt something shift in his chest, something loosening. The weight of the moon, of the crater, of Cavor's silence, of the vast cold dark between worlds, it didn't leave exactly, but the light touched it. Light pushed against it. He was home. He was alive. When he finally found himself in the hotel's bathroom with warm water and a borrowed razor and a change of clothes that were slightly too small but clean, When the water ran brown and then clear and then finally, blissfully clear, something in him let go completely. He went down to breakfast. The four young men were arranged around the table with the careful, studied casualness of people pretending not to be intensely curious. The gold bars sat on the sideboard. The crowbars were propped against the wall. The young men's eyes moved from his face to the gold and back with the regularity of a pendulum. Bedford ate. The food was extraordinary. It was the most extraordinary food in the history of human civilization, which he understood was a function of context and not cuisine, but the understanding did not diminish the experience. "Well," said the youngest young man, after watching Bedford demolish a plate of eggs with an attention that verged on scientific. "You mentioned, that is, you haven't quite explained." "I got it in the moon," Bedford said. "Silence." "The moon," the young man said. "Yes, the moon in the sky." Bedford looked at him across the coffee cup. "What other moon is there?" More silence. "You've just," the stout one said carefully, "come from the moon, through space, in that ball." Bedford took a deliberate mouthful of egg. The young men exchanged a glance that contained multitudes. Incredulity, concern, the specific social anxiety of being polite to someone who has clearly gone badly wrong in the head. "Just pass me that toast rack," Bedford said. The youngest young man passed it reflexively and then seemed to realize he'd been managed. They tried several more times. He deflected each attempt with the ruthless efficiency of a man operating on approximately zero social patience. "Look," he said finally, setting down his cup. "I'm not being rude. I'm not spinning you a tale to seem interesting. I give you my word of honor I've come from the moon. That's all I can tell you and more than I probably should. You've been extraordinarily decent and I won't forget it. Now is the tide going out?" "Near the ebb," the round-faced man said faintly. "Then the sphere will be fine where it is." "The weather," the round-faced man said after a moment, grasping for normal conversation with both hands. "It's been remarkably good. Best summer in years, don't you?" The sound hit the room like a physical force. "Foo is somewhere close, somewhere terribly specifically close." A sound like a tremendous rocket, and then a half-second later something that had been a window ceased to be a window. Everyone moved at once. The young men rushed to the corner window. Bedford was a step behind them. And then a thought arrived, a thought with ice in it, and he was ahead of them, shoving past, running for the hotel door. The thin boy. He hit the esplanade at a dead run and stopped. The sea was no longer smooth. Catspaws churned the surface in every direction, quick and angry, radiating outward from a central point. The water was still settling. Above the disturbance, a small white cloud was dissipating in the morning air, twisting apart in the breeze like smoke after a shot. Where the sphere had been, nothing. The water, the sky, the empty, indifferent sea. Bedford stood there and felt the world reconfigure itself around this new fact. The boy had gone inside. Of course he had, a sphere on a beach with no lock, no guard, and a dozen mysterious studs on the interior surface. A boy with a bicycle and nothing to do, and that specific catastrophic quality of curiosity that belonged exclusively to 12-year-old boys. He touched the controls. He'd shut the Cavorite shutters, and now he was ascending through the atmosphere at a speed that would have him in the vacuum of space within the hour. Bedford understood with terrible clarity that the boy would not figure out the controls. The odds against it were not calculable in normal terms. He would float to the center of the sphere's interior as the gravity gradient equalized, and he would remain there, and he would drift, away from Earth, away from the sun, into the dark between worlds. "I say," said the round-faced man's voice just behind him. "I say, you know." Bedford turned. There were 30 people now. They materialized from somewhere, hotel guests, beachwalkers, the curious, the alarmed. They formed a rough semicircle around him on the esplanade, all of them staring, all of them wanting an explanation he could not give and would not try to give and did not have the architecture to construct even if he'd wanted to. Their eyes pressed on him like hands. "I can't," he said. The word came out cracked. "I can't, I'm not, you'll have to just." He stopped, turned, walked back into the hotel. He moved through the coffee room, seized a waiter by the arm and issued orders in a voice that left no room for questions. The gold went upstairs, the door locked. Bedford tore off the borrowed clothes, got into the bed, and lay there staring at the ceiling while his heart gradually decided to slow down. He thought about the boy. He thought about it with the methodical, deliberate thoroughness of a man who needs to know exactly how much guilt he is carrying before he can decide what to do with it. The boy had entered the sphere of his own volition. Bedford had not invited him, had not shown him how to operate it, had not left it in his care. If he, Bedford, kept his mouth entirely shut, there was nothing to connect him to any disappearance. He had arrived on this beach from somewhere unspecified. Under circumstances he was not obliged to detail, carrying gold whose provenance was his own business. That was all. That was the entirety of what could be proven. He turned it over several times. He rang for whiskey and soda, a flannel nightshirt, and a box of cigars. While he waited for them, he thought about the other thing, the bigger thing. The sphere was gone. The Cavorite was gone. The notes in his pocket, partial, inadequate. Written in haste in a lunar tunnel, were the only record of what he and Cavor had done together. Not enough to reconstruct it. Not enough to come within 100 miles of reconstructing it. He was the sole survivor of the first human expedition beyond the Earth. He said it to himself plainly, without ceremony, the way you say a thing that needs to be said without consolation. And that was all. There would be no second trip, no sphere full of gold. No recovery of Cavor's body, if there was a body left to recover, which he increasingly doubted. Every intention he'd had, every plan he'd sketched out in the crater, in the dark, during the long fall back, all of it was gone. Dispersed in the sky above Littlestone with a bang that the people of Lyd would no doubt attribute to the government munitions range 2 miles east. He smoked, he thought, he let the machinery of his mind run clean. By the time the whiskey arrived, he had a plan. He called for writing paper. He wrote to the nearest bank, New Romney, the waiter confirmed, requesting they send 2 authenticated clerks with a good horse to collect 100 weight of gold. He signed the letter Blake. It seemed adequately anonymous. He wrote to an outfitter in Folkestone ordering a dark tweed suit, shirts, boots, a hat, a valise. He wrote to a watchmaker. The letters went out. He had lunch. The clerks came. Weighed the gold with the respectful efficiency of men who had learned not to ask questions about certain clients, and took it away. Bedford pulled the blankets over his head and went to sleep. The world, it turned out, had a ready-made story for everything. Cavor was simply a moderately undistinguished scientific experimenter who had blown up his house at Lympne, probably through carelessness. The bang at Littlestone was the Lyd Range. Bedford himself, whoever he was, had clearly suffered some ordeal at sea and arrived with salvaged gold, the exact nature of which was none of anyone's business. The world was very good at this, Bedford reflected, at taking impossible things and filing them into the nearest available drawer. He arranged his finances. He assumed the name he'd given the bank and wore it without discomfort. The beard helped. By the time the creditor who had motivated his escape to the moon might have been looking for him, he was already in Italy. Amalfi now, a rented room above a lemon grove. The manuscript on the table in front of him is this story. He is trying to write a play. The same play he was working on before Cavor walked into his life and detonated it. He picks it up and puts it down. The characters say their lines and he finds he can't care about any of them. Last night was full moon. He stood on the pergola for 2 hours watching it, that familiar face, the one he had stood on, the one he had breathed on, the one that had nearly killed him, hanging up there in the Italian sky, blank and silver and impossibly far away and impossibly close. Somewhere up there in a crater in the cold, the remains of what Cavor had built. Tables, chairs, bars of gold that nobody could reach. Somewhere out in the dark between worlds, a thin boy from Littlestone and a sphere still falling. He thinks about the Cavorite sometimes, the exact mechanism of it. He was never the scientist that was always Cavor, but he was there. He watched it built, he watched it work. The mathematics of it live somewhere in his memory, the way song lyrics live, partial and tantalizing, whole verses collapsing into silence just when you need them. He will not reconstruct it. He knows this, a thing like that does not come twice. He looks at the moon until his neck aches, then he goes inside. Then he picks up the play again and writes 3 sentences and stops. He is a man who went to the moon and came back. He has gold in a bank in Romney Marsh and a view of the Mediterranean and nothing whatsoever to show for the most extraordinary journey in the history of the human species. Some nights he is entirely certain it happened. Some nights the moonlight comes through the window and falls across the desk and he sits in it and wonders, not seriously, just for a moment, the way you wonder about a dream that felt too specific to be only a dream, whether any of it was real. Then he looks at his hands, the calluses from the selenite shafts, the scar on his palm from the manhole screw, the specific particular way his legs still ache every morning when the gravity makes its daily claim on him. Real, all of it. He closes the shutters, he goes back to the play. Chapter 22, Signal from the Moon. The manuscript was finished. I'd written the end, tossed my pen across the desk and meant it. The whole impossible account, the voyage, the moon, Cavor, the Selenites, my desperate crawl back to Earth at Littlestone, done. Sealed, delivered to my literary agent, sold, published in the Strand in monthly installments while I sat in the warm Mediterranean sun at Lympne, trying to remember how to write something ordinary. I was working on a stage play, a normal, terrestrial, utterly forgettable stage play. That was when the letter found me. It chased me from Amalfi to Algiers 6 months ago now, and when I finally broke the seal and read it, I sat very still for a very long time. The kind of stillness that comes not from calm but from a mind working too hard to move the body. The letter was from a man named Julius Wendige, Dutch, an electrical engineer of some reputation, working out of a private observatory on the flanks of Monte Rosa. He had been experimenting with apparatus similar to what Nikola Tesla had used in his famous, or infamous, depending on your circles, attempt to detect signals from Mars. Wendige had been hunting electromagnetic whispers from deep space for years, patient, methodical, alone, and he had found something, not Mars, something closer, something that should have been silent. He was receiving a signal fragmentary. Intermittent electromagnetic pulses riding the same frequencies as Marconi's wireless telegraphy. Coming from a fixed point in the sky that tracked night after night with the slow arc of the moon. The signal was in English. I read the letter 3 times, then I laughed, an elaborate hoax obviously. Someone had read my manuscript, it had been circulating before publication, and this was their idea of amusement. I wrote back to Wendige in exactly that spirit. Jovial. Dismissive, lightly contemptuous. His reply arrived 4 days later. I stopped laughing. I was on a train to Switzerland within the hour. The observatory was a stone structure built into a ridge, wind-scoured and precise, smelling of ozone and cold metal and the particular mineral silence of high altitude. Wendige met me at the door. Small man, wire spectacles. The slightly unfocused gaze of someone who spends too much time staring at instruments and not enough time looking at people. His handshake was firm. His expression was that of a man who had been living with an enormous secret and was very, very relieved to share it. He showed me everything. The apparatus first, a dense thicket of copper coils, galvanometers, rotating cylinders wrapped in paper tape, antenna wire strung between iron masts outside in the thin mountain air. Ingenious. Genuinely, startlingly original. He had built it all himself, piece by piece, over 6 years, calibrating and recalibrating, chasing ghost signals and solar interference, patient as a monk. Then the records, rolls of paper tape covered in the fine-toothed scratches of the recording needle. Months of them. Cosmic background noise mostly, the low, constant electromagnetic hiss of the universe going about its business. And then, beginning about 2 months ago, threaded through the static like a voice through a storm, Cavor. I knew his cadences before I'd read 3 lines. The slightly formal construction, the habit of qualifying everything twice, the way he built a sentence, the way he built an experiment, methodically from the foundation up. It was him. Unmistakably, impossibly, undeniably him. My hands were shaking. I was not ashamed of this. Cavor was alive. Let me explain what Wendige had built, because it matters. For several years, careful observers had been noting something strange in the electromagnetic spectrum. Waves of disturbance, identical in character to the Hertzian waves that Marconi had harnessed for wireless telegraphy, were arriving at the Earth from sources that could not be identified. Some were solar, some were not. Tesla, in America, had made his famous announcement in 1899 that he believed one sequence of these disturbances represented an attempt at communication from Mars. He was largely ridiculed, but he was not entirely wrong about the phenomenon itself. The waves were real. Their source was unknown. Wendige had decided, more seriously than almost anyone else alive, to find out what they were. He had designed instruments sensitive enough to detect and record these disturbances with a fidelity no one else had achieved. He had positioned his observatory to minimize interference. He had been at it, largely alone, since 1898, and by pure savage luck his instruments had been running for 2 full months by the time Cavor, somewhere deep inside the moon, working with whatever electrical apparatus the Selenites had permitted him to access. Building a transmitter of the Marconi type in circumstances I could only begin to imagine, made his first attempt to call home. We had the beginning. Fragments of it damaged and stuttering, but the beginning. We never got a message back to him. We tried every configuration Wendige could devise, every hour the geometry of Earth and Moon aligned favorably enough to make the attempt. Nothing. Either our signal never reached him, or he had no means of receiving it. Or I didn't let myself finish that thought. What we knew, he was alive. He was not imprisoned, or not completely. He had freedom of movement, access to equipment, time to transmit. He was lame, something had happened to his leg, but otherwise he described his health as better than it had typically been on Earth, which was both reassuring and, knowing Cavor, entirely plausible. He did not know I had survived. His messages made that clear. He believed I was dead, either killed in the crater or lost in the void when the sphere departed without me. He was transmitting into what he imagined was an empty silence. He was leaving a record for no one, or for everyone, 18 transmissions, long ones when the conditions were right and his strength held. The picture they assembled of the Selenite civilization, of the interior of the moon, of the staggering, alienating, magnificent order of that underground world, was unlike anything I can adequately summarize here. Wendige and I are preparing the full annotated edition now, with complete technical documentation due to begin publication in January. But there is one absence in the record that I cannot move past without noting it: the instructions for making Cavorite, the formula, the process. The precise material science behind the one substance that could screen matter from gravitational attraction, the discovery that had made everything possible. Cavor had promised in one fragment that he intended to transmit it. Perhaps he did. Perhaps he tried and the signal degraded and the data dissolved back into the cosmic static from which it had briefly, miraculously emerged. Perhaps he was interrupted. Those fragments, if they ever existed, are gone. scattered, absorbed into space, gone. The weight of that fact is something I carry differently on different days. What follows is the record as we have it, incomplete, damaged in places, maddening in its gaps, but real. Cavor's voice crossing 239,000 miles of vacuum, riding electromagnetic waves through the dark, arriving at a set of copper coils on a Swiss mountainside, arriving against all probability at all. He was up there. He was alone. He was thinking of Earth. He wanted us to know what he had found. Chapter 23, Cavor's Competing Truth. The first two transmissions from Cavor are relics, history. They cover the same ground I already mapped in my own account, the sphere, the launch, the departure from Earth. A few details differ, nothing that matters. What matters is how he writes about me. He calls me poor Bedford. Says I was a young man, by no means well equipped for such adventures. Claims he dragged me away from a planet where I was indisputably fitted to succeed. As if I were some clerk he'd conscripted into a nightmare. I built that sphere with him. My energy, my practical capacity, my money. He glosses over our transit through space in a single sentence, as if crossing 240,000 miles of vacuum were a commuter run on the London and Brighton Railway, and then he turns on me. He writes, it speedily became apparent that the entire strangeness of our circumstances was exciting my companion unduly. On the moon his character seemed to deteriorate. He became impulsive, rash, and quarrelsome. There it is. He blames me for eating the lunar vesicles. Fine, I ate them. They hit like opium and gin taken simultaneously, and I will not pretend otherwise. But he ate them too. He simply omits that part. A man trained in the search for truth. And he omits that part. He writes that I gave way to panic violence. That I ran amok. That I killed 3 Selenites and then 7 or 8 more as we fought our way out. Here is what I will say about that. I am not a model man. I have never claimed to be. But I was not going to stand in a tunnel 100 miles beneath the surface of the moon and let insect creatures with blank, scuttling faces do whatever they intended to do with us. So yes, I fought. Cavor surrendered. He writes it up as dignity, as enlightened scientific temperament triumphing over brute aggression. He says he fell into a crevasse, cut his head, damaged his knee, and decided to surrender, as if it were a philosophical position rather than a man lying broken in a crack in the rock with nowhere left to crawl. And then, and this is what I cannot forgive, he suggests I found the sphere and fled without him, that I stole a march on him, that I abandoned my companion and launched myself into space alone, driven by selfishness, only to lose control and drift to some slow death in the dark between worlds. He wrote a different story once, on blood-stained paper, in a message so desperate it barely held together. I have that message. I have read it 100 times. I will let the reader decide which version of Cavor to believe. After that, he stops mentioning me entirely. And strangely, that is when his account becomes extraordinary. The Selenites who found him in the crevasse carried him inward, down. They had a conveyance he could only describe as a kind of balloon, a sealed envelope of gas that descended rather than rose, exploiting some differential in the moon's interior atmosphere. They placed him inside it and they dropped him into the dark. Understand what the moon actually is. This is not metaphor. This is not speculation. Every astronomer who has studied the density of our satellite, 3/5 that of Earth, despite being made of the same primordial material, has been staring at the answer without seeing it. The moon is hollow, not hollow like an empty shell, hollow like a sponge. 100 miles of tunnels and shafts and caverns, interconnected, vast, some of them natural and some of them carved by a civilization that has been working underground for longer than our species has been walking upright. The great circular formations that earthly astronomers call volcanoes, the walls of excavated material, the debris of construction. We looked at the evidence for decades and called it geology. It was architecture. Down through this system of shafts they descended, Cavor and his Selenite handlers, first into absolute darkness and then into something else. Something he struggled to name, light, but not light from any source he could identify. A glow that intensified as they dropped. Blue-white and sourceless, bleeding from the rock walls themselves, strengthening with every 100 feet of descent. He traced it eventually to water, streams and cascades that sheeted down the shaft walls beside them, carrying what he believed to be bioluminescent organisms, billions of them painting the stone in cold fire. And then the Selenites began to glow too. Whatever phosphorescent chemistry lived in that water, they had absorbed it. Or perhaps they generated it independently. He couldn't be certain. What he knew was that as the balloon descended, the creatures around him began to light up like deep-sea fish, soft and blue and utterly, completely alien. And then far below he saw the sea. He called it a lake of heatless fire. Luminous blue milk just on the boil, that was his phrase. I have read it 50 times and it still stops me cold. The Central Sea, 200 miles beneath the lunar surface. A body of water that should not exist by any understanding of planetary science that was taught in any university in England in the year we launched. And yet, it is not a stagnant body. A solar tide drives it in a perpetual circuit around the lunar axis, and the motion is what creates the light. The bioluminescent organisms activating under kinetic stress, so that when the water is still and rare, the sea goes black, but in motion it blazes. Oily swells. Rafts of shining foam drifting on a sluggish, faintly glowing current. The Selenites navigate it in shallow canoes. He was permitted before his audience with the Grand Lunar to take a brief excursion on its waters. He wrote of it like a man trying to describe a dream before the details dissolve. The caverns are tortuous. Many of the passages are known only to expert pilots among the Selenite fishermen. And some Selenites are lost in the labyrinths permanently, simply vanish into the dark and never return. In the remoter recesses, he was told, things live that the entire science of the moon has failed to exterminate. He names two of them. The Rapha, an inextricable mass of clutching tentacles. You hack it to pieces and the pieces continue moving. The pieces become new things. The TZ, a creature that is never seen, not because it hides. Because it kills faster than vision can register it. He writes these details with the calm precision of a field naturalist. I find them difficult to read. During the excursion, he watched Selenite fishermen haul in their nets. The creatures working the canoes were small and hunched, with enormous arms, short bandy legs, and what he described as crinkled face masks, the chitin of their exoskeletons folded and ridged around their sensory organs. The nets they hauled were weighted. He guessed with gold because gold is common in the moon and nearly worthless there. The larger fish in those waters live deep. It took a long time to pull the catch up. When it broke the surface, it came up blazing, a mass of darting, tossing blue, living light thrashing in the net. Among the catch was something else. Black, multi-tentacled. Evil-eyed, he wrote, though he admitted that was projection. It was ferociously active. The Selenites shrieked when they saw it, a sound like stressed metal, and hacked it apart with small hatchets before it could do whatever they feared it would do. The dissevered pieces kept moving. He dreamt about it afterward during the fever. He wrote that it was the most malignant thing he had encountered in the interior of the moon, and Cavor had by that point encountered quite a lot. The fever came on 3 weeks in. He had quinine tablets in his pocket. Good fortune, he acknowledged without dwelling on, but they held the illness rather than broke it. His temperature stayed wrong for weeks. He stopped eating. He woke from sleep more exhausted than before he'd closed his eyes. He lay in whatever space the Selenites had provided for him and stared at walls that glowed blue and longed, with a desperation that alarmed even him, for any other color. He writes, I longed almost intolerably for color to break the everlasting blue. I read that sentence, and for a moment he is not my antagonist. He is just a man alone inside a world that should not exist, sick and frightened and very far from anything familiar. Then I remember what he wrote about me, and the feeling passes. The physics of it are not complicated once you accept the premise. If the moon is a sponge of rock and gallery, if a sea lies at its center and an atmosphere circulates through its tunnels, then the absence of visible air and water on the surface is not a mystery. It is a consequence. The sea is sealed inside. The atmosphere moves through the galleries according to simple thermodynamic law. As lunar sunlight sweeps across the surface, it heats the air in the outer galleries. Pressure rises. Some bleeds out through the crater openings, where the surface vegetation scrubs the carbon dioxide from it. The rest flows inward and around, replacing the cooling air on the night side. The result is a constant eastward breeze through the outer tunnels, a perpetual breath moving through the stone. The craters breathe. The shafts that connect the interior to the exterior, each one opening at the base of what we call a crater, each one dropping nearly 100 miles to the inner system of passages. These are the lungs of the moon, and the Selenites, who have been living inside this system for longer than we can calculate, have learned to engineer around it. The shape of the galleries, the contrivances of ventilation, the management of pressure and flow. We looked at the moon through our telescopes and we saw a dead world. We were wrong. We were so completely, catastrophically wrong. And Cavor, lying in the blue dark with a fever eating through him and the sound of an underground sea somewhere below, was about to be brought before the creature that ruled all of it, the Grand Lunar, master of the moon. Chapter 24. Insect Gods of Luna. The messages came in fragments, 6th through 16th, broken transmissions riddled with repetition, each one arriving like a distress signal from the bottom of the ocean. We parsed every word, cross-referenced every detail against my own memories of that alien landscape. Those fleeting, terrifying impressions burned into me during my time on the surface. What emerged was a portrait of something that should not exist, a civilization. Let me be precise about what Cavor found down there in the dark. The Selenites resemble men, upright posture, 4 limbs, but the similarity ends there, ends so abruptly it becomes almost offensive to the eye. Think of an insect, now scale it to human height, now keep scaling. The moon's gravity is a fraction of Earth's, 1/6 roughly, and that fractional pull changes everything. On Earth, the largest insects top out at perhaps 6 inches. The physics won't allow more. Chitin and tracheal systems have hard limits under one full gravity, but the moon doesn't care about those limits. Here, against that gentler pull, the insect body plan has been stretched and warped into something enormous. Something that walks. Cavor calls them animals for lack of a better word because no earthly taxonomy contains a category for what they are. Part insect, part something else entirely. Filling an ecological and social niche that on Earth belongs exclusively to us. Think of ants. I keep coming back to ants, not just because of their structure, the jointed limbs, the compound eyes, the chitinous plating, but because of what ants do. The way they organize, worker castes, soldier castes, specialists bred for single functions. A superorganism that thinks as one even when it acts as many. Now imagine that, but smarter than us. Cavor says it bluntly. Without apology, the Selenites exceed humanity in intelligence, in moral reasoning, and social organization. He doesn't hedge. He's seen what's down there and he's certain, and the variety of them. God, the variety. The Selenites I'd encountered on the surface, the mooncalf herders, the butchers, the flesh workers, they were diverse enough. Sizes ranging across a spectrum as wide as the gap between the smallest and largest human beings on Earth. I'd thought that was striking. I'd thought that was remarkable. I was wrong. What I saw was a single drawer in a cabinet that has no ceiling. Cavor's capture came fast. The big-headed Selenites, the ones with overdeveloped craniums and stunted legs, had directed the herding parties. When he refused to walk under the goad, they simply picked him up and carried him, down into the dark, across a narrow plank bridge, possibly the same bridge I'd refused, and into something that felt at first like a lift. It was a balloon. We'd been blind to it in the darkness. What I dismissed as a man walking off a plank into nothing was actually someone stepping onto a gangway, boarding a vessel. Cavor descended. The darkness gave way to luminescence. Slowly, then all at once, as his eyes adjusted to the profound black and found photons he hadn't known were there. Conceive an enormous cylindrical space, he wrote in his 7th message. A quarter mile across, perhaps, dimly lit at first. Then brighter, lit from sources I cannot identify or explain. Big platforms spiral down its walls in a helix that vanishes below into a blue profundity. Think of the largest spiral staircase you have ever looked down. Multiply it by 100. Now imagine it at twilight seen through blue glass. Imagine feeling extraordinarily light. No vertigo, none. Just that vast, impossible geometry opening below you like the throat of the world. Around this shaft, a broad gallery spirals downward at a grade that would be physically impossible on Earth. A steep road protected from the void by a parapet that dwindles in perspective 2 miles below. Looking up, I saw the mirror image, a steep cone of receding platforms. Wind blew down the shaft, far above, growing fainter, the bellowing of mooncalves being driven back in from their evening pasture. And scattered along the spiral galleries, moon people, pallid, faintly luminous, going about their business or stopping to watch our descent with those expressionless alien faces. Something drifted past me on the icy breeze. I thought it was snow. Then I realized it was a figure, a small man-insect clinging to a parachute, dropping swiftly toward the deep interior. The big-headed Selenite beside me pointed with his trunk-like hand toward something materializing far below, a landing stage, a jetty hanging out into the void. We slowed. The jetty swept up toward us. A mooring rope was thrown and caught, and I was pulled down into the middle of a crowd. He stops there for a moment, then it was incredible. The crowd hit me like a physical force, not the press of bodies, but the sheer difference of them. I had expected variation. I was not prepared for this. There were not two alike in the entire jostling multitude. Some bulged and overhung, grotesque with mass, some were tiny, darting between the feet of their larger neighbors. All of them carried that fundamental wrongness. The insect body plan stretched and warped into a mockery of human form, but each seemed to exaggerate one single feature to the point of madness. One had a right forelimb that was monstrous, an antennal arm enormous and reaching. Another seemed to be nothing but legs, a creature perched on stilts, looking down at the world from that impossible height. Another had a face that protruded into something almost like a nose, almost human until you looked at the mouth. The mouth was an expressionless gaping hole. The transformations in the heads alone were enough to fracture comprehension. Broad and low, high and narrow, drawn out into horns, split into sections. Leathery brows extruded into strange protrusions. Some had faces with almost human profiles, which was somehow worse than the alien ones. But the most conspicuous distortion, the one that kept snagging my attention, were the brain cases. Several of them had skulls inflated like balloons, swollen to enormous size, the face reduced to a small flat panel below. Conversely, others had heads shrunk to near microscopic scale, perched above bloated, blobby bodies, and there were several extraordinary beings whose lower faces projected outward in vast trumpet-like organs. And then, most disorienting of all, for just a moment I saw 2 or 3 of these creatures carrying umbrellas. Real umbrellas, Earth-style umbrellas clutched in their tentaculate hands. I thought of the parachutist I'd watched fall. They behaved like a human crowd, jostling, shoving, climbing on each other for better view. Their numbers grew, the pressure increased. And then I was lifted into a kind of litter, raised onto the shoulders of strong-armed bearers, and carried through the twilight above that seething mass. Eyes everywhere, faces, masks, a leathery rustling like beetle wings, a great bleating and cricket-like twittering that I was beginning to understand was language. He was taken to a hexagonal room, confined there first, then gradually given freedom, eventually something approaching the liberty of a citizen in an earthly city. And the being who rules the moon, that presence Cavor would not yet describe, only circle, assigned 2 Selenites to study him. 2 creatures with unusually large heads. He named them Fayu and Sai-Puff. Fayu stood roughly 5 feet tall, slender legs 18 inches long, a small body that visibly pulsed with his heartbeat, long, soft, multi-jointed arms ending in tentacled grips, his neck short and thick, and his head, Cavor describes it with a kind of stunned reverence, his head was a globe. The face itself had shrunk to near irrelevance, a small downward-pointing mouth, 2 tiny eyes. A flat nose panel, everything else was skull, translucent, thin as membrane, and through it Cavor could see the brain moving, pulsing, working, visibly, undeniably thinking. A brain so large it had outgrown the container, a brain that had simply kept growing because nothing stopped it. Sai-Puff was similar but elongated, pear-shaped, stalked downward, the hypertrophy concentrated in different regions. They entered Cavor's cell and started imitating every sound he made. Starting with a cough, he understood immediately. He began pointing at things and speaking their names. The procedure locked into a rhythm. Cavor would name something. Fayu would repeat it, confirm the meaning, then relay it to Sai-Puff, who remembered it perfectly. 100 English nouns in their first session. An artist joined them in subsequent sessions, a being Cavor describes as having an active arm and an arresting eye, who sketched concepts with breathtaking speed when words failed. Verbs came next, then adjectives, then the hard part. Abstract nouns, Cavor wrote, prepositions, those worn smooth figures of speech we use without thinking. Getting those across was like trying to swim in cork jackets, until a 4th assistant arrived in the 6th lesson, a being with a football-shaped head whose specialty was analogy. He stumbled in distracted, knocked over a stool. You had to shout at him, sometimes prod him, to get his attention. But once he engaged with a problem, the penetration was extraordinary. Every conceptual knot that exceeded Fayu's considerable grasp was handed to this creature, who dissolved it in moments. Days passed, then more days, and then somehow impossibly, Cavor was talking to them. "It's more wonderful to me than I dreamed anything could be again," he wrote. "To hear in this perpetual darkness these creatures, whose appearance never stops being alien. No matter how familiar they become, piping and clicking in something that is approaching coherent English, asking questions, giving answers." Fayu described his artist to me once. I want to write it down as he said it because it stays with me. He, if I may say, draw, eat little, drink little, draw, love, draw, no other thing, hate all who not draw like him, angry, hate all who draw like him better. All things mean nothing to him, only draw. He like you new thing to draw, ugly, striking, yes. Then nodding toward Sai-Puff, he love remember words, remember wonderful more than any, think no, draw no, remember, he hear once say ever. I had to put the transcript down when I read that. I picked it back up. Cavor was transmitting again from the electrical apparatus they'd given him access to, something assembled from salvaged components in a vast storage cavern. He told Fayu plainly that he was sending signals to Earth. Fayu had watched him at the device. "You talk to other?" he asked. "Others," Cavor said. "Others, oh yes, men." "Yes," and Cavor kept transmitting. Here is what he learned about the society. In the moon, every citizen knows their place. They are born to it, trained into it, surgically committed to it. When the process is complete, they lack not just the inclination, but the actual physical capacity for anything else. Cavor describes a mathematician, not a Selenite who is good at mathematics, a Selenite who is mathematics in the way a liver is digestion. From earliest development, every other tendency is suppressed. Mathematical cognition is fed, stimulated, cultivated with a precision that makes our earthly educational systems look like accidents. The relevant brain regions grow. The rest of the organism diminishes proportionally, then absolutely. Limbs shrink. Heart and digestive organs reduce to minimum function. The face disappears under the swelling of the skull. The voice retains only enough function to state formulae. Laughter survives only for the discovery of paradox. The deepest available emotion is a novel computation. He achieves his purpose. He is his purpose. A mooncalf herder undergoes the same process in the opposite direction. Physical, wiry, perceptually tuned to the specific visual signature of a healthy mooncalf. He loves his animals with a love that has been engineered into him at the cellular level, and he discharges his function in perfect happiness, indifferent to everything that exists outside the pasture. Every Selenite, Cavor says, every single one, a perfect unit in a world machine. The intellectual class, the big-headed ones, the ones with the swelling, membrane-thin skulls, they form the aristocracy of this underground nation. And at the apex of them, at the concentrated pinnacle of everything the moon has built itself into, is a being Cavor has not yet seen but is being taken to meet. He calls it the Grand Lunar. The unlimited growth of these intellectual brains is made possible by a single anatomical fact. Selenites have no rigid skull, no bone box clamping around the developing brain whispering this far and no further. The brain simply grows, as long as it needs to, as large as the task demands. 3 intellectual castes, administrators, versatile, responsible for managing defined volumes of the moon's interior. Expert specialists trained to perform specific cognitive operations, and the erudite living archives, repositories of everything known, no books, no records, no libraries, no need for any of it. All knowledge is stored in living brains the way honey ants store honey in their abdomens. The lunar equivalent of the British Museum is a room full of people. Sci-Puff, Cavor notes, is the first lunar professor of terrestrial languages. The operative classes are something else. Machine hands, and the phrase is not metaphor. Some of them are hands functionally. Single tentacles profoundly modified for specific tasks, the rest of the organism present only as necessary support structure. Some have been developed for their auditory organs, some for olfactory sensitivity, some for the bellows function of their lungs. Glassblowers who are essentially specialized respiratory systems with bodies attached. The smallest operatives Cavor can hold in his palm. And then there are the police, the most muscular beings he has encountered in the moon, trained from their first moments of consciousness to enforce the hierarchy. He found the young ones in jars, just the forelimbs extending from the openings, the bodies inside compressed. Shaped, the exposed limbs stimulated with irritants, nourished by injection, the rest of the organism deliberately starved into permanent subordination. He was told they show signs of distress in the early stages, that they adjust. Fayu led him on to where the messengers were being stretched and broken in. I know it's unreasonable, Cavor wrote. I know that what I felt looking at those limbs extending from their jars was a response I shouldn't trust, a projection of human categories onto something that operates by entirely different logic, and rationally I understand it. Drugging an unneeded worker and setting them aside is objectively more humane than throwing them into the street to starve. The moon has solved the unemployment problem absolutely. And yet, the memory of those hands, that limp, reaching quality. I still take the long route. The long route passes through a vast, shadowed cavern, crowded, loud, and there looking out from hexagonal openings in a honeycomb wall or parading in a large open space or selecting trinkets from the dainty-tentacled jewelers working in kennels below the mothers. Noble, fantastically adorned, some of them beautiful in a way that catches in the throat, proud carriage, heads that are almost microscopic above their grand bodies. The moon, like the anthill, runs on a vast majority of neuter workers. Parentage is handled by this small, specialized, stately class. Fayu had tried to explain their psychology to him, the cycles of indulgence and violence, the inability to actually care for the young they produce. The larvae are transferred quickly to celibate female workers who raise them with something approaching maternal intelligence. The message ended there, mid-sentence. Fragment, that's the word for all of this. A trickle of signals, a needle whispering in the mountain silence, and through it the outline of a world that should be impossible and demonstrably is not. A civilization beneath our feet. Not our feet exactly, beneath the feet of anyone standing on the moon, looking down, not knowing that something ancient and organized and incomprehensibly intelligent is looking back up through miles of rock. They have new elements down there, new principles. Traditions built over timescales we haven't begun to calculate. An overwhelming accumulation of knowledge with no mechanism for forgetting. And gold is common as iron. We don't know what comes next, we don't know how fast it comes, but Cavor is still transmitting. And whatever happens when the moon and earth finally reckon with each other, fully, formally, without the buffer of ignorance, it is going to be nothing like anything that has happened before. Chapter 25. Audience with Moonking. The crowd thickened. That's the only way to describe it. The passage Cavor had carved through the lunar tunnels was narrowing not physically but by sheer biological pressure. Hundreds of selenite bodies pressing closer, those blank chitinous faces turning toward him, olfactory organs swollen like tumors above lipless mouths, compound eyes catching the blue phosphorescence and throwing it back cold and alien. Smaller creatures darted beneath the legs of the larger ones, yipping sounds that weren't quite sound, vibrations you felt in the sternum more than heard with the ears. Cavor gripped the sides of his litter and breathed. The guards held the perimeter. Scuttle-headed, impassive, moving with the mechanical certainty of creatures who had never once in their lives questioned an order. Beside them, the quick-eyed artist, the one with the undersized brain case. The one who sketched everything kept pace with an unsettling eagerness. A cluster of porter insects staggered under the weight of everything the Selenites had deemed necessary for Cavor's dignified presentation. His state, they called it. He almost laughed. 4 herald creatures led the procession, their trumpet-shaped faces tilted upward, producing a sound that was less music than atmospheric event, a pressure wave that hit the chest and kept hitting. Behind them came the ushers, squat and purposeful and flanking Cavor on both sides, the encyclopedia beings, living repositories of every strand of lunar knowledge, their enormous craniums swaying gently on necks barely adequate to the task. Fayu had explained them simply. They know everything, he'd said, everything we have ever known, not metaphorically. Literally. The procession stretched behind, more trumpeters, more porters, the great thinkers Fayu and Sai-Puff each in their own litter, ranked by a hierarchy of importance expressed in the precise degree of ornamentation on their conveyances. Banners, fungus that released a sweetish, narcotic scent, symbols carved from materials that had no earthly name, and then there was Cavor himself, flannel jacket, knickerbockers, stained with every variety of lunar filth imaginable, a blanket worn as a toga because there was nothing else. The left heel of his slipper was gone entirely. His right stocking kept sliding toward his ankle with a dedication that felt almost personal. A beard he hadn't asked for was establishing itself aggressively across his jaw. He was representing the entire human race. He folded the blanket more carefully, sat straighter. The halls came one after another, each one larger than the last. That was the design. He understood it as architecture of psychological intent. The caverns grew progressively vast, the arching ceilings retreating higher into a darkness that suggested infinity. Blue incense haze drifted in thinning veils, softening the nearest figures into ghosts, dissolving the farther ones entirely. The effect was of moving through something less than solid reality, of advancing perpetually toward a vanishing point that kept receding. Cavor's pulse was doing something he chose not to focus on. 3 minutes, he told himself. The horror, that unreasonable, visceral, entirely irrational horror of being a single organic human body adrift in a sea of alien entomology, had hit him before in the tunnels. It would come and it would pass. You gripped what was solid, you summoned the will, you waited. It lasted closer to 4 minutes this time than the steps. He saw them first at the far end of an impossible corridor, a staircase rising out of sight, the kind of scale that made the steps at Ara Sealy look like a garden path. As the procession advanced, the steps grew. And grew, the perspective refused to stabilize. The base of the staircase was approaching, but the summit kept pulling back as though the structure itself was breathing. And at the summit, light, not the diffuse phosphorescence of the tunnels, something concentrated. Incandescent blue burning at the apex of that mountain of steps, and within it, floating within it, seemingly untethered to anything as mundane as a throne hymn. The grand lunar brain case was visible first, yards across. That wasn't an exaggeration. Cavor's mind tried to impose familiar scale and simply failed. It dominated the space above the throne the way a planet dominates orbital space, by sheer gravitational authority. It pulsed not visibly, but you felt the pulsing. Blue searchlights fanned from behind the throne in a corona that should have been ridiculous and was instead genuinely terrifying. Attendants moved in the haze around him, small against his enormity, spraying a fine cooling mist across the surface of that vast brain, tending to him with the focused devotion of people who understood exactly what they were maintaining. The court arranged itself in tiers below. Remembrancers, computators, specialists in disciplines that didn't have human names, further down ushers, guards, and at the base of the stairs, spreading outward across that enormous floor until the darkness swallowed them, thousands, tens of thousands, the soft, persistent scraping of their feet on stone, the rustling of limbs. The music expanded. It became something else, something that stopped being heard and started being experienced, and then it stopped entirely as Cavor's procession spread like a fan across the floor, guards and ushers peeling left and right. And the 3 litters carrying Cavor and Fayu and Sai-Puff crossed the dark mirror of the floor toward the base of the giant stairs. A hum rose from the assembled thousands. Fayu and Sai-Puff dismounted. Cavor was gestured to remain seated, an honor he decided, though he felt less honored than conspicuous. The hum continued, a subsonic thing that lived in the teeth and behind the eyes. 10,000 heads turned toward the summit of the stairs. Cavor looked up, really looked. The brain at first appeared featureless, an enormous opaque mass, its surface faintly translucent. The ghost shapes of convolutions churning slowly within it like weather systems seen from altitude. Then at the lower edge of that immensity, just above the throne's lip, eyes. 2 of them, tiny, elfin, peering out through what seemed like holes bored through the surface of something vast and indifferent. Below those eyes, barely registering as significant, the body, dwarfed to near nothing by the cranium it supported, white and withered. Its jointed limbs like the legs of something that had forgotten it had legs. Ineffectual hand tentacles rested against the throne's surface with a delicacy that seemed both deliberate and helpless. It was great, it was pitiful, both things simultaneously without contradiction. The litter jerked upward as they began the ascent, step by step, the brain above him expanding as he rose, filling more and more of the visual field. The attendant tears of Selenite intellect fading into peripheral dimness as that central radiance consumed the scene. Cavor gripped the litter frame. He could not look away, he didn't want to. The music, that vast imperial architecture of sound, built one final time and died. Silence, real silence, the first Cavor had experienced since arriving on the moon. The scraping of thousands of feet simply stopped, the hum extinguished, nothing, just the blue-black void. The floating intelligence, and Cavor sitting in his ruined flannel and blanket toga with his half-detached stocking, 10 steps from the most powerful mind in the solar system. A sound, thin, faint, like a wet finger dragged slowly across glass, a friction sound, a whisper of contact between surfaces. The Grand Lunar was speaking. Cavor watched Fayu's face, watched the translation processing happen in real time behind those pale eyes. A pause, a consultation with Puff. Then Fayu's recognizable, careful English, slightly unsteady at first. The Grand Lunar, he wishes to say, he has learned that you are a man from the planet Earth. A breath, he welcomes you and he wishes to learn the state of your world and the reason why you came to this. Cavor almost smiled. The state of your world, he thought about how to answer that. He thought about England, about the Thames, about coal smoke and gaslight and ironclads and the very particular human talent for organized catastrophe. He looked up at those small, intense, ancient eyes staring down at him from within that impossible cranium. Men have wondered about the moon, he said, speaking slowly so Fayu could follow. We thought it was dead. We had no idea, nothing to prepare us for. He gestured at the hall, at the court, at all of it, for any of this. The Grand Lunar's blue rays rotated. A wave of piping and whispering broke across the thousands below like wind across water, spreading to the farthest darkness and died. The questions came methodically after that. The Grand Lunar was systematic in a way that felt less like curiosity and more like engineering, locating the load-bearing facts and testing each one before moving to the next. He understood that humans lived on the outside of their world, that air and ocean were exterior features. His astronomical specialists had confirmed as much, but he wanted detail, he wanted the texture of it. Cavor described clouds, rain, the way sunlight scattered through atmosphere and arrived blue. He explained the human iris, the way the pupil contracted against bright light, protecting the internal structure, and was brought forward to within a few feet of the presence so this mechanism could be observed. The Grand Lunar flashed rays directly into his face. Cavor's pupils slammed shut, purple afterimages cascaded across his vision. He blinked, blinded, and felt something that might have been fascination move through the assembled court. We're different, he thought, vision slowly clearing, fundamentally different right down to how we process light. The Grand Lunar's eyes, Fayu had explained, saw heat. Every temperature differential in the moon rendered objects visible. To him, Cavor must be blazing, a warm-blooded furnace, a walking thermal event, radiating like a coal fire in the cool blue dark. The questions continued. Houses, buildings. The concept required 3 attempts before something like comprehension occurred. Why would creatures build shelter on the surface when excavation was available? An additional tangle emerged when Cavor mentioned that humans had begun in caves and were now putting railways underground, which the Grand Lunar found almost cosmically confused as a developmental trajectory. Then the interior of the Earth. How deep had they gone? 1 mile, Cavor said. The piping exploded through the hall. He had to repeat it. He repeated it 3 times. 1 mile of 4,000, that is all we have explored. The wave of reaction each time was the same, in comprehension, than something that mapped onto horror. The Grand Lunar inquired why in that case. They had come to the moon at all. It was a fair question. Cavor didn't entirely have an answer. War came up eventually. It had to. The Grand Lunar approached it as hypothesis first. Surely Cavor was misrepresenting something. Surely there was a translation error. And then as the details accumulated, as Cavor described siege lines and troopships and the Maxim gun, and what a naval shell weighing a ton did when it struck iron plate from 12 miles distance, the court's reaction shifted from skepticism to something rower. But surely, Fayu translated, voice slightly unsteady, they do not like it. Men of my nation, Cavor said carefully, have been known to consider battle the highest experience available to them. The silence that followed was total and absolute. Then, what good is this war? Cavor considered his answer. It reduces the population. But why should population need? The cooling sprays misted across the Grand Lunar's enormous brow. The tiny hands made a small adjustment on the throne's surface. Those ancient eyes held Cavor's with an intensity that felt like pressure, like something physical being exerted across the 10 steps of distance between them. Then the questions about governance, who thinks, who governs. Cavor explained democracy as carefully as he could. He watched the Grand Lunar's attendants conferring. He watched the cooling sprays increase. They do not have different shapes, the Grand Lunar said finally through Fayu to fit them to different duties. Not that you can see, their minds differ. Their minds must differ enormously, the Grand Lunar said, or they would all want to do the same things. Cavor conceded the point, but you said all men rule, to a certain extent. Is there no grand earthly? Cavor thought about it, really thought about it, thought about the various emperors and autocrats the species had produced, their reliable trajectories toward dissolution and violence. We tried that, he said. We've decided against repeating the experiment. Something passed across the court, not a sound exactly, but an atmospheric change, a collective reorientation. How then do you preserve your knowledge? The Grand Lunar asked. Libraries, Cavor explained, books. The accumulated science of uncountable individual minds, written down, stored, built upon. The Grand Lunar listened. He did not comment on the ingenuity of it. He commented instead on the paradox that a species capable of reaching another world remained in its social organization essentially savage. You have mastered much despite yourselves, he said. The knowledge grows, stored in your buildings, but the creatures storing it remain as they were. Then he came back around to something. He asked about Cavor's secret. The word landed differently than the others. Cavor became aware of a change, subtle, almost undetectable. The quality of attention in the room, the angle of the Grand Lunar's gaze, the particular stillness of the court's nearest tier. They had been working toward this. All of it, the welcome, the questions, the genuine fascination with clouds and irises and democratic theory. It had been movement toward this specific point. Cavor understood finally what it was they actually wanted to know. He explained, carefully at first, then with more detail as the Grand Lunar's questions grew more precise. He explained Cavorite, the material itself, the principle by which it operated, and he explained because it seemed a natural extension of the conversation, because the Grand Lunar's scientific sophistication demanded a real answer, why the Selenites, with their vastly superior science, had never discovered it themselves. They knew of it theoretically, Cavor said. They had always dismissed it as practically impossible. The reason was helium, a specific property of helium critical to the manufacturing process, and there was no helium on the moon, there never had been. But Cavor said helium, the record ends there, not gradually, not with the natural trailing of a weakening signal. It ends the way a wire is cut, immediate, deliberate, clean. And in the silence that follows, in the space where the rest of the sentence should be, one word sits in the record like a stone in still water. Secret, that was the word. That was the thing they'd been moving toward from the moment the first herald's trumpet split the air of that immense hall. Not the state of humanity. Not the wonder of clouds or the mechanics of the iris or the bewildering democratic impulse toward self-governance. Not war, not libraries. Not the one explored mile of 4,000. The secret, the only thing that mattered. The thing Cavor carried in his head that they did not have. The last message he would ever send went silent in the middle of a single word, and that word was helium, and the silence after it was not technical failure. It was an answer. Chapter 26. Signal into silence. The transmission cuts out mid-sentence. I stare at the receiver. My hands are shaking. Cavor, what did you do? I run the last sequence back through my mind, trying to find the moment it all collapsed. He'd been signaling steadily for weeks, those long, painstaking bursts of electromagnetic code bridging 250,000 miles of cold vacuum. And then the messages had started to change. Slower, more erratic. Like a man choosing his words with increasing desperation. He told them about war. That's what I keep coming back to. He sat in whatever impossible chamber they'd given him, surrounded by those vast clicking insect forms with their gray, luminous eyes, and he described us. Humanity, all our magnificent, catastrophic violence, our wars, our hunger, our absolute refusal to stop consuming everything we touch. He painted a portrait of our species in the worst possible light. And then God, Cavor, then he told them he was the only one who could bring more of us. I understand the lunar logic immediately. It's cold, it's clean. It's ruthless in the way that only pure reason can be ruthless, stripped of everything warm and irrational. If one man represents both the key and the lock, if his silence means humanity never reaches you again, the calculation isn't even difficult. It's not even cruel, it's just arithmetic. I picture him in those final days, moving through those blue-lit caverns with the weight of his mistake settling over him like a physical thing. The Grand Lunar deliberating, the Selenites watching. Cavor smiling too eagerly, talking too much, trying to walk back what couldn't be walked back. He would have tried, that was Cavor. Relentlessly, catastrophically optimistic until the very last possible second. For days, nothing came through. I kept the receiver running, I barely slept, and then like a single gunshot in a silent building, the last message arrived, 2 fragments, broken, rushed. I was mad to let the Grand Lunar know, a gap, 60 seconds, maybe more. I imagine him hearing something behind him, turning. The shadows in that vast chamber moving in ways they hadn't moved before. The apparatus humming between his hands, the only lifeline left in the universe. And someone pulling him away from it. He fought back to it. I know he did. One last scramble. Cavorite made as follows, take then a single word, Euless, that's all. I've stared at it for hours, Euless. My best theory is that he was trying to write useless, that in those final frantic seconds with whatever was happening in that chamber happening around him, he made one last decision. Don't give them the formula, protect us the only way he still could. Or maybe he simply ran out of time. There's no way to know, there will never be a way to know. What I do know, what I feel in some cellular, irrevocable way is that no further message is coming. The receiver can run forever. The silence on that frequency is no longer absence. It's a statement, but I dream about him. Every night now, I see the cavern, that cold blue light painting everything the color of a bruise. I see Cavor at his apparatus, hunched and frantic. His hair wild, his coat torn. And I see them closing in, those pale, clicking, utterly rational beings with their vast heads and their compound eyes, pressing toward him from the dark like a tide that has finally, patiently reached its shore. He's shouting, arguing, still trying to explain, still believing that the right words exist, that reason has a floor below which even the most alien mind will not go. He's wrong. They take him by degrees, step by step. Back through the tunnels, away from the machine, deeper into the dark interior of a world that was never going to let him leave. His voice gets smaller. The blue light recedes, and then there's nothing but that silence, ancient, absolute, infinite, the silence of a place where no human voice has ever echoed before, and where now none ever will again. You have been listening to H.G. Wells' First Men in the Moon, written by E.K. Stewart, narrated by Danny, our AI assistant.